Hello, can you hear me now? Hi, what's up? What's good? Sorry, everything got out of fucking sync. I cleaned up my setup around my setup, and I keep forgetting that it sometimes disconnects everything when I do that. Oh no, I dropped shit. I don't really care. But anyway, I got nagged into playing Mario Party 3. I was resisting, but I couldn't resist any longer because I was putting it off for too long. I said I was gonna play it on Monday, and what is today? It's Wednesday. I think I think it was from Gamers Time. He said to play in story mode and try to beat in less than 10 hours or in 10 hours. And bruh, you out of your goddamn mind. I probably will, but I think he said in hard mode too. I'm like, well, anyway, I'm gonna be playing Mario Party 3. Nothing interesting has happened so far. It's just been very hot and muggy. And I'm on early! I was gonna get on earlier, but I got busy. Actually, I didn't get busy. I got distracted. So anyway, let's play Mario Party 3. Let's see. Yeah, the mic's fine. Speaker's fine. Yeah, I'm playing it on the Switcheroni. I had to wheel back for my headphones. Alright, let's play Mario Party 3! I've been seeing a lot of memes from the Olympics of the shooting one with the old dude. He literally went to Olympics honestly out of spite for his ex-wife. It was a star that is born only once in 1,000 years. According to the legend, whoever possessed this mythical star was destined to become the superstar of the universe. However, since the Millennium Star was but a newborn, it fell from the starry sky. Mario! Around that time, Mario and his friends were all happily relaxing. When? Oh, I kind of want them to remake this one. Suddenly, the Millennium Star came crashing down. Mario and his friends soon began arguing over who should keep the Millennium Star. Seeing this, Lucky 2 came flying in, dangling a toy box from... Press X to... I'm suspending the check mapping process, okay? Oh, that's right, they could play Mario Party. For... I'm not gonna talk. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna put my story on. I think I was here.
Golden Week stared at the ship girl some more, took a second to close her eyes, take a deep coming breath. Prayed to Apollo that this was just a fume dreama, and no such luck, damn. An attitude adjustment. Mary nodded. For a ship. Look who's the little ship whisperer here. Mary replied, teeth grinding ever so slightly as she pointed to herself. Yeah, me. So when I say that whatever part of cannibal that makes her want to, the girl's expression screwed up and projectile vomit levels of disgust. Practice docking with Sunny for hours on end needs to be lobotomized, I mean it. From the somewhat crazed look in Mary's eyes, she meant every word she'd just said, no matter how much she despised it, and really, it wasn't the weirdest thing she'd had to deal with since meeting the Straw Hats and then joining Barto's crew. Certainly in the top 10 though. Her conviction though, was shaken when she took a look at the cannibal and made a quick calculation for how much paint and attitude adjustment would probably take, not to mention the work. Is this really necessary? She asked wearily, dreading the answer even as she spoke the words. Mary's eye twitched viciously, a broken smile creeping onto her face. Well, I'd get a restraining order if I could, but I don't think the courts would rule in either of our favors if we showed up asking for one. Mary responded in deadpan. Yes, this is really necessary. The painter sighed, pinching her nose to try and stave off the budding migraine. She then held out her hand. If I do this, you owe me whatever I use up, plus interest when we get to Sabayati. I'll buy you an auction house worth of art when we get there if that's what it takes, just spay your damn tub. Mary hastily agreed, shaking the other girl's hand. I'll hold you to that, Golden Week said, turning her flat gaze on her cruise galleon. Now, let's see, what design should I go with for this? Oh, thank Triton. Mary sagged as she let the tension flow out of her. So, how long do you think this will take? Golden Week cocked an eyebrow at her. I'm a hired artist. That means that this will take as long as it takes. And the tension was back as a cold feeling crept down Mary's spine. Meaning, the ex-assassin cocked her head to the side just so as she turned to fully face the ship girl. Meaning that if you want to accelerate the timetable on this project, it'll cost you extra. The cold feeling evolved into a sickly pallor. I should have gotten Vivi to help me deal with you, Mary gurgled mournfully. Golden Week shrugged dismissively and started sketching in her notebook.
Oh, wait,
in all fairness, it sounds like the princess has interfered with this quite a bit already. Out the corner of her eye, the painter noticed something amazing. Golden Week knew, academically, that people's faces could turn different colors based on their emotions. But this was the first time she'd seen a person flip through so many at once. The shade of scarlet she settled upon at the end was particularly striking. She'd have to see about replicating it down the line. Mil millions to mil milliards to mil sabboards. Golden Week flinched as Mary suddenly erupted in a fit of cursing, rolling her eyes and digging a finger into her ear. And that's crossed, she groused to herself. That comment caused Mary's blue streak to darken considerably, which in turn caused Golden Week to perk up the tiniest of smiles. Yes, this job was annoying, aggravating, life-threatening, and utter hell on her painting. But damn it all if it wasn't the most enjoyable gig she'd had in a long time. Oh, no way you can do this, I said, arms crossed in an X. No. Way. You are a crazy bastard without many limits, this I know, but even you still have some. Watch and learn, Cross, Luffy said with uncharacteristic smugness, his own arms crossed and his chest puffed out. Then he banged his silverware on the small table on deck and destroyed any semblance of decorum he directed. Hey Sandy, hurry it up. Damn it, Luffy. Sanji barked as he backed out of the cannibal's kitchen holding a covered platter. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You can't rush good meat. Especially not when you're dealing with substandard working conditions. Damn bunch of hapless. The last line was grumbled under his breath and accompanied by a disgusted look behind him. Oh, Chance! By the way, pop trivia, Sanji, did you know that Valentine is most likely the cook for the Bardo Club? I inquired innocently. She is. One of the watching pirates around us confirmed. Sanji stopped moving, his visible eye wide and his teeth grinding against each other more. Amusingly, it took him a few seconds to get his legs working. Shut up, Cross, he grumbled, which was really begging for a response. Nice comeback, Swirly, I smirked. Intelligent, witty, sophisticated, soundbite concurred in much the same tone as. I sighed in contentment as Sanji bounced a light kick off my skull. It was good to be home. Well, on a ship sailing alongside our home, but close enough. The sound of Sanji slamming the tray down drew me out of my thoughts. All right, Captain. He withdrew the cover with a flourish, unveiling a quartet of completely identical slices of meat. One meat lover's mystery platter, exactly as you requested. He glanced aside and hit a cough behind his fist. Down to the stupid name. Yum. Stars shone in Luffy's eyes as he clashed his silverware together. This is gonna be good. Watch and learn, Cross. Just a sec, Captain, I requested before loosing a whistle at the crowd of Bardomokes assembled around us. All right, boys. Last call. Betting is now closing. Hands shot out with the bills, and I nodded gratefully. Thank ye, thank ye. Hey, weren't you just calling your captain crazy? One of Sedmokes in the back called out. I shrugged dismissively. Hey, just because he's nuts doesn't mean I'm never gonna bet against him. I flashed out a cocky smirk as I shoved the money in my jacket. Just means I'll pocket the money of all you idiots who do. Betting closed, get started, Luffy. I ordered before anyone could protest. Then I blinked because the meat was gone and Luffy had just swallowed. I took a second to process that before slapping my forehead. Right, what the hell else was I expecting? I peeked through my fingers at my uncharacteristically almost unnaturally, really. I was truly tempted to check for Bentham thoughtful captain. Suo. Luffy held his finger up in an ironic demand for patience, head tilted in deep thought. Just give me a sec. Finally, he slammed his palms on the table and nodded. All right. So that skinny pig roasted with peppers, crocodile marinated in lemon sassafras and garlic, hickory smoked alligator tail, and grilled rattlesnake with salt. Right. Sanji test, lighting a fresh cigarette. Captain, you're gluttonous. No brain food hole suddenly. The cancer stick ashed all at once. And Sanji heaved out a cloud of smoke the size of his head. But damn it all, you're right. Yes. I crowed victoriously as the hapless mooks around us all groaned in despair, and then switched to bobbling at my captain in shock. And how the hell? Luffy's only response was an oblivious grin as he scratched a finger under his nose. Shishishi. I know. I just noticed that I could pick out how it all tasted and thought it was cool. Oh hey. He perked up and pounded his fist in his palm in that special way that guaranteed a headache. Maybe it was that I used stuff on Merve. It could have made my tongue get way stronger and stuff, right? Luffy nodded with total confidence. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Soundbite leaned in slightly, his eyes stalked cocked. Sure, what we tell him, that's not how evolution works. He queried. Best we not, I muttered back. If we tell him it's wrong, chances are it could stop working, and that'd just make him sad. I frowned in concern. But still, I hope there aren't actually any adverse side effects for him. Anyway, Luffy suddenly belted out, throwing up his fists. That was barely an appetizer. Sanji, get me more. Sanji's brow twitched slightly as he plastered a stiff grin on his face. What's the magic word, Cap? More tilde, more tilde, more tilde. Luffy started singing to a beat of banged silverware, grin never leaving his face. Will you cram his moron? Wham! His head, on the other hand, went on an all-expenses-paid vacation away from the rest of his body as Sanji kicked it a good half-mile off the port side off the ship. Yeah, no, he's completely fine. Idiot, Sanji muttered to himself, shaking his head before snapping a glare at the nearby monks, who all flinched back in terror. Well, the hell are you waiting for, idiots? He said he wanted more, so go and get him more. I left 50 more plates in the kitchen, and if the first one's not out here by the time he's back, so help me. Apparently Jin had the clubsmen trained well, because they did not need to be told twice. And by the time Luffy's still grinning head snapped back into place, the first crewmate was running out of the kitchen. A double-wide platter of something's ribs. I'll be honest, we murdered a lot of animals on our way out of Merveille, and the majority of the carcasses we hauled back to our ships were not intact. Either way, the point is that it was big, cooked to perfection, and slathered in barbecue sauce, and positively mouth-watering. Maybe I could get some F. I'm a man. Luffy mumbled around the mouthful of meat and bone he was chewing on. Fishish good. I sighed in despair as the defooted mook hastily ran back into the kitchen, watching the cavalcade of trays march towards Luffy's unforgiving maw. Ooh, of course, what was I thinking? I frowned as I stared at the scene before me, my brain niggling at me. Luffy and Sanji on a ship that wasn't the crew's, Luffy gorging himself while Sanji looked on in resignation. Why did this all feel so familiar? It was almost as though I'd seen the scene somewhere before, but only almost. Something was missing, but what could it possibly be? Incoming. I blinked as Soundbite's sudden squawk snapped me from my thoughts. Wait, wah. Splash. Moo! My reaction was split down the middle as I stared up at the figure looming over us. On the one hand, the thought, oh, so that's what was missing was prominent. But on the other, what came out of my mouth was, I thought we weren't going to meet your leathery hide until 2 years from now. I asked incredulously. Momo didn't respond for his own pair of reasons. A small part of it was that Soundbite couldn't translate purely aquatic creatures, of course, but for the most part, I think the terrified look he was sending Luffy and Sanji's way and the steady stream of cow pies he was dropping had a lot more to do with it. And Momo and I weren't the only ones who remembered the past. Hey, isn't that? Sanji tilted his head inquisitively. Luffy was a lot less reassuring. Specifically, the familiar glint in his eyes as he stared at the sea monster. Whoa, I remember you. You were that sea cow on Arlong's crew. And then his mouth overflowed into a straight-up waterfall. I always regretted not getting to taste you. Momo had already been sweating like a stuck pig before Luffy said that. Now, he looked to be a light breeze away from straight-up fainting. I weighed my options. On the one hand, something that big would probably have enough meat left over for me to actually get a bite in, unlike the previous platters, and it wasn't exactly like Momo was critical to the future, so. But, on the other hand, gah, damn my bleeding heart, I grasped before clearing my throat. Hey, guys, be. Wog. That sudden exclamation was due to something dropping out of nowhere right on top of my head, driving me face first into the decking. And since my mouth was open, og, bleck. Someone get me some mouthwash. I spat as I resisted the urge to wipe my tongue with something. God damn it, had these bastards never washed their shoes in their life? Ah, right, ruffians and mongrels one and all, of course they hadn't tarred. Gross. I heaved in disgust, shooting a venomous glare at who the hell ever had just stomped me. Ah, what the hell, you little. Then I froze, because it wasn't every day you saw a girl who couldn't be more than 10 drop kick Sanji right in the face. And then basically bitch slapped Luffy with something wrapped up in a towel. Oh. Correction, slapped Luffy with something apparently made of sea stone from Luffy's pained yelp. She then leapt onto the railing and interposed herself between my crewmates and the sea monster, her arms spread wide. You're not touching a single scale on his head, she barked. For a moment, silence aside from the girl's panting reigned. Until the usual suspect spoke up, of course. So, you want to share? Luffy tilted his head and askance, ignoring the lump throbbing on his brow. Clonk. Oh. Luffy yelped, grabbing the new lump he'd just received. Hell no, I don't want to share. The girl shrieked. The whole point of this is that I don't want you eating Momo at all. You mean bastards are scaring him. Leave him alone. Sanji blinked before waving his hand placatingly, a perfectly pleasant smile on his face. Now, don't you worry about a thing. I know all the humane slaughter methods, and I can put the cow down painlessly. The meat tastes better that way anyway. It'll be the most delicious. Fweck. Ga Senova. Sanji swore, hopping back with his hands clutching his shin where the girl had nailed him. Are you idiots deaf? She demanded, waving her arms about. I don't want to eat him, and I'm not going to let you eat him either. Luffy sagged in disappointment, even with a second lump. You're sure? Not even a little bit. Hell no. The girl shouted, arms crossed. With a stomach like yours, a little would be over half of him. Well, yeah, he can still live with that much, right? Idiot. I frowned as I watched a prepubescent girl wail on my malt. 100 million captain, literally browbeating him with whatever she was holding. As I watched, I discerned a few facts about the girl. First, the conical hat she was supporting was strikingly familiar to me. That was pretty obvious, though. It was a rather unforgettable piece of headwear. Second, there was something about the fervor with which she was defending the sea cow. Something. Personal. Well, either way, third, and most important of all, was that she covered up a sea stone she was wielding to stop Luffy, making it likely that she was a fruit user too. So, fruit user, weird hat, protective attitude in regards to animals. This seems familiar, I muttered, scratching my finger against my temple. Or rather, she seems familiar, but why is that? I frowned as I contemplated the situation. Is she someone I should know about, or could she be somebody completely original? My train of thought was jarred by a heavy weight thumping down behind me, and a hot snort washing over my head. I doubt it, a voice that both terrified and annoyed me to no end crooned smoothly. Reality, after all, can only handle one of me. I slowly turned to glare on Soundbite, my head twitching every inch of the way. Soundbite. Remind me to kill you later. If I had 100 berry for every time you said that, my shell would be gold-plated. Bracing myself for whatever new migraine I was in for, I turned around, looked up towards the source of the voice, and then kept looking up at the mother. I flinched at the face full of irritated air that hit my face. Correction. A fuck mothering dragon. With wings and scales and, well, everything. A rather familiar-looking dragon at that successfully stirred at least half of my memories. But really, only half because reality wasn't quite as faithful to my memory as I expected. In fact, I slowly, tentatively stuck up a finger. Okay, first. Dry you, right? I pointed my thumb over my shoulder, indicating the still rampaging girl. Making that Ipes wielder of the whisper fruit. The dragon snorted again, though from the new smirk, I think he was just amused this time. You've got the name of my lady right, Jeremiah Cross, but as for me, we hell. A flash of fang as he cocked his head. I've had many names over the years, and while you're right that Ryu was the name I held during my previous life, I am now known as Lindworm, or Lindy for simplicity. I nodded slowly, filing that name away in the do not forget ever folder before raising a second finger. Second, no offense meant to you, but have you, I gestured weakly at him, had some work done? Because unless my memory's shoddy, aren't millennial dragons supposed to have more fur and feathers and scales? And indeed, Lindy looked less like a millennial dragon, wyvern-esque with feathered wings and a furry mane, and much more like a traditional knight in shining armor dragon, with scales and leathery membranous wings. Huh? Hey yeah. Luffy perked up, eyeing the dragon curiously. You're bigger than when we fought Shiki too. And judging by the way Eva suddenly abandoned her assault on my crewmates in favor of looking over her once old friend in awe, that was double proof that my memory wasn't failing me. Wow. Looks like our experiment worked, she mused, rubbing her hands over the hardened flesh. Indeed, Lindy rumbled proudly, one leg also rubbing against the scales as he shook himself down. As though the new body wasn't good enough, I feel several centuries younger to boot. New places to see, new foes to fight, and all in my absolute prime. What a time to be alive. I momentarily mulled over that statement, and I was positively thunderstruck when the words and the implications thereof resonated with a vaguely faded memory of Soul Eater of all things. More specifically, is your body devolving? Sound, Bite voiced my very thoughts in a shocked yelp. Fluffy blinked at us in confusion. Devolve. Like what evolution the other way? But wouldn't that make him weaker? Oh, 10 points to the rubber brain, he's actually managed to grasp basic logic. Lindy sneered condescendingly, before throwing his head back and preening as the light glittered off his newly grown scales. Allow me to enlighten your feeble, mortal minds with my eternal. Whack! The dragon flinched and went silent as a pair of sea-stone cuffs bounced off his snout, and he glanced down at the young girl who was staring up at him, expression unimpressed, fists on her hips and her foot tapping impatiently. Lindy stared blankly at her for a second before rolling his eyes with a huff. Long story short, my kind's bodies have evolved in a more lax direction ever since we got better at hiding ourselves and avoiding attention. But back in the day, when we were at our prime, we had all the perks, iron hard scales, claws like swords, entirely autonomous wings, the wool kit and capital of the apex predators. And normally, it's quite impossible to turn back the hands of time and bring back what once was, but well. He leered viciously. You all found a delicious way of fixing that, didn't you? Sanji near bit through his cigarette and clenched his jaw so hard. The sick, he muttered to himself. Yup, Apis cheerfully answered. During the fighting, I found where Shiki was keeping the stuff and grabbed a dozen vials of it, and let Lindy eat them all. And as you know, that poison's prime directive is to push a body to the absolute maximum. Lindy nodded, tapping his claw against his scaled temple. It just so happens that my maximum came and went several evolutionary generations ago. So instead of turning the clock forward, it's doing the smart thing and rolling me back. I'd say about whoa. He craned his neck and thought, by this time tomorrow, I'll be back in my prime. Why, I might even go out and feast on a night or two just for kicks. Ooh, so many possibility. Ahem. Apis coughed into her fist, staring up at Lindy with one eye open. The dragon lapsed into silence again, rolling his eyes. Yes, Mom. Point is that I'm looking forward to getting back into peak physical condition, yes. May, still not impressed. All activity just died as all eyes turned to Soundbite, most in horror, including mine. Excuse me. And one in sheer incredulity. An expression I'd never expected to see on a dragon, and that I never wanted to be subjected to again. Come on, don't pretend it's not obvious. Soundbite sneered. When it comes to dragons, there's one trait that makes or breaks a species. And so long as you don't have a fire in your belly, you're nothing but a big scaly dodo. Hoo. He. Snorf. Akakakakak. Senuva. Lindy craned his neck back, a smug smile on his face as Soundbite choked on the massive cloud of smoke he'd just blown in my partner's face. Give it time, he said before nodding at Apis. Well, if you have things in hand, milady, I believe sleep will help accelerate the process. If you need me, I'll be dreaming of captaining my own pirate ship, much like this one, only far better. Apis started to nod before pausing thoughtfully. Just out of curiosity that I know I'm going to regret, but how exactly would your ship be better? Lindy lifted his chin in a proud preen. It would have dragons, of course. He then tilted his head and thought. Also blackjack. Another tilt another way. And hors d'oeuvres. Apis' expression fell flat at the last point. You mean hookers. A look that would have been bemused if the dragon weren't smirking came over Lindy's face. That's what I said, isn't it? And with that, he flapped off to do God knows what God knows where. Me. I was too busy also choking on the sizable cloud of smoke I caught the tail end of. First time in a while I regretted being Soundbite's choice of perch. Sometimes it scares me to think of what our relationship would have been like if the captain hadn't convinced us to leave with him, Apis muttered. She then turned back to us with a bit of a sheepish expression. Anyway, what were we talking about before this? The sea cow I wheezed out, trying to massage the smoke from my throat. Ah, right, thanks. As I was saying, she snapped, glaring at Luffy and Sanji. Leave Momo alone, or I'll feed you two to Lindy. Got it? And Miss Apis was it? Sanji said, getting his wits together. In our defense, we've met him before, and not under the best circumstances. What are you even? Wah Momo. What are you doing here? Right on cue and interrupting Apis, we all turned to see Nami standing by the Sunny's railing, looking over at the cow in shock. Said Kel wasn't doing much better, head half underwater as he loosed a warbling, mournful moo. Huh? Apis said, looking concerned. What's he apologizing for? Momo what? Right before I joined the crew, I forced out, glancing aside with a grimace. Luffy earned his first bounty by defeating Sawtooth Harlong, a fisherman pirate who had taken over an archipelago in East Blue. Momo was under his command, and while I'm pretty sure it was either not by his choice or he didn't know any better, Momo was still involved in a lot of carnage. He hurt a lot of people. Momo moved again, and from the way he was nodding his head, it wasn't anything to refute my words. Apis looked conflicted as she looked between us, Momo and Nami. The navigator was still looking at Momo more from shock and surprise than anything. I don't know about Luffy and Sanji, but Momo definitely owed Nami an apology for what happened last time, I concluded. I took the glare Nami shot my way on the chin. I can speak for myself, thank you very much, Cross, she bit out. That done, she turned back to Momo, gaze softening. And what I want to say is that I can already tell Momo's sorry enough for what he did. I put what happened back then behind me. I can forgive him, especially for crimes that weren't his. I gracefully hid my flinch at Nami's words, and instead focused on, well, Ape is focusing on whatever Momo was saying. She then nodded and addressed Nami. Momo says that he's really sorry for what he did, and that he'll try and do whatever he can to make it up to you. For a few tense seconds, Nami stared at the sea cow before nodding slowly, and even cracking a small smile. Good enough? Momo closed his eyes in grateful relief before sinking back below the surface. So we can't eat him. Okay, now Nami looked peeved. Sanji. Coming up, Nami Swan, the chef's eye. A well-placed boot upside, our captain's ass sent Luffy flying straight back to the sunny and into the tender hay. Mercies of Nami's eyes and tempo. I stared after our captain for a second before tilting my head contemplatively. You know, I'm used to myself. I only just realized I came onto this ship for something completely different, and I just got swept up in all this madness. I tilted my head even further. Now, what the heck was it? Assassins at 5 o'clock, soundbite flatly announced. Right. I barked, spinning on my heel and schooling my expression as I came face to face with 5 in Valentine's smirking forms. Gotta admit, Cross, you really are scary when you're mad, mister. 5 said. Last time I saw that cold an expression, it was on Mr. 1. But now that you've had your revenge, it's only fair that we get ours too, Valentine chirped acridly, somehow making the act of spinning her parasol menacing. Just a few weeks in traction to make up for all the hell you put us through on Little Garden and killing our chances at a quiet retirement. Valentine froze when a breeze brushed along her neck and resolved into a slender hand, a face that was the picture of serenity coalescing behind her shoulder in the next moment. Now I'm sure I misheard you, Valentine, Vivi crooned, her fingers flexing tightly on the assassin's throat. You couldn't have just said that you were upset about my family and my kingdom retaliating for the farce that got me my bounty just because it made you more likely to be arrested for, what was it? Yes, attempting to destroy my country. And nothing of the sort, Miss Wajirke. P.P. Princess Nefertari Vivi. Valentine said in a voice higher pitched than Chopper's as Vivi pinched down on her windpipe. Good, Vivi intoned. Because otherwise, I would have had to take my very justified revenge. I'd suggest you keep giving me reason to put it off. Now, if you'll excuse me. Vivi's once serene face turned fearful with impressive speed. I can't let Robin find me. And the Wind Woman dissipated, leaving us standing around in gape-mouthed astonishment. I took advantage of the pause to retrieve a pack I had brought on board for this exact reason. Now I do understand your grudge, I said, rummaging in the pack. So, if I'm going to have you not wring my neck, you'll need some incentive. Pulling out a bundle colored black, gold, and bright red, I handed it over to 5. For you, a highly durable fireman's outfit. Reaching back into the pack, I pulled out a covered platter. For you, Valentine, some gourmet chocolate. A sheet of paper joined the platter. The recipe, too. Valentine took the platter, eyeing it suspiciously, and glanced over to her partner. He had pulled out the jacket of the outfit and slipped it on, and to her eyes it looked just a bit small. Small enough that it was likely his usual coat underneath that was causing the problem. Still eyeing it suspiciously, she peeled back the cover. Looked like chocolate. She picked one up. Felt like chocolate. A sniff. Smelled like chocolate. She popped it in her mouth. Bliss. Oh my god, this is the best chocolate I've ever tasted, she moaned, swaying on her feet as she all but melted. And this jacket is a perfect fit, 5 added, actually emoting as he flexed and admired his own profile. They glanced at each other, something passing between them. Wham. Ah, and then I doubled over as 2 powerful fists rammed square into my gut. Now we're even, the assassins gloated together. Yeah, I'll take it. I whooped out, staggering in an attempt to stay on my feet. But you're not off the hook yet. Valentine interjected, crossing her arms and straightening her back so that she was looming over me, kinda. Hey, he's with me, 5 said, having already turned to walk away. You wanna go down this rabbit hole, that's your problem. Me. I'm good. See ya. Waving his hand over his shoulder, he ambled off. Valentine glowered after him before focusing on me. Alright, Cross, if we're going to be stuck together for who knows how long, then you're going to talk. How do you know so much stuff that you clearly shouldn't? She leaned in and stared me right in the eye. How? I blinked at the reaction. You really want to know? I slowly allowed myself to don a taunting smirk, and I relished how that alone put her on the back foot. Alright, fine. I'll tell you. I stepped back and crossed my arm behind my back as I wistfully glanced skyward. It all started 50 years ago to no, wait, a week ago, 50 years a week ago. Oh, rah. Damned worthless feather rat pieces of. Unheard even to soundbite. Invective flowed in a steady stream from Sue's mouth as she bashed her head against the walls of one of the few places on the Sunny that was soundproof. Her request on Thriller Bark had been fulfilled, and quickly. The News Coup network had pieced together a description that said where to find the children of Inari, and consequently the power she needed to stand with the rest of the Straw Hats. And this was frustrating to the Cloud Fox because, as she really should have expected from her smart Alecky species, it wasn't straightforward in the least. Not only was it in the form of a riddle, said riddle even lacked the basic decency to be written in only one language. Oh, Sue, it's a clear message. Sue snarled to herself. Delve into the heart of the eternal firstborn, and there shall the pilgrim find their destination. Cradle of the children of Inari and grave of blessed Tamamo, Kits, Unai Mitsukuru Kakure. Gotha. Screaming wordlessly, the Cloud Fox smacked her head against the bulkhead. Damn the Yoki Foxes of Wano and damn their moonspeak. Oh, we think it means village that can be found by a fox. Yeah, no shit, cool. If these are instructions for a pilgrimage, then shouldn't they be fucking clear? Rolling from back to front, furiously scratching her head, the fox continued ranting out of sight and earshot of anyone who could have detected her. That is like, you boost will help me bounce heads, but is that enough? No. If I can't reshape geography at this point, the best I can do is run, hide, and support from behind the front lines. I want to be the one who makes people run. I want to be stronger. I want to be useful. Is that too much to ask? Damn, you're alright too. Plunk. Wah. Sue yelped as the tunnel suddenly opened up beneath her, dropping her into the open air and also back into range of sound by its auditory capabilities. The Cloud Fox hastily flexed her limber muscles, trying to spin her torso to land with grace. But much to her surprise, rather than the leg-rattling impact with the floor she anticipated, she landed much sooner than she'd expected, and much higher up too, and on a broad platform. Hey, Frankie, Sue smirked in her cockiest voice, raising her paw in a salute. Thanks for the catch. Hey, no problem, Frankie nodded back, tossing the fox onto the clearest table in the factory. Let me guess, little sis's tunnels aren't as stable as she thinks. The fox shrugged indifferently. Nah, I think the problem is I stepped on a latch trigger by accident. These things happen. But enough about who was snooping through which pantry looking for a snack. She glanced around the workshop. What about you, Tin Can? What brings you below decks? You really want to know? See, Mir, I'll show ya, he said eagerly, turning towards one of the nearby workbenches. Sue promptly hopped across the tables to clamber onto the larger pirate's shoulder. Sue expected some kind of a weapon on the table, a gadget, a gizmo, but instead, to her surprise, sitting there was a living, breathing transponder snail, there in the mucus and shell. Or, well, half a shell, given how the thing's rig was splayed out on the table. But more surprisingly than that, she didn't recognize it as one of the 3 that were supposed to be on the ship. Sue sniffed the air. Is she one of the Bardos? Nope, Frankie answered. She's actually ours. Meet our newest snail, one nabbed from the clutches of Shiki's palace. Cross and Soundbite named her Gif, and she took to it. He waved at the gastropod. Say hi, Gif. The snail smiled and waved her eye stalk cheerily in response. Sue blinked in surprise. Hey, what the? Hey, Soundbite, how come you're not translating for your cuz? Cuz she's my cousin more ways than you think. Soundbite informed her from the next ship over. Fun fact for you, vid snails don't have a vocal language. Sue's tail shot out in shock.
Hey,
Vid, you mean that this new slimeball is a visual transponder snail? Japanese letter Gif's eye stalk saluted in confirmation. Right on the money. Soundbite agreed. Gif's my opposite, all about the eyes. And where her species is concerned, it's all about facial expressions. I can't translate because there's jack all for me to translate, but she gets the point across well enough. Ain't that right, Looky Loo? The snail beamed. And that's not all. Frankie, what's tonight's featured prize? Oh, only adding a super amount of insult to all the injuries, we already gave Shiki the cyborg grin in a way that Sue hadn't seen since Knives. Cross and Soundbite have already worked out the way Shiki bounced video feed from snail to snail. The transceiver can hook up to more than one snail at once, but it's up to the first one to connect if anyone else gets in. So Gif just kept reaching out to the right snails and sending their feeds instead of hers. But with Soundbite and Gif running 2 specialties at once, and Shiki's worldwide delivery of all those visual snails, he just set the stage to upgrade the SBS to be oral and visual from now on. Sue finished gaping. Bingo. Soundbite cheered. O letter, FF7, see Gif's eyes glimmered in agreement. And with what we got the super, the cyborg snapped into his trademark pose. Super. Iron Man working on. Oh, the verbal snail trailed off into a malevolent chuckle. Oh, and make sure Sanji doesn't find out. No way in hell is he ditching his poster while I can help. Ain't that right, sister from another shell? Oh, asterisk, said sister saluted in agreement. You are so mean, Sue snickered behind her paw. Said paw then hit her muzzle as it dropped into a frown. And tenacious, she morosely thought to herself. And determined. And you refuse to let yourself be squashed. The Cloud Fox's hackles split in a snarl. And I swear, to bless Tamamo, to Anari himself, I will come far enough to stand at your side. Oh. And so, while the Civil War didn't start out over slavery, Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation made it about slavery. Makes sense. I concluded. Yeah, when you put it that way, I understand perfectly. Valentine nodded in complete understanding before popping up her finger. Just one question, however. The assassin's expression twisted in aggravation. What did any of that have to do with your unholy knowledge? I blinked and stared at her in a picture-perfect image of obliviousness. Oh, Jack all, I was just jabbering random nonsense. What on earth made you think any of that had anything to do with my knowing that you dream of being a chocolatier one day? Valentine's response was less than coherent. If it's any consolation, my personal parasite blandly piped up. From the sound of things, this moron failed history class. I snapped a glare at the mucus stain. I've been away from home for nearly a year. I'm just happy I got even some of the names right. Incoherent outburst over. Valentine settled for just glowering at us, and I schooled my expression into a more serious one. Dropping the joking, the real explanation is going to be even more taxing on your sanity than what I just did. And I'm not planning to spread it beyond my crew, the leaders of the Masons, and their most trusted allies. I jabbed my thumb towards the last place I'd seen the other Captain Supernova. If Barty wants to tell you, fine. But you of all people should understand discretion. You're still not even using your real name. Valentine's eyes narrowed briefly. Then, just as quickly, she schooled her expression into a pleasant smile. All right, Cross, I can't argue with that. I'll keep what little sanity I've got left and I'll bug Barty if I decide I need to know. Thanks for the chocolate. And with that, she walked away. I blinked in surprise and glanced at Soundbite, who was even more surprised. She was sincere, the snail explained. They're not usually that understanding. I shrugged and began making my way back toward the sun. I guess it was going to happen sooner or later. While I walked back, though, I caught sight of Bartolomeo himself hobbling onto the deck, his arms mummified in slings, plaster, and bandages, while a crescent-shaped barrier behind his shoulders formed an arm of translucent energy at either end. Doing all right, Barty? I asked, coming to a stop as I looked him over. Yes, he grunted, flinching as he accidentally tried to shift his real arms and instead used the left-hand side of his barrier substitutes to scratch at his jaw. Probably going to be using my powers as a literal crutch for a month or 2, but nothing I can't handle. Marines back home hit harder than that gilded asshole. I smiled and nodded proudly. Good to hear. Thanks for everything. We in the entire East Blue owe you big time. Bartolomeo's head bowed, shadows from his hair hiding his expression, and I suddenly felt a sinking feeling. Yeah, you know, I really couldn't enjoy being right there beside you guys through that mess because the whole time, I kept thinking about Gambia and the rest of my boys back in lockdown, he said. Shiki the Golden Lion. Yeah, I think I might even give Jin the credit he's due. I could punch out a dozen of those bastards, and it wouldn't be as satisfying as watching Shiki fall out of the sky. My eye twitched slightly as a possibility niggled at my mind. Yeah, that sentiment isn't going to last 5 minutes when we hit Sebiati, I muttered. But now Bartolomeo continued, seeming to not hear me. Now that he's gone, the East Blue is safe, and I'm here, sailing to the end of the first half of the Grand Line with you guys. The big lug started trembling, and I at first worried he was in pain, but then that feeling from earlier returned, twice as strong, and I simply sighed as I clamped my earphones over my head in resignation. Just in time, too, because a second later the barrier on his back formed 2 arms that shot up into the sky with hands making horns out of their index and pinky fingers. That was so awesome. He cackled madly, tongue lolling out like the stereotypical rock star he so resembled. I got to, and then I was right there with Luffy Senpai, riding Lindy, and I helped. My crew, your crew, all of us side by side, and I got to yee. He ran, his limbs seemingly forgotten, right to the edge of the railing, his barriers grabbing it as he thrust his head to the horizon. I can't believe I was actually lucky enough to do that, and now I'm sailing alongside you guys right to the end of the first half. It's a dream come true. It's as good as finding the One Piece myself. Okay, Captain Jin cut in, walking over from where he'd been passing orders to some of the club smokes with a grimace on his face. I think you might be overreacting a little. Like hell I am. Barty shrieked in euphoria. Just look. The Thousand Sunnies beside us, and so many amazing people with so many amazing talents are on board. Luffy Senpai and the way he makes friends with anyone. Zoro Senpai and his insane strength. Nami Senpai and her Weather Witch magic. Usopp Senpai and his sniper skills. Sanji Senpai and his delicious food. Frost
It's my
Senpai and his
first time
plans for
playing Mario
everything.
Party 3,
Soundbite
though.
Senpai and his voice for Lindy. I exchanged looks with Soundbite,
Thank you
and
so
going by the
much
weird
for
distortion of sound coming from my shoulder, he had braced himself for what I was planning. A few glances around deck found the upper brass of the Bardo Club and Sanji looking at me with deadpan expressions as they moved to protect their ears. Mary Senpai and her weird appetite. Chopper Senpai and his dangerous insanity. Vivi Senpai and her new air-hittedness. Karu Senpai and his voice. Lazu Senpai and his loyalty. Old Boss Senpai, he's so strong and so disciplined. The Tita OS, I wish half my minions were as good as they are. Robin Senpai, she's so mysterious. Kana Senpai is so nice, but so dangerous. Funk, Freed Senpai's an elephant, a damn elephant. Frankie Senpai is such a cool robot. Brooke Senpai is a skeleton. He trembled once more and his voice nearly doubled in volume. I love everything about the Straw Hat Pirates. Except for that stupid horn, Bartolomeo growled through clenched teeth. Well, I still love it, I said cheekily. We know everyone in earshot growled. Probably not nearly as angry as they would have been if I hadn't given them some actual warning. And especially seeing as this time it wasn't even halfway my fault. Though at least it snapped our captain out of his blubbering golden weak knees. And that too. Oh, the world over, people celebrated the downfall of Golden Lion Shiki. It didn't matter if they were prince or pauper, or even marine or pirate, the Golden Lion had been an existential threat to all. And now that he was laid low, the world was relatively safe once more. Nary a person in the world could be found without celebration. But just because this was the case for the world did not mean it was the case for those above it. And far above the world, in the hallowed halls of Holy Mary Awa, news that had the masses cheering brought only grimness to the faces of the men to whom the world belonged. It is bad enough that the Straw Hats were demonizing the government for the world to see. The scarred old man groused as he irritably tapped a finger on his cane. The Shiki's resurgence. We knew from the start that nothing good could come of it. We have some consolation that the remnants of his army are under our control, as well as a new warlord to safeguard the devilish IQ plant. The tallest of them sighed heavily, stroking a hand down his beard. That's cold comfort when the Straw Hats have literally saved the world while the entire world bore witness, and the Marines were left powerless. Even when the Navy and government aren't in the crosshairs, the SBS continues to undermine us. A pause fell in which the other four turned to eye the youngest among them, who was pinching the bridge of his nose in irritation. To the extent that even I'm coming to understand that, reputation be damned, we need the Straw Hats out of the picture for good. He growled impatiently. We cannot avoid passing through Saboy, the sword wielder stated, tapping his own forehead. We have roughly a month before they arrive. Defenses are already in place. They shall not make it there alive.
Oh yeah, I'm
we will make sure
listening
of
to
it,
a fanfic.
and the Navy
I
will
don't
rebuild itself to
talk
be stronger
much
than ever. On a note of which,
to begin
a
with.
prominently mustached member trailed off, unhooking their transponder snail's mic and selecting a
It's
number.
just to have
Puru
something in
puru
the
puru puru.
background.
Puru puru K lick.
I
What?
love that Nickelodeon
The ambient
games.
temperature in the
I
room
on
flatlined
a
as the five men simultaneously
SpongeBob
leveled glares at the
SquarePants
snail.
free,
Would you care to try that again
last
seconds
year, I think, or
King
the
Holder
year
asked in a
before.
dead tone of voice. The snail's eyes
I
widened
played
and inhaled
all
and
the
exhaled
games I could
slowly.
get my
My
grubby little
apologies,
hands
sirs, he
on.
responded with a measure of respect. My mission is going well. I have 3 battalions organized and undergoing training in marine protocols so they can properly coordinate with each other and marine forces in battle. And I still have over a dozen islands to visit. Acceptable progress, the sword wielder nodded, eyeing a short segment of his blade before slamming the sheath shut with a definitive click. Maintain it. Understood, sirs. Ka-lick. Oh. Puru. I was snapped out of my idle wandering by the sudden ring from my shoulder. I glanced at the caller ID, and then did a double take at the unfamiliar number. My eyes narrowed a bit, and I looked up, finding some satisfaction in seeing my confidants making their way toward me. Or 3 of them, at least, based on the tone in which Robin had snarled at me when I tried to talk to her. I didn't expect to see Vivi for the rest of the day, or week. Hell, I'd be surprised if she let herself stay corporeal for more than a minute at a time. But anyway, after a moment's thought, I nodded my head toward Bardo too, and going by the way his head snapped towards me. The snail had gotten my attention as I wanted. Bardo, though, grimaced and indicated his cast with his barrier limbs, so I decided to cut him a break. I pointed everyone else towards the Sunny's lounge, and we all made our way inside in a relatively orderly fashion. A few ignored Mary bouncing off Zora's head as she dropped down from the rafters. There were a few club members hanging out in the lounge. Yeah, bombs. Bardo's projected voice barked. But suffice to say they cleared out real quick. Right, I'll be quick, I opened, pointing down at my bag. Did any of you give out Soundbite's number recently? Because unless Samson is calling, I don't know who this is.
Right
Oh, Nami perked up with a smile, her eyes and aura waving happily. It must be Perona. I left her the number before she left, after she mentioned raising hell together. There was a brief ripple of surprise from all of us, but no overt shock. Most likely everyone else had been expecting something like this. I definitely was, with a farewell like I'd seen. But, before I could voice my thoughts, however, Soundbite beat me to it. Yeah, well, pure. Do I answer, or pure? Not. She doesn't seem pure. The type. We'll see. May I? Nami asked, plucking up the speaker before I could answer. Bellamir's Tangerine Orchard. Is this Soundbite screwing with me? A heavily mascarated face that could only be Perona's grumbled. We're sorry, you seem to be mistaking us for a crew where anyone is sane. Sorry, Perona, couldn't resist, Nami snickered behind her fist. Then her expression softened into patient concern. How are you doing? Mempi. Perona groaned before beaming. Couldn't be better. The villagers who stayed have accepted me as their new princess, and they were building a palace too. They're really good at building stuff, she added, a slight sweat drop on her forehead. And I have so many wonderful pets. I couldn't be happier. She then frowned in complete seriousness. Well, unless you had something in mind. It was fun the couple of times I got to share in you guys wreaking havoc. Scary, sure, but fun. So I'd be up for doing it some more if that's what you were offering. Nami looked at me and askance, but I waved her off. This was her dog and pony show, I wouldn't get in the way of it. Our navigator hesitated briefly, but ultimately she put on a determined face and nodded at Soundbite. I was, but it's a little more complicated than that. Before I go any further, I'd like to know one thing, Perona. How much do you value freedom? The line was silent for a few moments, Perona looking down in thought. And then, when she looked up, her expression was one of passionate purpose. The freedom to be wham without being attacked for it is the whole reason that I couldn't betray you guys, Perona hotly reminded us. Then she smirked. But if you're talking about freedom from the law to do whatever you want, I'm not about to try harming any civilians, not when I'm in my own personal heaven. but I wouldn't say no to helping knock the government down a few pegs.
Alright, stop
All right,
fighting
that was
in
enough
chat,
for me.
dude.
And what about helping to tear it
If
completely
you have
apart?
something to
I
fight
cut in.
about, do it on
Verona
your
smirk
own
faded at
time.
once, her eyes snapping wide. You're serious? There's no way in hell someone like you would joke about something like that. Brilliant deduction, I draw. But more than that, you're being serious. And that's never a good sign. You're dangerous enough when you're happy. Verona elaborated, her expression becoming slightly fearful. What exactly are you asking of me? You're already an ally of our crew, Verona, Nami interjected, silencing me with a sidelong look. We're just wondering if you'd like to take that alliance a little deeper. But it's only if you're willing. If you decide to join, there's no backing out of this. Silence. Then Verona shook her head. Why am I surprised? She sighed, glancing upward. You know, even a day ago, I would have told you thanks, but no thanks. Now don't let the door hit you on the way out. But it's thanks to you guys that I've even got a door to slam in the first place, Verona put on a kindly smile. Including actual friends. So what the hell, if you all can put your lives on the line, why can't I? It's the least I can do. Shall we then? Mary asked, clapping her hands. Right, Nami said, her expression and eyes both taking on stormy qualities. Here's the basic premise. In short order, we gave Verona a brief overview of the Masons and their goals. So yeah, Nami nodded with finality as she finished her explanation. This is deadly serious. I have to ask again, are you sure about this? The only response Verona had to give was a derisive snort. My life is already on the line if the government finds out I'm your ally at all. Considering you guys' track record, I'm all for backing the long odds that mean I'll never have to worry about anything threatening my kingdom again. Friends included, of course. She flashed a cocky grin, plus contacts with other pirates and even marines.
Yeah.
That is an offer I can't refuse. Good enough for me, I nodded. When everyone else nodded too, Soundbite closed his eyes and concentrated. Time to meet the crew. Dialing.
I got the
Soundbite
first
much chicken
star.
passion with
Let's
cool expression.
go.
Pisces. Ophiuchus, I returned. I've got another rabbit situation. A short exhale of breath came from the other end. Why am I surprised? Stand by. Kalik. She'll be back in a minute, Mary said. Meanwhile, might want to start
Stop
thinking of her
fighting
codename.
in chat.
Pirates use the
seriously.
Eastern Zodiac. Your choices
This
are
is
rat,
not
tiger,
the
horse,
time or
dog, and
place to
pig.
do that.
And pure.
If you have shit
Soundbite's
between
contemplative
you,
expression
take it
flickered back to
private
himself.
in DM.
Hold that thought, Verona. Kalik. And hello, a scathing glower. Another rabbit situation cross. Really? I chuckled and raised my hands defensively, but luckily I wasn't the one who had to respond. To be fair, Capricorn, this one was all on me, Nama said, eyeing me smugly. Alright, something about the way she said that bugged me. Something you want to say? I asked tightly. Nama smugly took on a pointed catty edge. My one, you're three, she sing. Watch your back because I'll catch up soon enough. I jerked towards her, fingers twitching in my gauntlets. Alright, listen here. Nami loosed a grim chuckle of her own as her eyes and tempo started to crackle. Bring it, you. Grit your teeth. Huh? Wah. Clonk. Nami and I clutched our throbbing foreheads. Ooh. You done? Zoro asked impatiently as he dusted his hands off. I'm good, Nami groaned. Sorry, got caught up. I waved him off, rubbing my aching forehead. So, who have we got here? Skeleton crew, as you'd expect after the sheer insanity you and Shiki unleashed Tash beside. Most likely mourning all the hours of sleep I'd cost her. Me,
It's
Capricorn, and
just
Aquarius are all we have for the divine. And I, Foxy, piped in. Appear to be the only damned who's free. Most likely because my crew isn't doing anything they can't handle themselves. So, new member, he said. Right on the money, Goat, I nodded. Our proposed new recruit has been briefed on the basics of the situation. I'll let her speak for herself. If you would. Thank you kindly, Perona preened impishly. Ghost Princess Perona here, former subordinate to Gecko Moria. Newly crowned ruler of the sovereign land of Merve and all the magnificent beasts that dwell there, and out of the blue the girl's expression became downright sadistic. And the newest member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Come again. Demanded half the call, including everyone on our side. Myself included, I'm not ashamed to admit, because what the high holy hell, Nami was the first of us to recover, and she flashed a victorious grin my way. Ha! First warlord. And that got me out of my own shock as my pride pricked up. Want to say that to mine? Do I need to separate you two? Mary interrupted, though her tone of voice said she was more amused than anything. I ground my teeth at the small look Nami was still wearing, but I still had enough self-control to know when to clam it. Just in case any of you are dubious, I witnessed her inauguration myself. Tsuru spoke up, her expression a picture of weariness. She floated up to Garp and Sengo crew and made them an offer that they couldn't refuse. And while one in your position would be a welcome addition to our ranks, Perona, the Vice Admiral narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I would like to inquire why you would choose to put your life on the line for a world of freedom.
Interesting.
I have to go through this again. Perona browsed. Ugh,
Circling the
fine.
stamps?
I tried leaving the Straw Hats behind in Merve, but I'd gotten too attached, especially to Nami, maybe the first real friend I'd ever had. I was free to be who I wanted to be, and they didn't throw me off when I stowed away. I'd gladly fight for something like that. She paused before shrugging dismissively. And besides, if the government found out that I was loyal to the Straw Hats, I'd lose everything anyway. Putting it all on the line to make sure I can live in peace forever is enough motivation for me. And Tsuru hummed before glancing up at me. Ophiuchus, do you trust her? Rubbing my jaw, I turned over the idea. A few weeks back, I'd have hesitated, I admitted, throwing up a hand to stop Nami's inevitable protest. But after all we've been through, she came back to fight when she had every right to run. I'll back her, although I shot a flat look at Nami. I want to make it clear that when the shit hits the rabbit-shaped fan, I am not taking the fall. Cabbage. Nami flinched and nodded. I'll take the blowback from that powder kit on the chin, yeah. That will suffice then, Tsuru nodded. Let us clarify what is expected of you. Once you have properly established yourself, you will be expected to use the influence of your new title to assist us where necessary and possible without raising suspicion. We will also expect Merve to be available for asylum for our forces when we need it. If this is acceptable, then we welcome you to the New World Masons. Have you chosen a codename? Easily, yes. Perona perked up eagerly. Out of what's available, I'm going with the cutest puppy. Silence fell for several seconds. We have had to deal with eccentricities before, Hina pointed out. Hina thinks that tweaking a codename is the least thus far. Agreed, the rest of the Divine concurred. No problems here. Foxy agreed before glancing aside with a glower. Though I'd sure like to make my name sound better. Great. So who all am I talking to right now? What is it? I asked. Sorry, a weird bird just flew past me. It's perching on my tiger pony. And then the familiar, suave, infuriating voice came across the connection. I'm on another horse. Perona. I snarled through the crimson haze that had suddenly invaded my mind. Not helped by the rest of my co-conspirators looking fit to bust a stitch laughing, most likely at my expression. Could I trouble you to blow him up? I make things implode, not explode, remember? She crooned, clearly reading the anger I imagined was all the radiating off of me. Verona, just kill the fucking bird, I demanded. Tragically, the laughter that echoed through the room told me that just wasn't happening today. Oh, unsurprisingly, and much of my sanity's regret, Isaiah didn't end up dead. But the rest of the call was honestly pretty uneventful, unless you count the way Perona had seemed rather terrified at learning Suri was involved. I also confided a tastefully edited version of what I saw of her in the story. I couldn't mention Mihawk after all, or they wouldn't let me get away with not telling them the rest. I managed to jab about Zora getting lost and ending up on the same island as she did, and that was enough for everyone. But it was a reminder for me. When the call had ended, I was the first one out of the lounge. I went straight to Luffy and asked to see Ace's Bever card. Much to my relief, it was still whole and unburning. One worry still down, but enough left. And there was no way I was going to let those worries go unaddressed for 1 second longer. As such, I retrieved as much paper as I could carry from the library, then shot back up to my sound room and started writing. What's going on, Cross?
Son of a
Funk?
bitch.
Frieda asked, looking over my shoulder. Not really the heart of feet, but still. I put this off for too long, I muttered. I may have stopped the war, but the crew still isn't ready for the new world. There's a plan already made to fix that. Booglass asked slowly, grimacing in anticipation.
Sorry about
I scowled
that.
as I ran my fingers through my hair. But they aren't going to like it. I can't tell them about it yet. The most I can do is start preparing for it, and I need to get started on that now. Because one way or another. I stood up, put the sign I had just finished on the hatch to my room, and settled at my desk as I began writing the first of many letters. Writing, even as my friends were kept out by the words critical planning in progress. Do not disturb. No exceptions. Our time, I muttered grimly, is running out. Cross Brainan, and that strong world done at long last. As a little tidbit for all of you, there will be no more additions to the Straw Hats now that Billy has joined until after the time skip. Patient him. Also, while I'm normally the one responsible for keeping things in character, we owe the faithfulness of the portrayal as Alucard from Helsing a Bridge to one of our most valued fans and one of our translation team, the Ats. Oh, did we not mention that before?
I'll pause it there. Place your bet, then make your guess. Oh, I am fuckaronied. Oh, I didn't. Alright, I guess. Oh, I thought. Oh shit. Picking penny? What is this about? Oh! Let me practice this. My guy. Oh. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, that is hard. What? Okay, so practice again. I thought I was just gonna get it automatically. Oh, that is hard. What? Oh, I'm fucked. Get it over with. Let's get it over with. Oh. I went by accident. What the fuck? My guy, you're the only one there. Mario, you dork. Oh. Oh. The bitch. Oh wait, never mind. Let's go! Peach is literally on the star, bro. What the fuck? Alright, she can't get it though. Damn. Water world? Oh, it's this one. Oh no. That handling sucks. Ass. Stop! Oh, Peach has it in the bag, bro. Yeah, that handling sucks ass, dude. Let's get it over with. Stop! Damn. Unicorn! It's down there. I'm not gonna get it. I'd have to do a whole gymnastics loop-de-loop. I think Peach is gonna get it. Nah. She would've gotten 10, she would've got it. Awful power? What's this? Oh. Jump from block to block to climb the tower. Fastest climber wins. Practice. Stop! Bro. Oh no, I'm terrible at this. Oh my god. Oh. What a dick. Oh no. Finish! Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Let's to start. Oh my god, no. I can't get up to the fourth black! No! Oh, Jesus, no! Oh no, that was terrible.
I'm the best.
That's what I get.
I got it.
Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. I think I'm close to the star. Time your arrow to shoot an item. Oh. Thank God. No. What? 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 Bro, it didn't let me jump. Oh, this is some bullshit. Villain 3 who have become fish while the hot single player wins. Oh wow, that sucks.
I'm the best.
There's no way I was gonna last a minute not getting caught, bro. Oh no, not the Bowser. Oh, I got pushed all the way back here. Aw, dude. The audacity. This fucker pushed me all the way back. Spotlight swim. Catch the swimmer by shining all searchlights on him to marks time. Damn, Mario! Oh, we caught him at the end? Hell yeah! Let's go!
What up, baby?
It's Derby Sensei. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
What up, baby?
These dickheads. It's been going pretty good, pretty chill. Nothing too out of the ordinary. How about you? How you been today? Hop in on 2% posters, avoid the signs, and let me practice. I'm gonna play for a couple hours, then I'm gonna play a different game. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus.
Finish! I'm the best.
That's awesome. Thanks for it. I appreciate it. Ooh, I'm bad at this. Damn.
I'm the best.
Have shit eye-hand coordination. That's the last 5 rounds. I am correct 9 times out of 10. Damn! And to DK, our predicted winner. Reward a present of 10 points. Bro, what a dick! Now for the last gaps, the last 5 turns. From now on, blue spaces and red spaces will be worth 6 points each. And if 2 people land on the same space, a duel will ensue. Do not let these chances pass you by. Good luck. And with that, let the last 5 turns begin. I think I'm gonna finish this round and then I'm gonna play the new Princess Peach game. I've been wanting to play it for a while now. I've been putting it off. Get it, Peachy? The next star. I saw the trailer and I've been wanting to play it for such a long time now. It looks so good. I would have been playing it since the beginning, but my friend had backed me into playing this game for such a long time. Oh, the audacity. Lockdown? Press the button displayed on the each lock to split it. Oh. A, B, excellent. Oh, shit. Wrong one. Let's go.
I'm the best.
Yo, DK's glitching.
Finish! I'm the best!
The Dora is right there. So I need to take. Subdual. Choose the number of toys you do for. I don't be wasting that much money. Are you enjoying playing the third party single party? It is great. I'm actually enjoying it. I haven't played Mario Party 3 ever, so it's very interesting to do it. Spin Bowser by the tail and toss him as far as you can. Why isn't it letting me?
Finish!
It was what?
I'm the best!
What? What the fuck is going on? Oh, if you want to quit practice. No? Oh, I see. I need to go a little higher. Okay, I get it now. Honestly, I like the new Mario parties that they brought out because of the map selection. Basically, it's like a little more smoother. But I haven't really been a big Mario Party fan. I haven't really played them all that often. Why is this thing? Fine, whatever.
I'm the best!
This thing is so fucking weird. You literally have to press that bitch.
Finish!
And even then,
I'm the best!
always when this. Yeah, dude. It took me a while to figure out how to fucking swing him, and then swinging him doesn't even help because the fucking bots spin him way faster. Even though you're pressing that bitch like no tomorrow. Ice shrinkers. To avoid being hit by the spike Koopa that slides around the road. What? Oh, it's this one. Oh, damn. Someone get that monkey out! Ah, damn, DK1. Oh, that looks like fun. Bruh. First, let's decide how many coins we want. No, my coins! That's not enough. Well, I don't have to do that works. Anyway, we're off. Let's go. What minigame is it this time? Stacked deck? What the fuck? Oh! Use the ground pound to flip the card and find the toad. If you flip over Baby Bowser, you lose. Oh, wow. Right off the bat, bro. Yeah, completely luck-based. That's kinda sucks. Let's go! Damn it! My coins! Not a boo! Bounce and trounce? This. The luck-based games suck. Get on a bouncy ball, then knock your rival's off a thing. Buckaroonies, bro. Yeah, I get the mechanics of it now. How I managed to last that long in a practice game, I don't know. didn't even have to do anything.
I'm the best.
Weird. I don't think anybody's gonna get the Spara. Damn. Messy memory? Is this a card game? Oh, it's this one. Why do I want to do this one? Oh shit! Alright, let's start. Did you get it right? Yeah, let's go! I did it.
I'm the best.
Hell yeah, I am. Number one. Damn, that ice is delicate. I think I can just go this way. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get it though. This bitch, I haven't gotten one of his congratulations. You should have gone after DK. He has more coins. Yo, the genie toad? That's awesome. They should bring that back. Oh, this bitch finally got a Stara. Where's the next star? Home slice. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to get it though. I think. Sorry. Alright, no, he's up, I know. What's the final turn? Yeah. Puddle paddle? Climb aboard a two-person raft and collect the coins thrown by the Hammer Browns. Get out of my way, bro. Get out of my way! Oh my god, these bitches. Not everyone's result. First, let's look at the number of stars collected. You have each collected this many stars. Let's just look at the final number of coins. Each player in the game with this many coins. Now here, the bonus start results with each remaining star. This is the game with the minigame star. These rewards go to the person who has won the most minigames. Oh shit, I won! Let's go! The coin star, this sword goes to the person who has had the most coins at any one time during the game. Darn. But next is the happening Star Wars. This sword goes to the player who has landed on the most spaces. This sword goes to damn DK! Did the Elder Star give you a bonus? Well, let's announce the winner. Oh, let me get me. What? How did I lose? He only had 1 star. We each had 3. What is this bullshit audacity? Oh, he had the most fucking coins. Peach? I'm against you, fucking Peach. This is your fault. You should have gone after DK for the coins. Nah. I'm gonna go play Prince Peach. Bye. Let me just switch roadies this thing real quick. Close this real quick. Gotta get this off real quick. Sorry for the delay. I have to go. Switch around a couple things real quick. Oh, righty then. La princesa pistache, digo durazno. Damn it. I can hate when it does that. It's Starville. Ah! Disco. Oh no. It has to crunch. I'm gonna let the crunch go just for a little bit. Oh. Because I want to get this. Yo, that is so pretty.
Wow. Come on.
Oh, her voice is so pretty. I'm gonna fix the crunch. It has like a raspy kind of sound to it. fucking hate when that happens. There we go. Alright, let's change this. Princess. Farmer, maker, miner. Princess Peach Showtime. Let's go. And let me just. It's not showing up. It does that sometimes. There we go. Oh, I've been wanting to play this for ages. Alright. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So give me a moment. Alright, I'm back. Let's go. Let's continue. I got some tickets. It shouldn't take long. In the meantime, you could check out the lobby. I'll let you know. Let's go. Ah! We'll be ushering you into our new sword fighting play momentarily. Take your patience. I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. It's not much to do here. The little noses are so cute. The sparkle in this place is so good. Their sparkle is unreal. Sparkless are top stars. They have that extra pizzazz. They breathe life onto the stage. Is there anything else? I think I talked with... Yeah, the only other one is this one. Yeah. Why can't wait? What? Why can't I go down there? I think that's everything. Oh, here it is. Today we're here to watch the plays, but it's every thief's dream to perform someday too. Princess Peach, I've got the tickets. Here's your ticket. Did you notice how crowded it is here? Must mean the shows are great. Wow, super crowded. Like sparsely thrown out there. It sounds like our play will start soon. We should head to the seats. Phantom of the Opera? Great. Ooh, finally get a badass princess. Let's go. Oh, so cute. What's wrong? We can't produce the play with them around. I don't know what to do at this point. So you came to attend some place, but now you're witnessing this whole mess, huh? I'm sorry to hear it. I have to sort this out, but I don't think I can do it alone. It'd mean a whole lot if you helped. What do you say? I can't read today. Really? You'll help? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you! My name's Stella. I'm a sparkle sprite who watches over this theater, and you are Peach. What a great name. With the power of Sparkle on your side, on our side, we'll take back the play, and the show will go on. Let's fucking go! The masked character I mentioned were in the mask characters I mentioned were in the sword fight play. Let's get in there. Yo, the shine on her hair. The fucking detail is so fucking pretty. So this is a sword fight story, and sure enough, it feels off in here. Oh no. Someone's been hurt.
Oh my.
Yo, the little bit of her voice that she could actually speak properly is so fucking nice. Could the masked ones be responsible for this? Ah, I've got it. Okay, I've got an idea. We should try using the power of Sparkle. I love her in a ponytail. Now you can use Sparkle through that ribbon, Peach. Come on, use Sparkle to help this feat.
Yes.
Oh, I feel better. This is just one of the powers of Sparkle. It can help people and things shine and feel bright. With your help, we can fix everything using the power of Sparkle.
Let's go.
Let's go! Looks like this area has gone back to normal. But we better check on the castle. Oh, this is a big ass theater. They attacked us out of nowhere. I knew it! It's over here. Oh, it's not working. There they are, look. Looks like they're still causing trouble. How interesting. Can I go help the other feats? No, I can't. Weird. Do some of them just have naturally blue noses? Okay. I love the ribbon power. It's so nice. Hooray, now we can keep going. Yo, this theater is fucking humongous, dude. This is, it's a sparkle gem, proof of your fantastic efforts. These gems are packed with shining power. I must, oh, hold on, I forgot it's Sorry for that. I forgot to change it on YouTube. These gems are packed with shining power, so I'm sure they'll be of use if we continue. Oh my god, I have to collect gems? Ooh, like in Luigi's Mansion. Oh. Get a Roni, bro. I just need to swing with more oomph. Fucked up. What's this? The flowers just to bloom here. Well, these flowers are just superb. She's so elegant with it, dude. She's so cute. Only a worst sword fighter. Yes, I did, my little friend. That's the sword fighter sparkle, Peach. I think we can make use of it. Let's go. Oh, the first outfit change. Sailor Moon transformation. Let's go. Let's fucking go! She's so cute! Oh man, she looks so fucking good. Let's go back. Let's go back. I want to clear up the grounds a bit. Oh wait, I can't go back. Damn. Man. What was that? Vamos, princesa Durazno. If you come across an interesting looking area, press... Oh, is she strike a pose?
Flop.
Oh. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so I gotta look out for these kind of spots then. Oh no! I'm on my way, Kingy! Oh shit. Look at her go. She's tough with it. Mother flipper.
Flop.
Almost flawless, Senorita Peach. Let's fucking go. Okay, so I gotta jump over the thingies. Dodge enemy attacks by jumping over with A. Okay. Let's go! I did it!
What's that? Thank you very much.
You got a dress ribbon. So there's a bunch of hidden, like, things I have to look out for then. Alright. Alrighty then! Alright, I'm gonna put my fanfic back on because it's way too quiet.
This bites. Zomiac. Chapter 67. Chapter 59. Road to Sabayori. 1. Hidden Truths Revealed. The Straw Hats chart an uncertain future. Cross-brainin. If you haven't been keeping up with the One Piece manga, stop reading the story until you have caught up, because Oda's brilliance must take precedence over ours. We are the fans, he's a master. And Chapter 9. 108 has demonstrated that with particular effectiveness. And if you have, well then, you must have noticed that the last several arcs and chapters have been a roller coaster of whams that completely redefine the story over and over again. While we may only dream of being anywhere close to Oda's level of brilliance, we have confidence enough to say this now that we've reached the final saga before our hiatus. Buckle up, because from now until we hit the time skip, it's going to be a wild and crazy ride. I honestly don't know why I expected the sign to make any difference in the amount of time I had to plan. I was a straw hat sailing the Grand Line, for crying out loud. Did I really think that this crew would be able to let me have that kind of peace and quiet for more than a day or two? Indeed, it was halfway through the second day that things came to a head, and I couldn't deny that it was my own fault. Tilda oh Tilda. My sleep-deprived neuron suddenly flared to life, and I stiffened and cast aside the page I was working on as a realization most horrific blared through my mind. Son of a bitch. I roared, slamming open every pipe I had available. Guys. Gah. Holy mother. What the hell is it, Cross? Several angry voices demanded. I can't believe we've gone this long without thinking about it. I lamented, admittedly pumping more drama into my voice than was strictly necessary. We got back one of our crewmates when she had been stolen. We defeated a tyrant who threatened us and almost destroyed our home sea. And we all came out of it in one piece, right? Yay. Golden Week drew out, the raised eyebrow plainly audible. And we all have a clean bill of health, right, Chopper? Aside from Bartolomeo's broken arms and that examination I need to perform on Connors' wings at some point. Yeah, but... So then, let me ask you something. Why haven't we thrown a victory party yet? The following silence was deafening. I nodded solemnly. Thought so. Allow me to tender my ultimatum. Our ships had better be festooned with lights and pumping with cheer and music in exactly 3 seconds. Or else we all officially fail at life. Go. My already present grin grew to banana-esque proportions as the ships below us erupted into a crazed flurry of activity. Don't you just love the madness of this crew? I asked soundbite. There's...
You know what? I think I'll pause. Because I do want to read it. Or don't I? Nah, I'll keep going.
There's a sort of timeless quality to it. Yes, the snail agreed. But there's always room for improvement. I grinned, punching another pipe. Frankie's gets ready. About 90%, Frankie said distractedly. Still working on how to balance mobility with storage. It's functional, but a full tank will only get you an hour. Push it up to 2 and that'll be enough. Let her rip. I ordered, grinning. You crazy son. Make that bastard, Frankie amended with an audible chuckle. Fine, she'll be out in time for the fun. Glad to hear it. I nodded proudly, closing the pipe before smirking at soundbite. Suo, ready to go down and watch the rest of the crew get totally wasted. I'm offended you even ask. The achromatic gastropod cackled. Oh, do you think someone will fall overboard? I hope we see someone fall overboard. Oh, alright. Time for the use-up anthem number 127. Ooh-a-wog. Splash. Yay. Soundbite cheered ecstatically as the partygoers scrambled to avoid the collapse of Usopp's City Tower. I did see someone fall overboard. Shut the hell up and help me back up, you idiots. Usopp howled. We'll get right on it as soon as we find someone sober to help us. I assured him before snickering into my like that's going to happen anytime soon. Yeah, the thing about victory parties. Closer the brush with death, the crazier the rager. And seeing as we just walked off the edge of the Reaper's side, none but the most hardcore non-alcoholics like myself could be defined as even not sloshed. Woo-hoo. Vivi cackled as she passed me by atop a throne of hands, a cyclone of confetti spinning above her. Yes, bow to the queen of the skies. Haha. And even then there were, shall we say, 1 or 2 new converts to the bottle, who I imagine would be sorely regretting their new life choice in the morning, admittedly, but for now, a fun time was a fun time. Hey, will someone help already? I think Mom was starting to recognize me. Hot, that could be an interesting sight. Bach had been treading water long enough. I snapped my fingers at Mikey, pointed but not looking as he did who knows what to a punch bowl. Boy, you. Get the lawn nose out before we need to find some scrub to replace him. I'm busy, he deadpan in response, his flippered middle finger flashing over his shoulder. His demeanor changed real fast when my fingers clamped down over his skull plate though. That wasn't, I grit out my shoulder tensing in preparation. A freaking request. The last word was belted out as I hauled off and fastballed the amphibian martial artist. You die hi yick. Slam. Gah. Mikey's panic howl cut out into a pained yelp as he bounced off the mainmast and plummeted into the drink. Whip. Boss proclaimed, mockingly toasting his fallen apprentice. You're one to talk, came a cool young voice. Boss turned around to see Mary with a smile of pure concentrated malice on her face, sitting on one side of a nearby table with a mug in her hand, and a second cup opposite hers. Our crew has gone through all kinds of hell, and yet they all seem to wimp out when I challenge anyone to my kind of drinking contest. The ship girl sighed mournfully, punctuating the statement with a deep slurp of her brew to be polite. Yale Boss drew out nervously, a heavy sweat drop hanging from his shell. That's because what we chug only kills livers. Yours kills, period. Why till the imp, Mary sang right back, shaking her mug. I was going to snicker at that, but the fire that ignited in Boss's eyes dropped a stone in the pit of my stomach. Well, when you put it like that, he leered, reaching for the free mug's handle. Thunk. Wah. Holy mother. Only started, mind you, on account of a bone saw spontaneously burying its blade inside Mug's lip. In the spirit of the party and what we're celebrating, all I can deliver is a fair warning, Chopper said, strolling up and wrenching the saw free with far too practiced ease. But what I can promise is the willingness, authority, and capability to sedate the both of you so that you miss the rest of it if you force me to do so. Boss, eyes wide, slowly backed away from the table while Mary sighed in disappointment. All work and no play, Doc, she whined. Your play guarantees more work for me. Deal with it, Chopper retorted before trotting off. Mary and Boss stared after him, making absolutely sure he was gone before chugging their cups. I sighed and leaned against the nearest mast, though there was a smirk playing across my face. Ah, moments like these need to be memorialized. Pity that I left my vision dial upstairs. Don't worry about it, Cross, we've got you covered. Hey, what are you, Double H? I jerked in shock away from Frankie. The natural response is something like an RC chopper buzzing in my fall wife. This world's tech base isn't anywhere near the high. How the hell? My train of thought skipped a track when I noticed a second fact about the so-called chopper. While the thing did have a fully functional rotor assembly, it was not helicopter-shaped. Instead, it was bulbous and had eyes. GIF. Soundbite voice for me. The Vis snail waved her eyes stalked eagerly, her expression gleeful. Quite logical, of course, seeing as her shell was suspended by an attached rotor that allowed her to hover. You two wanted a rig that would let her switch to any angle super fast, right? A grinning and flexing Frankie stated. GIF lit it around him, eyeballing him appreciatively, and the flashes coming from the corner of her rig were anything to go by. Snapping a few shots. If Shiki got one thing right, it's that the best way to do that is define gravity. Yet, yeah. The cyborg snapped into his trademark pose, prompting a flurry of orbiting shots from GIF. Am I the most super shipwright in the world, or what? Me, Soundbite said with an ostentatious and dismissive roll of his eyes, though he never stopped tracking his cousin's rig. I'm gonna have to go with or what? Where's the chariot of the divine, huh? That snapped Frankie back to Sirius, and he held up a finger and proudly jutted out his chin. 2 reasons. First off, I don't particularly like you. As a crewmate, I trust you with my life, but you're also a raging jackass. That's fair, Soundbite conceded. GIF nodded in agreement. No argument from me, I added. Though you assholes don't need to agree that fast, Soundbite groused. And second, Frankie popped his second finger, along with a smirk. Look me in the eyes and tell me you want to give Cross an easy way to ditch you. For a few moments, Soundbite just blinked at Frankie. And then, your logic is irrefutable and I am not above admitting my own mistakes. Right. And as for me, hey wait, don't I get a say in this or? Hey everyone, came a voice from above, neatly directing everyone's attention away from my protest. This isn't over, I grumbled under my breath. In fact, I think I'll look into getting my own way of flying, with blackjack and hookers. Soundbite needled. I could either ignore that, throw it back in his face, or just build on it. And dragons, don't forget the dragons. I nodded sagely. Thank you. Lindy barked from the cannibal. If you want to beat that, you've got your work cut out for you, Mary laughed, pointing up at Kenneth standing on the edge of the mainsails. Boom. Oh lordy. Before anyone could say or do anything, the visibly tipsy angel leaped off the mast and snapped her wings out to full length. Connus closed her eyes and let the wind guide her, and for a time she just soared peacefully, curving around back toward the ship when she went over the water. It was actually all quite impressive. At least, up until she narrowly missed the mainmast try saying that 3 times fast, and wound up flying face first into the sail like a bird into a window. Ooh. I joined the general chorus of sympathetic groans as she slowly peeled off the cloth. Seriously, I've been whipped by that monster in more than one storm. The thing was not as soft as it looked. I tensed to wince again when Connus peeled off enough to start falling to the deck, but that actually turned out to not be necessary. Whoop. Watch it now. Ever chided as she swooped in, catching Connus a few scant feet from the deck despite wincing under our gunner's weight. She then gave the other angel a cat's grin. Eesh, careful there, sis. Don't you know better than to drink and fly? First off, allow me to call bullshit on that Akachunzak, Connus slurred through a drunken giggle. You haven't been flying any longer, Zammy. And second, she raised her nose with a proud sniff. Excuse me for not knowing how to use a body part I haven't had for more than a week, and haven't tested yet. Chopper frowned, walking up to her and taking hold of one of her wings. Though it looks like you got the hang of it pretty quickly. Yep. Connus chirped, head bobbing in a disturbingly bird-like manner. It wash a loot of fun. I think I'm really gonna like flying. The human zone rolled his eyes with a disgruntled huff. Yeah, well, from what I just saw, that's not happening anytime soon. In support of that point, he tugged on her wing. See, the difference between your wings and Evers. Evers are on her arms, with muscles. She's been developing her entire life, meaning that they're strong enough to lift and support her weight. Your wings, however, are attached to freshly grown, undeveloped muscles. Nowhere near strong enough to let you fly. Sorry. Connus blinked blearily as her alcohol-addled mind processed the information. Then she turned a tearful gaze on our doctor. Ah, really? Panic flashed over Chopper's face at that expression. Ah, well. In a couple of years with training and exercise, they'll probably be strong enough. But for now, like you already saw, you can glide at least. Excelsior! She cheered, throwing her arms up. I exchanged looks with soundbite, but before anything else could be said, Ever hauled Connors to her feet. Alright, Softy, I'd say you've had about enough. Hey, you too! The Mervilian snapped her fingers at a pair of her Bardo club hands and handed the Skyfiend off to them. Take her to her room, tuck her in. Got it. A. One of the two grunted in a decidedly disgruntled tone. And why should we do that? You're Rook. Ever's perfectly cordial smile twitched ever so slightly, but shouted voices drowned out whatever she had been going to say. And I'm telling you, it's Gif. Ugh, that don't make no sense, it's Scrum. Totally goes against all grammatical usage. It's pronounced Jif. Ja. Barnacle brain buffoon. C. Weedsucking shitebird. More specifically, a rapidly devolving argument between a nearby pair of mooks, snarling one another's faces over. Are they arguing about how to pronounce its name? Frankie asked incredulously. Some the helly snail in question boggled, just as incredulously. We ain't talking about a can of peanut butter here. The first mook shouted. My eyes narrowed and I connected the dots, looking at the increasingly bemused people surrounding me and the snail on my shoulder, who was visibly fighting the urge to burst out laughing. You little shit. And that was the limit. Hoo hoo hoo. He.
I messed up
Soundbite roared, not even trying to deny his culpability.
I want to do it over
Through me,
again.
the argument is immortal. Haha. Ooh, not as immortal as all that ever countered. Slam. Right as she slammed the mook's skulls together, sending them on an express vacation to Dreamland. See, it just died. She then turned to the first pair, having yet to lose her sunny disposition. Sorry, got
Could've done
distracted.
better.
What were you saying, boys? Right away, Miss Ever. They yelped, grabbing Connus and making tracks for the female Straw Hat's room. Ever nodded in satisfaction, and after a glance toward Sanji to find him staring a hole through the two, and more importantly, that they noticed the attention, she relaxed and turned back to scanning the party, keeping an eye on things. I inquired. What can I say, old habits die hard, she mused, her eyes continuing their search. Shaky was an ass, and I sure as hell didn't like being eye candy in his bar. But damn it, it wasn't the best place to learn how to handle a rowdy crowd. I'm just making sure that nothing— oh damn it, she cursed out of the blue, stalking away. I followed the direction she'd been looking and promptly winced in understanding. After all, I doubted there were many things more concerning than the sight of a buzz dragon making his way toward the casks from which the lifeblood of the party read. The booze was flowing. Ooh boy, I groaned. She gone giddy and soundbite sang before glancing up at Gif. Get a good shot of the gore, would you?
Places here because I didn't get all the cookies. I didn't get all the stars because I messed up.
She whimpered, visibly nowhere near as eager as her cousin. He's joking, Gif, Frankie snorted. Just watch. That said, I didn't miss the slight click that came from his wrist. Reluctantly, she watched, as did the rest of us, as Ever swooped to interpose herself between the dragon and the cask, both her stance and demeanor making her intentions very clear. Lindy regarded her with a chuff as he drew near. Move it, chicken wings. I've already had my fill of fresh meat. Let Daddy drink his medicine in peace. Ye ought, Ever drawled, giving the dragons while they stand to dry once over. Thing is, I'm pretty sure you've had enough medicine for a week straight, and the last thing any of us needs is to find out what happens when you go nuts pouring more fuel on your sparking fire. I'm cutting you off. Now go back to your quarters and sleep it off. Now. Lindworm blinked once, twice before busting out into a deck-shaking chortle. Oh, this is rich. The cute little birdie standing up to the big bad dragon. Such a classic storyline, almost cliché even. Then, just as swiftly, the dragon's good cheer died and he gave Mervilian a flat glare. Get out of my way before I make you an appetizer. Ever made a show of tilting her head and paw, finger on her chin. Let me think about that. No. And before the dragon could appropriately react, Ever flapped her wings to vertically spin in place and cracked an axe kicked down from the snout. For a second, both of them stood there frozen, and then they both recoiled, howling in pain. You rotted oversized lizard. Ever bit off, hopping on one foot and clutching the other. Lindy's howl was more of a wordless snarl, talons clawing at the bruised scales of his snout. Still, he recovered first, spinning in a horizontal manner so that he could try and swat Ever with his tail. Thankfully for her, the rookie pirate had already recovered enough to flap and thus flip over the limb. The victory was short-lived though, a massive reptilian claw batting her to the deck. Before she could recover, the beast rolled her aside with a thrust of his claws, turning eagerly back toward the casks, and then recoiling at the newcomer standing in his way. Well, haven't you made quite the scene with this bit out, her fingers drumming on her crossed forearms. Ooh, Lindy dragged out, sobering up very fast. Yeah, I can explain. Roost, the whisper girl, all but snarled. Before I scale your sorry hide. Now, doing this because I want to, not because you told me to. And with that brave blur, Lindy leaped back onto the cannibal and all but clawed his way through the largest hatch. I'll give her ground out, trying to move the throb from her forehead as she got back to her feet. Remind me again exactly what it is that makes him listen to you so easily. Your power was talking to animals, not controlling them. My power is reading their minds and letting them read mine when I allow it. Get this corrected, pinching the bridge of her nose. From there, just use your imagination. Hey, whatever, Ever nodded, casting a glance at the barrels. At least I managed to save booze. You managed a hell of a lot more than that. Ever blinked in shock as she suddenly found an arm swung around her shoulder. Wah, huh? She very intelligently said. She and Nicholas both turned to their smirking captain. Care to explain what you were doing butting heads with half the crew? The infamous Black Bart snidely inquired. Ever swallowed and self-consciously shrank into herself. Just making sure the party stays on the up-and-up, Captain. Not letting jerks ruin everyone else's fun and all that. And you think that you have a better grip on fun than the rest of us. A little brawl here and there is pretty common for us, Bartolomeo continued. Or other crews like yours, but I know the difference, Ever insisted. Bartolomeo kept staring at her with that trolling smirk for what seemed an eternity. Then his smile widened and became more genuine. That settles it then. From now on, you're RMC. Oh, what? Was Ever's very intelligent response. You know how to keep the party at the right level, and you're a decent match for almost everyone on this crew, already elaborated. Cool-headed and wild parties don't often mix, but you've got it down. So you'll be our mistress of ceremonies, in charge of knocking heads when there are heads to be knocked. Got a problem with that. I could see the gears turning in Ever's head, and it wasn't long before she gave a small, sly smile and a nod. Nothing I'm not used to already, Captain. Then let's hear it for our new MC. Barty cheered, shaking Apis and Ever's shoulders as the crew responded in kind. When the cheering died down, the captain turned back to the newly promoted officer, his grin suddenly far more Rick-like in nature. Now how about getting me the strongest stuff that we've got? Ever's expression flattened. I saw you chugging your vodka earlier and I can smell your breath. I'm not going to make you an exception just because you're. I just used my real arms instead of my barriers to grab you and ape as Bartolomeo ground out, his held expression not twitching an inch. One bottle, and then you're seeing the Straw Hat's doctor again. I will not be gentle. Chopper called out, emphasizing the declaration by snapping a length of gauze taut. Ever rolled her eyes fondly as her captain cowered, reveling in her newfound power. And then her newfound responsibility suddenly reared its head. Hey, those are my chips.
Which one?
Smash. Hands off my hat, a swipe. Crunch. How dare you rip off my haircut? Key rash. In the form of 3 fights started almost on top of one another. The Mervalian's eye twitched viciously at the sight. Right? No way in hell am I dealing with this alone. Hey, perverted skeleton. She belted out. You called? Brooke answered without hesitation, looking up from his piano. You know any slow, relaxing songs that can cool these idiots' raging adrenaline? Ever asked. Burke tilted his skull in thought and promptly nodded with a wry with his mandible tilting into a grin besides the natural one his skull always had. I have just the piece. Predictably, his ivory fingers tickled the ivory keys to ring out the familiar opening chords of Big Sprue. Equally predictably, the folks stopped fighting before ever could even consider berating Brooke for his taste in music. Hey guys, let's put Shicky's gift to better use. All attention turned to Luffy, who was holding up the yellow tone dial that still contained Nama's farewell. Or at least, once did, before Luffy erased it with a double click of the dial's button and tossed it over to the musician. Take it away, Brooke. YOLO. Brooke cackled victoriously, reaching up to catch the dial. A new song born of a new generation. All together now. And it was slow and clunky in coming about, and most definitely beyond off-key for the first few verses of its performance, but in the end, Tilda yo ho ho, ho yo ho ho rule, Tilda. It was a song that shook the very waters around us. Tilda oh Tilda. Yeah, it was a fantastic party, stretching on into the night. But as obligatory as the celebration was, it delayed my planning for a while yet after it ended. See, at some point in the party, the crew had asked me if I really needed all hours of the day to plan, with our destination still a few weeks away. When I grudgingly responded in the negative, I no longer had sufficient reason to excuse myself from training or fighting off the Grand Line storms. Nor, more blatantly, did I have any reason to put off the debut of the newest BS and let the world share in a whole new level of insanity. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Bardo Club were still sailing amicably with each other. Well, as amicably as the most insane crew of their generation, and their most fanatic fandoms crew could sail. The antics between the two crews were nutty enough on their own. But with the two of them sailing near enough that anyone with sufficiently superhuman strength read, almost all of them could leap from deck to deck on a whim. It had taken things to a new level. The new developments from Reveille still sinking in were the cherry on top. I think the worst of the antics may have been when we discovered what happens when you multiply a law
and the last kick got messed up.
What the hell do you think you're doing stealing my food, you damn brat?
Yeah, I knew I was
fucking hell.
missing those
Duck.
3.
Crabble.
I have to redo
Hide
this
it being the middle of
shit.
the night. I couldn't just turn over and pretend that much noise was just a dream.
Fuck!
In short order, I was shuffling down to the kitchen. I wondered for a moment why I was able to walk inside so easily, without even opening the door myself. Then, I realized that a wall had been blown out. I gave no regard to this as I filled a mug for myself and walked out. I didn't get very far before the sight of Luffy and Barty being chased by Mary Frankie, and used up stuff me in my tracks. What? Luffy found the camera obscura of Garp in the fake fridge. Bartolomeo, meanwhile, blew out the wall. I glanced at my dark-haired sister beside me, who had an empty mug in her hand. I looked back at the chase, down to her mug, and then to my mug. Then I set my mug down on the nearest counter. I am too tired to properly enjoy this. A boost or no, a boost. I'm going back to bed. I don't blame you in the least, Cross. Oh, but of course, even that paled in comparison to what we shared with the rest of the world. With the new visual component to the SBS courtesy of our one snail camera crew, we were getting more calls and coverage than ever before. Vivi and Robin's ongoing feud, the origin of which soundbite naturally blasted to the world, was no small source of comic relief, even more than the typical antics. And more blatantly, we had the capability now for visual programs like cooking shows with Sanji and Valentine, medical discussions with Chopper, and workouts with Zoro, which were nice, seeing ways of sharing good information with the rest of the world that would help improve our PR even more. If you thought that I wasn't being sarcastic when I said same there, shame on you. Queen Athena, our co-host, always wanted to do desserts, and Sanji keeping his face masked by esoteric cooking gear, giving the excuse that he wasn't going to take the risk of GF having found a way to superimpose his wanted poster's face. Not an unfair
But
accusation.
honestly, that
But
was
this
a
snail was
lot of
definitely
fun.
looking into the cooking shows had a healthy bit of insanity in them. Chopper's medical discussions would have been sane if he didn't have the tendency to slip into spark
Kinda
mode every
sad
now and
she
then,
couldn't get all
which was a funny
the
sort of scary,
sparkle stars,
and always
though.
necessitated someone on hand to bring him to his senses, as it were, before he did anything untowards on camera. Out of everything we were showing, however, the most popular program we were putting on was the absolute last one I wanted to be showing. Oh, I let out a tired groan as I craned my neck back, staring up at the crow's nest I unfortunately knew gift to be in. Remind me again why the high holy hee-haw I'm introducing what I'm pretty sure qualifies as frickin' softcore video pornography to the world, let alone focusing it on the bloodthirsty beast who's got all the sex drive of his frickin' swords. I did not know, nor did I have any desire to know exactly what gift was broadcast into the world, but I could imagine. And believe you me, that was bad enough. 2 reasons, Vivi primly informed me as she settled in on the couch that had been set up in front of the Bardo Club's own broadcast snail. Taking in the display on the screen I was refusing to look at. I slapped a hand to my face. Why do I feel like both of them will make me regret asking? I groaned between my fingers. First, Vivi explained, her gaze never leaving the screen. Zoro's one of the stronger members of the crew, so broadcasting his exercise routine will be sure to benefit others seeking such strength, and intimidate our enemies by showing just how out of their league he is.
Okay, the
I parted my
pastry
fingers
chef
ever so
was
slightly to
fun.
actually look
Okay,
at Vivi.
so it's
Acceptable,
between
meaning the
Ninja-
number
oh,
2's
no,
the problem.
Ninja.
What is
Ninja
it?
Peach.
Oh, that's
I
easy.
have to see
Kanna's
Ninja
grinned
Peach.
brightly from her own place on the couch.
Ever
The second
heard
is
of
that Zoro is out.
Park
What's the word?
Charms?
She
They're
tilted her
all
head
the
thoughtfully
rage
before
from
snapping her
the
fingers.
actors. If you
Ah yes,
carry
he's ripping
one
women the
on
world
you,
over will
it'll
tune
grant
religiously
you
to catch
free
even a glimpse of his
bookmarks.
sweat-soaked abdominals. She glanced at the feet,
So,
as will other swordsmen around the world who will decide to step up their training to stand any chance against him.
take it off
I
your
shut my
hat.
fingers and clawed my hands down my face. Yeah, y'all, there's both the regret that I was expecting and the reason why that moron accepted this in the first place. I glanced skyward miserably. Remind me, how could this get any worse?
The theater's really
Dot dot dot
sticky
dot.
right now.
Soundbite suddenly blared, shooting the bastard child with a grimace and a smirk at me. Ask and ye shall receive. I knew I was going to regret this, but I gingerly picked up the transceiver mic as though it were diseased. Yes, I queried. So, do you think you could tell your first mate about how olive oil, helps develop? Seal slam. I don't know what rattled my transceiver first, the mic slamming back into its cradle. With a finger I almost broke against the blacklist button. Oh yeah, now I remember. I grit out through my twitching smile. It can get worse by how I've had to blacklist half of my female viewership at this point. That's how it can get worse. I still say you're overreacting, Robin mused, idly glancing up from the book she was reading from a lawn chair that was a little too close to the show for comfort. It's not as though they were the two who accidentally dialed their snail while they were, shall we say. I know what they were doing. I snarled. And for the record, first, I maintain that sound bites fall for inspiring their snail to act on its own and connect them. Caveat emptor, bitch. That means buyer's remorse. Whatever. And second, I ground out. I maintain that I don't want to inspire that kind of passion in my viewers, and to reiterate, I shook my finger as I pointed at the crow's nest. Softcore video pornography that I'm inventing against my will is not helping. Whatever, dweeb, Nami scoffed as she passed by me and plopped herself down on the couch. She then cocked an eyebrow in a thoughtful way I did not like. And just a thought, you think he'd actually go for that olive oil thing, or? That's it. I never thought I'd find a line, but apparently watching porn on the deck in broad daylight. People of the world, I wash my hands of this affair. Do not blame me for it. I'm out, I declared without remorse, turning around and marching off in defeat. The only thing I took comfort in was the fact that I wasn't alone in my suffering, as a certain Smoke Lojo was most definitely going to have his hands full keeping a certain someone else from calling in about this. Oh, the new captain of the Big Top watched with a carefully neutral expression as Luffy's first mate strained against his weights. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see the chief of staff making his way toward the snail, a scowl on his face. Making a decision, she slid out of her chair and over to him, her frictionless skin allowing her to close the distance faster than anyone on board. Without missing a beat, she wrapped her arms around him, threw him against the nearest wall, and slid back into her previous position, all in one fluid, seconds-long motion. I want to watch, she said plainly to the incredulous glare shot her way. Kabaddi groaned, though whether due to exasperation or his budding concussion, none could say. Oh, well, now, it's no wonder that he beat Mr. One bent in years watching the sweating swordsman with respect. While the specific goals and exercises were different, he knew well the torturous tedium that one had to endure in order to force his body into a true fighting machine. He was no slouch in physical strength, but his focus had been on dexterity, flexibility, and speed. It hurt just watching Zoro lift those weights. Goodness, Inazuma breathed, half-consciously running her for the moment hands along her arms. The last time I saw someone lifting that much, they were under an overdose of adrenaline hormone. Yes, and neither that nor our efforts to remove the resulting stains from the palastrates ended well, as I'm sure you recall. Ivankov simpered as he at the moment tapped his fingers on the arm of his makeshift throne. It's quite rare to see anyone willing and able to go to such lengths in the present day. Or rather, it's rare to see their process. Bentham glanced back at the Okama queen, the latter's expression thoughtful. Him and Azuma, do you think you could fashion us some decent weights out of the stone? Easily, my queen, I'll get to it as soon as the SBS is over, Inazuma nodded, her attention never straying from the broadcast. The reason why became particularly evident when she licked her lips. My mind, just look at them. So well polished. The former Mr. 2 sprouted his own salacious grin. Indeed, aren't they just? I wonder what kind of whetstone he uses. And just like that, the mimics million expressions all fell flat at once. You're talking about his swords. Because of course you are. The scissor person raised their nose in a prim sniff, taking a sip from their ever-present wine glass. Philistine, I hardly imagine that I'm the only one doing it. Oh, Cross had certain expectations about how Lieutenant Junior Grade Tashi would react to the broadcast. Several scenarios played out in his mind, and while the one that was actually happening was one he had considered, it was not one that he honestly expected to happen in this lifetime. Rather, the expectations he put most weight in involved screams of unholy rage, fire, and brimstone. Allies though they may have been in purpose, Tashigi had never gotten over the way Zoro beat her in Logtown, and learning the reason behind it had only stirred her to push her skills ever harder. And no matter how much she wanted to deny it, she knew that his methods yielded the results she wanted. So now the blue-haired Marine was rather mindlessly mirroring the pirate hunter's workout to the best of her ability with the resources available on Smoker's ship, and this included being naked from the waist up. Well, not completely. There was just a bit of a difference between men and women in this regard. However, she was down to her tight, midriff-bearing sports bra, which was about 80% more skin than she'd ever shown on board. Skin that was also an imitation of her straw hat counterpart, now glistening with sweat. Needless to say, the otherwise male crew of the Marine ship was very appreciative of this fact, and many had resolved to buy Roro Zoro and Jeremiah Cross all the drinks they could ever want, first chance they got. Those poor, foolish Marines. And not disregarding the negative relationship between the pirate hunter's iron liver and their drinking funds. Ahem. The sailors all stiffened as a deep, growly voice announced its presence. Those poor, foolish Marines had, in their folly, just so happened to forget that their captain preferred his Ek. So above all of the jarheads he had under his command. Combined. We can explain. A hopeful petty officer tried. Smoker murdered said hope with an excess of sadistic authority and without a hint of remorse. You can run, which frankly is more than you deserve. Now move. For all that the Marines were marginally suicidally stupid, they weren't completely suicidal nor stupid. Within a minute, only one being on the ship aside from Smoker was still watching Tashi, and Smoker paid no heed to it in favor of musing on the best punishments to offer his men. This watcher, he knew, had no perverse interests. The creature in question, situated beside her, had taken one look at the sight on the monitors, and any doubts about the prudence of joining Smoker died. His purpose further settled in his mind. He had secured a few weights to his hammer and was mirroring the two swordsmen. Smoker nodded in satisfaction and turned to make good on his promise when a detail of the scene suddenly leaped to mind. He gave it another look and nearly bit clean through his cigar. Is she using my jet as a bar? The Commodore snarled to himself, trying his damnedest to deny what his eyes were telling him. But he couldn't, and indeed she was. For a few seconds more, he just stared, the sight so dumbfounding that he wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Tashi finally noticed his presence during those seconds, sparing him a glance before returning to her workout. Then she got another look at him and recoiled in mortal terror. CC-Com Commodore, I can explain. Smoker pinched the bridge of his nose, finally coming to a decision. It can wait until the end of your set, but not a rep more, understood. Tashigi swallowed, fighting the urge to smile in relief. Why, yes, sir. The wolf rabbit at the officer's side gave her a flat look and flashed an unflattering sign with his paw. You're right, Papora. Tashigi nodded confidently. We're lucky for now, but we should still finish. Let's get right back to it. Papora blinked, then glared at the spectacles Tashigi had abandoned nearby, one paw dragging down his muzzle in exasperation. Oh, but even through all of the positive and negative insanity, I took every opportunity I could to plan. Before long, I had everything that I needed for what was to occur on Saboti, as far as I could recall the details. which wasn't as good as I might have liked, but it was enough, meaning that I couldn't put off telling my confidants anymore. And so it was that 2 weeks after the fall of Merveille, I lay awake until the moment that soundbite confirmed that everyone else was asleep. I descended from this crow's nest with all the silent soundbite could give me and made my way through the depths of the ship. As I reached my destination, I turned to my partner, cottonmouth copperhead sidewinder Callie. I paused, biting my lips before nodding firmly. Black Mamba. Soundbite bubbled at me but nodded. Come to the aquarium lounge. Do not let anyone else see you leaving. I settled down on a seemingly random cushion, though I didn't really need to wait that long. Mary emerged from one of her secret passageways about a minute later, and the other 4 entered shortly afterward, though Robin's presence was surprising to all of them, herself included. May I ask why you're suddenly including me, Cross? She queried, and while it appeared that she was her usual debonair self, I could see the hint of nerves in her posture. And unfortunately, my dead serious expression prompted her to let that hint be broadcast to everyone else. Because you've got the brains and discretion for it, and because you've been eavesdropping on us anyway since day one. I don't know what you mean, she responded. Everyone turned to face her, and I found myself unnerved by just how sincere she appeared. But that wasn't possible. She had to have been listening in. Who else could have? My eyes narrowed, and my hand clamped onto my face. Oh, that complete and ever-loving jackass. Are you seriously telling me that you weren't eavesdropping on any of our calls? And then her sincere confusion vanished, a smile appearing in its place. No, I was just lying. Of course I was listening in, she said pleasantly. Wham! Robin chuckled as we picked ourselves up from the group face fall, and she gave me a warm smile. I just thought you might appreciate someone lightening the mood. I believed in befuddlement. Then finally I managed to crack a smile, albeit a shaky one. Yeah, I appreciate it, Robin. I needed that. My smile then faded as it had appeared. But unfortunately, it can't be too light for something like this. Mary opened it. I grimaced slightly before forcing myself to say the dreaded words that I would see dead someday, so help me Roger. Secret planning room of secret secrecy. The ship girl snickered at my admission of defeat and smacked a specific part of the wall, then walked to the shelves in the center and struck each of them once. She finished by stomping on the floor in front of the sofa directly beside me. The effect was immediate. The section of sofa sank into the floor. At the same time, the aquarium wall behind it slowly split apart, the water locating to the vacant space at the top of the tank. And in the opening left behind was a staircase hidden beneath the opaque glass that made up the tank's floor. Robin cocked a brow at the display. Well, that's certainly cloak and dagger. And seeing as my last employer had an underwater lair hidden below his casino, I should know. How did you arrange this little hideaway? Slipped Mary the request back on Water 7. She arranged the empty space and mechanisms when Frankie wasn't watching, I explained, shrugging. Frankie's probably already figured out something's down here, but he hasn't brought it up yet, so meh. Anyway, I indicated the stairs, prompting everyone to start walking down them. At the bottom, we found ourselves in a wide room with mirrors on all sides, as well as 4 tables. They and their chairs had a futuristic metallic sheen and, at the same time, a plush look to the cushions. Yes. 2 of the tables had 12 chairs, each one marked with a sign of the Eastern or Western Zodiac. The 3rd table was plain with several unmarked chairs around it. My confidants and I headed for the last one, placed at the head of the room. Each had a plaque in view with a Jolly Roger specific to the crew member, as well as a picture of a serpent. The 5 of them took the seats appropriate to them, and I sat in the chair at the head of the table. The way back up had already sealed itself behind us, and now skylights opened around the room, allowing moonlight shining into the aquarium and silver-shrouded lamp dials to provide light. The entire room was heavily reinforced and soundproof to hell and back. Not even soundbite could hear anything from the outside in, and vice versa. Nami glanced around at the Zodiac and blazing tables, expecting company. Fair warning, I doubt Ox will be able to fit in their seats. Plans have been in the works for a while, and now that Gift is aboard, we can implement them, Mary piped up, her legs swinging off the edge of her seat. She, soundbite, and I have been looking over the transceiver in our spare time. We're hoping we can get 2-way video and fill the seats with images of our partners in rebellion. It'll probably still take a while, but worth it, nay. Alright, even, I have to admit that that's impressive, Robin said, running a hand over the glass. Zoro nodded, then grunted, casting a disgruntled look around the room. Same here, but only if this place has a... Mary offhandedly knocked her knuckles on the table, and a compartment popped open in front of the sword cabinet, a bottle-filled compartment. The green-haired monster grinned eagerly as he fished out a safe jut and took a hit. Like I said, same here. A sigh wafted up from Nami, who also shook her head. Honestly, do you really think this is the best? Actually, everyone looked over at me, and I can't imagine that I was the most reassuring of figures. What with my fingers being folded before my mouth and everything. You're all going to want some to process what I'm about to tell you. I solemnly inform you. There's only one reason that I haven't argued harder against Mary's name for this place, and that's that any conversation that justifies us using this room is going to be too serious to even consider laughing about it. My co-conspirators all stiffened at that little tidbit, and everyone else joined Zoro in acquiring their own bottles of liquid courage. Well, Nami and Robin did anyway. An autonomous hand slapped down Mary's attempt at the liquor, but though she groused and scowled, she contented herself with a mother pitch she pulled from her hold. Once everyone was settled with their poison of choice, I heaved a tired sigh. As you all know, we are coming to the end of the first half of the Grand Line, and I will be perfectly frank with all of you. I glanced between them, staring each person dead in the eye, one after another. The difficulty spike from Paradise to the New World is as steep as a 20,000-meter journey to and from Fishman Island. I closed my eyes mournfully. You want the cold, hard truth? Here it is. We are not ready. I preemptively raised my hand to silence the protests that I knew were coming, but thankfully, for once, that wasn't necessary. Not because they didn't try to say something, mind you, but because before they could open their mouths, said mouths were clamped shut by the hands that sprouted from their shoulders. If any of you bite me, I will tie your tongues in knots. Robin warned them all before giving me a solemn nod. Continue. I nodded in gratitude before looking around at all of them again, my expression sorrowful. I don't like this any more than you do, but you know that I know what I'm talking about. My eyes drifted to our navigator. Nami, do you know how to navigate in the New World? I asked. Nami glanced at Robin, and once her mouth was free, her brow furrowed in thought. I got instincts to just go at it like we usually do, but since you're asking, I assume you have something different in mind. I leaned forward, my gaze unblinking. Were you aware, I droned tonelessly, that in the New World, the magnetic poles of islands can spontaneously shift, thus necessitating that all ships carry special, log poses? The blood draining from her face was answer enough. But that would mean she choked, staring wide-eyed at the table. I left her to stew in her thoughts as I looked to our resident Lodia. Vivi, you may have gotten a reality check from Robin, but people in the New World who can hurt a Lodia without sea prism stone are everywhere. I wasn't kidding when I said that Enru would have been chicken shit down here. Even an Emperor's flunky could swat him like a fly. How many seconds do you think you could last? Vivi flinched, biting her thumb, and I moved on. Mary, if your life depended on it, would you be able to fight off one of the leviathans that tried to crush us at a knives? A restrained snarl and a table suddenly creaking were answer enough to that. And you, Zoro. I made my eyes as pitying as possible, explicitly because I knew it would piss him off. Do you honestly think that as you are now, you stand even the slightest chance of walking away from another clash with my hawk? That last one was the most unpleasant since I swear he was trying to cut me with his glare alone. But as unpleasant as it was enough, and everyone sat back to reflect in either anger or worry. To repeat, we are not ready for the new world, I stated. We all have different talents that we need to refine and awaken before we stand a chance of lasting 5 minutes in that place. And doing so will not be fast or easy, nor will it be possible for us to accomplish this like we've conquered all other challenges before, together. As a crew. At those words, the air of the room froze over despite the intensity of the gazes directed my way. And it said a lot that Robin was staring in just as much cold shock as the rest of them. Silence reigned for a good minute, and ultimately I broke it myself. I'm overdue in saying this, but here are the cold facts. Bartholomew Kuma is an executive of the Revolutionary Army. I don't know exactly what Dryden's plan is with him, that was yet to be revealed, but I do know that his pacifist upgrades are nearly complete. I close my eyes in tired regret. And before they are completed, he'll ask Vegapunk to grant him one last act of free will. The act he will perform before the final surgery strips away his humanity will be to meet our crew on Sabaody Archipelago. I spread my hands helplessly, and use his powers to scatter us all over the world. I pause for a second, letting everyone chew on that before continuing. Each of us will end up in the single best place for us to refine our respective skill sets, but the process will not be fast. So our pirates will need to disband for 2 years' time before we begin the final half of our journey. There was a minute or so of shocked silence, and then, what the hell, Cross? Nami demanded, shooting to her feet and slamming her palms on the table. Why are you only just telling us this now? And if you give us that spoilers bullshit, I swear to high heaven, for this exact reason, I coldly shot back, stopping her tirade in its tracks. Because I knew that bringing up something like this would incense you or anyone else on this crew who heard it. And you wouldn't even consider thinking straight about these things. You've just forgotten everything that I just told you. We need this training. Without it, we will die. See, Cross, come on. You screwed fate when you saved me. Can't you do it again now? Mary asked pleadingly. In the story, I said, the first threat the Straw Hats had to face after their hiatus was another Shiki-grade maniac, complete with armies, monsters, and genocidal ambitions. For all that tread ice swam through my head, and my expression darkened. That monster is as dumb as a rock compared to Shiki. He trumps him by packing an army bigger than any we faced before. And despite the fact that the 10 Straw Hats in the story completely and utterly curb-stomped that army, they still came within seconds of being creamed by something that would have wiped out the island. I stood up and leaned forward, matching Nami's glare with one of my own. Do you really want to mess around with something like that, Nami? Want to risk the fate of an entire species on pride? Arrogance, even. Nami's expression twitched, ever so slightly, and I pounced on the weakness. Let me make this real simple for you all. When we arrive in the Ulu Kingdom, a metric ton of Blue Pass is going to be unleashed. Make no mistake, that island is destined to host a major curb stomp. I dropped into my seat with a heavy sigh. The only question is whether we'll be the ones delivering it or receiving it. Because trust me, that's what our preparations will decide. And for the record, while matters might be ambiguous on Fishman Island, that's just the front porch of the new world. One island in, and we run face first into an unbeatable foe. A Lodia with no weaknesses and no openings. If we don't fall to the fangs waiting on Mugu, I shook my head in despair. Then we will disappear into the miasma of punk hazard. Of this I am positive. Nami sank back into her seat, emotions swirling in her face like storm clouds. The rest of the crew was in similar condition, but also eyeing me expectantly. Here's another fact for you. My knowledge isn't going to last much longer. That got everyone's attention but good. Once everyone gets blasted across the world until we regroup, I am blind. Whatever everyone found, however they found it themselves. I don't know what happened over those 2 years any more than I know what happened in the blind period between us. Meaning that I can't help you all become stronger anymore. Or at least, I can't help you become anywhere near as strong as you would be on your own. At that point, faced with everyone's worried expressions, all the energy drained out of my body, leaving me slumped in my chair. One hand sweeping up my forehead. Make no mistake, I hate that this is what we need to do, but the only way we're going to maximize our potential is with Kuma's help, and we only get one chance to take it. In between my knowledge running out and the effects of the SBS continuing over the next 2 years, even if I don't run a single broadcast, we can't afford anything less than the maximum potential, and not just for our sakes. I bit my lip, and I think you all know that. Have to know it at this point, don't you? Every last one of them looked down our way. I don't know how long we sat there in complete silence, reflecting on my words. And then the silence finally broke in the worst way possible, with a whimper that I hadn't heard since the aftermath of an eyes. See, Cross. All eyes turned to Mary, who was staring at me with watery eyes. And it was plain to see that it was no act this time. She was horrified to the point of tears. I don't think I can handle it, she gasped, seeming on the verge of a panic attack. In seconds, the rest of us were holding her in our arms. Mary. I started weakly, but she cut me off with a frantic, tearful shake of her head. 2 years, alone, without any of you, she sobbed, hiccuping miserably. It'll be, like I sank. Without anyone else, I might as well be, I grimaced, racking my brain for something to say, but thankfully, someone else beat me to it.
Let's go,
You're wrong.
Cowgirl Pete.
Mary blinked, staring at Vivi in bleary despair. But, yes, you are the princess emphasized, kneeling down in front of the ship girl. Mary, everything about you is a composite of us, right? Small bits, small pieces, but still us. I'm. Mary hiccuped again before rubbing her eyes and nodding. Why, yeah, pretty much. Vivi nodded and looked up at me. And in the story, she forged on. We came out of this ordeal perfectly fine, right? I was going to answer in the affirmative, but I flinched as a small detail popped up. Sanji had a bit of a complication that I'm going to help him with, but it was gone within, I think, a day or two at most. The glare Vivi was forming faded, and she nodded before giving our helms girl a kind smile. Mary, you have what you need to make it through this because you have all of us inside you. Because we are always with you. And not just the original crewmates, but the rest of us who wouldn't have been here otherwise, and you have your own strength on top of all of that. The princess leaned forward and gently folded her arms around Mary, drawing her into a close, gentle hug that the rest of us quickly joined. In the words of a surprisingly wise man, shut up and stop worrying already. Shishish, Mary chuckled weakly, a warmer smile spreading over her face as she leaned into Vivi, burying her face in the crook of her neck. The silence lasted, warm, comforting, until Zoro gave me a hard look. Whatever you do, Cross, we'll have your back, he stated, and the ladies all nodded in agreement, Mary even turning from her sobbing, ever so slightly, to flash me a tearful smile. I returned the sentiment with a smile of my own, but I couldn't hide my sadness as I stood up and headed for the stairs. Yeah, well, we'll see how you all feel in a moment. For now, rest up. Because soon. I paused as I used the obvious switch on the wall to open the door back to the lounge, leaning against the wall. Soon, we'll be arriving at the last stop in paradise. And as much as we have to fear from what comes afterward, my grip on the stair railing tightened. We're still waltzing into a whole new circle of hell. Oh, a week had passed since a particularly uplifting meeting, and despite their stated acceptance of what had to be done, more than once I had to answer questions that I already answered. Is there no other way? Can't it wait? Why aren't you telling anyone else? And as much as I wanted to give them an answer that would satisfy them and me, for that matter the facts remained stubbornly unchanged. I had explored every resource that I had, from the Masons to the fledgling newspaper plans, and I had actually managed to map out the locations of all 9 of the islands where the crew would be sent that I knew of. I had ideas for where the rest of our crew would go, myself included, but nothing solid. And the only methods of transportation I knew of that were even remotely close to as subtle or fast as Paw Paw Airlines were the Glint Glint fruit, which was impossible, and whatever Dragon used, which was pointless when Kuma was a revolutionary anyway. With the fact that I had prevented the war, there should have been a lot less stress about timing the upcoming situation right. But the fact was that unless things had changed beyond what I could anticipate, Kuma was close to being converted completely into a robot, which meant that we didn't have any room for error. If we missed this window, there wouldn't be another, and we said we didn't have enough time left to put off the next level of our training. This held especially given that, most likely in spite of whatever interference I tried to run, we'd be ticking off the celestial dragons right next to their attack dog's kennel. If we got cornered there, then there would be no words in existence for how screwed we'd be. It was either slip out or bust. And as for not telling anyone, well, how was I supposed to bring something like this up? Luffy had already learned the hard way that he needed to get stronger. Several times, even. But considering what this would entail. No, I trusted the crew, but I just couldn't think of a way to even start until the last moment. And those Zoro in particular hated keeping it from Luffy. The fact that neither he nor the other 4 had any better ideas spoke volumes about the entire situation. And unfortunately, a big reason I was keeping it to myself for now was due to the whispers of doubt that had been stirring in my mind since Thriller Bark. I tried to keep them silent. Luffy himself could tell with how often I snuck looks at Ace's perfectly healthy and sea-level Vivicard, and he just wouldn't leave me alone. And if by some unholy miracle they turned out to be justified, I shook my head, dismissing the utterly impossible nightmare in favor of the matter at hand. For Sandy's advice, I had tried thinking of fail-safes I could use, but the best I could manage was a little project that Mary had taken to working on in every spare moment she did since that meeting. And if nothing else about it was distracting, the magnitude of BS that came from turning his ship into a human was. Oh, Sanji sighed as he put the finishing touches on the most dangerous meal suitable for human consumption that he had ever prepared, sealing it shut before turning back to the helm scroll in the kitchen. Okay, could you run this by me again? Because I still don't get it, Sanji said. Eye twitching if you want, and gray duffel bag Mary was fiddling with. I'm getting supplies from everyone for emergency care packages, which I'm putting together just in case we run into someone like Shiki and wind up separated for an unknown amount of time again. The ex-Caravel explained. Yeah, I got that part. Sanji sighed out a cloud of smoke so that he could start on another drag, hoping that this would be the lungful that killed his migraine. A little overblown, I think, but better not to take any chances. And it's just a chance, of course, so all we're doing is planning for the worst possible situation. And I'm focusing all of my attention on Luffy first since he's the strongest. And while it's the biggest challenge I've had since your diet, I've got it done. It'll stay good for at least 3 months. And it'll do what it needs to if it comes to that, Sanji responded. I got that part too. Then what are you confused about? Mary asked in slightly annoyed confusion. That, the chef snorted as he jabbed his cigarette at the bag. Explain to me again exactly what that is. Oh, Mary nodded. Okay, it's like this. My raincoat and leggings were mostly analogous to my hull and my ship form, so it was easiest for me to use it to focus my access to my storage. So, since I got this new outfit now, she flicked the brim of her cap proudly, I decided to turn my old one into a duffel bag that still has all the hammer space access I need, and I can share it with everyone else. She then grimaced in annoyance. The only problem is that I only had enough fabric to make one bag this size. Everyone else could only get these. She held up one of several coin purses that matched the duffel's coloration. A handful were bigger than the others, but none were particularly large. Yeah, I get the theory behind it, Sanji ground out. But how exactly do they still link to your storage if they're not connected to you anymore? And how did that new coat connect if your old coat is still connected? Mary perked up and put up a finger. Oh well, that's easy, see? And just as swiftly her expression froze. Sanji blindly watched as she dramatically paled and was about to make a snarky comment when her white face contorted into a glower. Sanji, I'm warning you right now, she rumbled, her voice resonating like a battleship's timbers. If this stops working because of you questioning it, I will end you. So saying, she snatched the box that Sanji had prepared, stashed it in her bag, and slunk out. The chef stared after her before shaking his head and getting back to work. Honestly, someone needed to talk to that girl. Someone other than him, because he had no idea where to even begin helping her through what was clearly a bad bout of separation and anxiety brought about from that whole strong world mess. Chopper had only just started researching mental health. The dugongs were meatheads. Vivi and Robin were still too focused on their little feud. In the end, it boiled down to one of two people. Cross was probably the girl's closest friend, while was Luffy. And with Cross blatantly stressing out over something, that left Luffy as his best option. Lovely. Well, at least he knew Luffy would prioritize talking to Mary above anything else, including his meat obsession. Sort of like how Cross had put whatever he was planning above eating for those first couple of days. Thinking on it, Mary hadn't been having any troubles for the first couple of days, or even the first couple of weeks. It had started a week ago, right around the time that Cross stopped shutting himself up in the crow's nest every free minute he got. And Mary was one of Cross's confidants. Damn it, the chef swore. With a growing sense of dread, he turned back to the fridge and pantry. Recipes for bento boxes not unlike what he had just prepared for me in his mind. Oh, now we come to the present, 2 days after that. The first noteworthy occurrence of this day found me hoping all the more that I would somehow run into Tashigi soon, especially since we'd come across the last real threat between us and Sabayori. If the way Nami's clouds were collaborating with Sunny's rigging in an attempt to strangle me was any indication, neither she nor our ship was particularly happy about me forgetting about the sea snake currents. Nor, for that matter, was anyone else. Jeremiah Cross, the second the wind isn't liable to blow me back to the West Blue, I'm going to put you through the deck of your ship. Valentine shrieked from the deck of the cannibal, her threat slightly diminished by how she was being used to anchor a good dozen ropes at once. Get in line, Valentine. Vivi roared back, her arm swinging in an almost demented dance to Shanghai the gales in our ship's vicinity and not sinking us to the sea floor. And trust me, it is a damn long one. Oh, sue me, you blue-haired bimbo. I roared right back, absolutely refusing to take this kind of shit. One, what event that slips my mind, one. It was barely even a damn page. If anyone should be complaining, it's US about how our new Loja is more useless than the schmuck who should be pulling levers instead of running his mouth. Mary inquired tersely as she steadfastly wrestled with the helm. Ugh, right, I grunted, getting back to tugging on whatever Mary identified. A job I'd been assigned after the third time the rigging yanked me off my feet. It really said a lot about the Straw Hat Pirates, not to mention Paradise in general. That a cluster of apparently autonomous ocean currents that wove and moved like snakes hoovered in NOLA was a freaking footnote in the story. I probably would have spared more time to marvel at the whole thing, sights and experience alike, if it weren't for just how crazy it was being smack dab in the middle of it. And the worst part, of course, was that we couldn't just coast our way up one of the tallest serpents and fly away with a coup de burst. Doing so would have meant leaving the Bardo Club behind, and it wasn't like we could attach them to us and fly away, no matter how much we tried to find the ships with our devil producers. Coup de burst was by design a maneuver that would inflict heavy damage on any ship that tried it unless it was made of atom wood. And I seriously doubted either Mary or Sunny would have been okay with cracking another ship's keel. Well, unless it was flying white and blue, but you get the general idea. Anyway, it was only scratching the surface of the problem sailing alongside a friend against us. Too close, we swap paint, and too far, we lose contact with the Saviati. As it was, we struggled even with sound bites help. This was definitely one of the greatest tests of our sailing expertise yet. Meaning that if Bardo says even one word about his granny, I'm going to bash his head in the day. I cut my grumbling short with a confused grin. What? How do I? Duck. Wham. Godmother. I roared, shooting a particularly vicious glare at Mary while clutching my new pulley made lump. Watch it, half pint. I can either help you or throttle you, and there is a thin line between the two. Nakami. Mary bit out, bodily wrestling with a particularly uncooperative wheel. Her eyes shot wide in terrified realization. Something's wrong. I can't control where Sonny's going. It's like he's caught in a whirl. I slammed my forehead into the helm spokes with a groan, refusing to look behind me as I recognized its own voice. Don't tell me we're being sucked into a gigantic whirlpool, I sighed. Yep, Nami calmly confirmed from her position right behind Sonny's mane. Sharp rocks at the bottom. You already did this bit and drum. Usopp hollered down from atop the mast. If you don't have a solution, cram it and let us have our jokes. I hollered back. I have one. All eyes fell on Donnie, who was gesturing to the monster trio and his master. If two of them can punch a tunnel through a tsunami, what can all four of them do? For a long moment, the only sound on board was the creaking of the Sunny and the roar of the whirlpool. And then, as one, everyone turned towards the whirlpool, matching grins on their faces. Well, requiesced Kevin Pace and all that Rodden remarked, leaning against the railing with infuriating ease. Frost, make sure you get a vision dial shot of this. Bitch, please, I scoffed, waving around my already ready dial and moved my middle finger. Come on, boys. Boss pounded his flippers eagerly, grin stretching from ear to ear. What a, you say we teach the ocean who's in charge. Right. Let's delay these currents. Sanji nodded proudly, scraping his heel across the deck and building up a moderate glow in his leg. Let's get this over with. You morons are keeping me up with this nonsense. Zoro was far more restrained as he unsheathed his blades and held them at the ready. Seriously, couldn't you have? Don't even think about it. Nami and Vivi smiled in sync. The navigator's threat emphasized by a rumble of her own personal thunderhead, and the princess's by her sheer force of will. Zoro flinched at that particularly well-enforced command for all of 1 second before rolling his eyes and brushing it off. Like either of you would be able to stop me, he responded. The veiled message through Dark Horse came through, but fortunately, our captain broke the tension as he was so very wont to do. Hey guys, hang on a second. Luffy protested. We can't do it yet. We have to come up with a name first. Skip this. Shot back several of the crew, myself, and several of the Bardo Club included. Just wing it, boys. We've done it before. Boss scoffed, pounding his wrists together as he prepared for his ultimate technique. Luffy considered it for a moment longer before shrugging indifferently. Fine. He started swinging his fists. Gum. Full shell style. 6. 100 caliber. Flaming. And then at once, the monster trio, no screw it, the monster quartet blasted out their combined attacks at the water. Cannon. The burst of air dwarfed even Frankie's quick event, and no matter how awkward the naming thing, the results were too epic to care. The aquatic serpent's nest fell still around us. For all of 10 seconds before the water started to turn again. Let's get out of here. Sue demanded in panic. Hanami hesitated as she watched the currents rouse themselves again, and then the hesitation evolved into straight-up terror. I can't see a way out. All the currents lead back here, and we can't sail out fast enough before they drag us right back in. We're trapped. Are you telling me, I said, my voice slow and dangerous, that we got so caught up in the awesomeness of Step 1 that we forgot to plan out Step 2? Aren't we smarter than this? Apparently not, Donnie sighed regretfully. Well, I wouldn't say that, Robin simpered. A lifetime of natural training shows through again, Golden Week added to a rice cracker from under the cover of our pavilion. Still, it does feel nice to hold our own for once. Come again, half pint. Vivi tersely queried. The painter summarily ignored her ex-subordinate in favor of addressing the crewmate sitting next to her. How's our way out, Apis? Any second now, Apis muttered, biting her thumb as she looked over the whirling waters. I looked over the edge of the foredeck down at her. Something you're not telling us. Just need a little more time, the dragon priestess and taming muttered. Seriously, what are you? Move! Splash! Whoa. I jerked away from the edge where the erstwhile attack steered the Arlong pirates and a sizable group of assorted aqua and animal titans surfaced among the stirring sea snakes, gazing curiously at us. Don't need to tell you what we need to do we? Bardo shouted at them, hauling a hefty tow line to the prow of the cannibal. I could use a clue, Mikey shamelessly stated. Thwack. Oh, why does Cross get to joke about this and I don't? Shut up and get the damn rope, dingus. Boss and Raffi furiously ordered. Belay that. Mary hollered. The dugongs froze while ropes flew from the cannibal around the sea beast's necks and barrier harnesses formed for them to bite on. She's right. You guys may be strong, but my friends are bigger and more experienced with the Grand Line's currents. It is called. Not what I meant. Mary replied, ignoring the dugongs' reactions. Now that you guys have got your way out, we don't have to hold back ours. Furl the sails. Time to activate Channel 0. Oh yeah, the paddle engines. All right, secure the sails and stand by to attack the snakes. Nami ordered, turning her attention fully to the currents. Everyone on the crew side from Brooke and Billy, thinking back to our first usage of the paddles in the lead up to the Aquino fiasco, either took our places on the sides of the ship or accelerated Mary's efforts to furl the sails. Pardon my confusion, but the paddle what nows? Brooke inquired, even as he too went to work manipulating Sunny's rigging. Hey, Frankie chuckled proudly, humming the sunglasses up his nose. Watch and learn, Grandpa. You think you already know why Sunny's the king of the seas, but the truth is, you've only seen the start of what our ship's got to offer in his arsenal. The burst was one thing, and this is another. And with that, our shipwright slammed his forearms together. Hit it, little sis, he proclaimed. Hitting me, but remember that you don't give me orders, Ironsides. Mary cackled, giving one of her helm's levers a sharp yank. Here we go. 1,000 Sunny Soldier Dock System, Channel 0. And with the sound of grinding wood and shifting steel, the gates on the sides of the Sunny opened and allowed the full-powered paddles that would be the enemy of any ship back on Earth to deploy, tearing through the currents and keeping even pace with the cannibals' towing party. Behold, the White Menace pumped her fist victoriously. The bane of all currents. Paddle, Sunny. Oh my, oh my. Burke gasped, staring over the side at our line's paws. This is incredible. Extraordinary. Beyond all words. I can't believe your eyes, but you don't have any right. Fonk, Freed blandly interjected. Immediately, Brooke was on his knees, a cloud of depression over his head. Fonk, Freed, you can't just steal my line like that. Either come up with some new material or get a noose H. Tick, his own weapon dismissively replied. That show of comedy aside, the Sunny's paddles allowed us to continue onward. A few extra bursts of force here and there giving us the agility we needed to dodge the serpent currents that surfaced around us. The cannibal was having a slightly less easy time with it. I guess Nami was even better than Sea King's at current reading. Or it was just their young age, one or the other. Then one serpent current came up right in front of us. And just as fast, a few bursts of flame shot from Canis, Sanji, and I, while Zoro and Leo for the most part threw in some wind blasts. And given that we were already soaked from the storm, nothing really happened. Hey Luffy, Bardo called over from the prow of the cannibal, his shark tooth grin on full display. Your crew just never runs out of crazy new shit I can pull, does I? Nope. Luffy called back, his grin just as wide. Isn't it awesome? And with that fantastically rhetorical proclamation, our cruise continued through the final stretch of paradise. Oh, had any of you ever visited a place like the Grand Canyon, the Great Barrier Reef, or the Rock of Gibraltar? A grand and majestic natural edifice, celebrated the world over. And if so, have you visited it more than once? The wonder of what nature can do never really gets old, does it? Never any less incredible, never any less jaw-dropping, never any less magnificent. So, you can imagine that coming face to face with the red line for the second time didn't make it any less incredible. Hello, old friend, I breathed solemnly, thumbing up the brim of my cap as I stared up and up, trying once more to see what I could not see before, what I still could not see now. And as I stared, the sea breeze licked at me, the salt wormed its way past every bandage, every barrier, into every scar, and made me feel the sting of each and every last one of them, as fresh as the days I got them, and I reveled in every second of it. I bared my teeth at the wall. I've come to visit once again, and oh, the stories I've got for you. Heh, there is nothing like returning to a place that remains unchanged to find the ways in which you yourself have altered. Mandela was right, sound, I angled his eye stalks back as he preened before the earth and horizon. Nothing beats a homecoming. Sage, you little idiot, Nami huffed, her cloud offhandedly giving one a sound, Bite's eyes a minor flick. Her eyes never left the line, her free hand lightly running over her tattoo. This isn't even close to a homecoming. This is the halfway mark. For a moment we were silent. And then, to come face to face with such a monstrous monument that so perfectly exemplifies the might of the eternal adversary we call nature, while surrounded by comrades and gearing up to face it. And there goes the moment, Nami sighed in defeat, shoulders slumping. There's no other words. Boss continued through the interruption, leaping up and pumping his fist in the air. It's a man's romance. Go, boss, go. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Vivi hummed in a wistful tone, spinning the mist about her finger. At least this is one of those times that's a good thing, Karu pointed out. No kidding, Mary breathed, staring unblinkingly at the stone. Between the storm and the fact that I wasn't really lucid last time, I couldn't be happier about the changes. So, all in all, the moment wasn't so much over as warped around a little. Still nice, though. Oh, a new perspective, new train of thoughts, new set of emotions. Golden Week wheezed through clenched teeth, fingers scrabbling at her side and pupils blown wide. Knee paint, brown, lots of it in so many different shades. Need it now. And we've lost our navigator, Fred grunted in clear dismay. Golden Week picked that moment to shuffle away, still in a daze. I'll go and make sure she doesn't walk off the ship in a stupor, Valentine sighed, striding after the young painter. Again. Wool, and to think I was living barely even a day's sail away from the Sepis breathed before looking up at her twice oldest friend. Lindy, you've probably seen this more times than you can count, right? A few centuries can wear away some of the shock, milady. The dragon grumbled, shaking his hide dismissively. But at the same time, the millennial dragons all agreed that there remains a he nodded his head, a wry grin splitting his muzzle. Comfort, I suppose, to see this mass of stone remain constant as the world changes around it. To know there's something else in the world that's eternal, aside from us. Something that, when we're long gone, will still stand proud and unbowed. Apis smiled fondly and idly ran her fingers across the scales, though without taking her eyes off the colossal stone mass. At the same time, though it's just a really big rock that goes close to space, Lindy added, well, take it in, everyone. As long as Golden Week is still painting, we're not going anywhere, Bartolomeo said, his grin making it clear that he had no problem with that. He then waved his hand at the neighboring ship. We've done our share of Netso adventuring up and down the Grant Line. For now, it's the Straw Hat's turn. Aye to that, Captain. Jin toasted his flask at the barrier man with a grateful grin. Aye to that. Oh, while marveling was all well and good, eventually I left the rest of the crew to sequester myself away in the dining room with mother. One of the comments made it shake me and made me remember something that I had wanted to put off until the last moment. But now the last minute was here and I couldn't wait any longer. And so here I was, waiting for my opportunity to talk to Luffy. This was between the captain and myself, after, well, I flinched slightly as I reminded myself of the facts. Between the captain and myself and one other, but given the circumstances anyway, back on topic. Those who knew about Kuma were smart enough to put the pieces together themselves if they were inclined to, but if they didn't, so much the better. I did not want any bias or pressure in this situation. I made this mess and I had to fix it. The minutes ticked by, soundbite relaying me the crew musing outside over the needle pointing to the seafloor. Same problem we had with Skypia. We know where we need to go, but not how to get there. And by we you mean wait a second, where did Cross go? Mary asked, a slight hint of panic in her voice. I patiently rapped my knuckles on the table. Oh, kitchen got it. Well, if you're listening, could you? This time I tapped my finger. I guess. Knew what? Luffy, Cross wants to talk. I double tapped my finger. Now, Cross wants to talk now. I heard a rubber man grunt, followed by a pair of giant rubber bands stretching. In no time at all, Luffy stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Hey, Cross, what's? Luffy's expression changed mid-sentence, his face hardening at the sight of my own. What is it, Cross? I didn't answer for a moment, staring at him before taking a deep pull from my mug. And then, my nerves as steel as they were going to get, I looked him in the eye. Luffy, your crewmate's happiness is the most important thing to you, right? Luffy's brow furrowed in incredulity, but he nodded. I clenched my jaw slightly. And does it include allowing them to leave the crew if they wanted to? And he never really wanted to join in the first place. What? Luffy shouted. What are you talking about, Cross? Everyone here joined because He cut himself off, grimacing again. I could almost see the connection sparking in his mind. What are you trying to say, Cross? I let out a hissing sigh and closed my eyes. Pardon the wholly necessary vagueness, Captain Luffy, but in the very near future, an opportunity is going to present itself. An opportunity that will give Vivi the choice of the world government stripped away from her. Stay with our crew, my expression tightened, or return home. I opened my eyes and locked them with Luffy's. Captain, I know that none of us would be happy to see her go, but she deserves the chance to choose free of expectations. I want to tell her that whatever she decides, we'll accept, but a pirate isn't allowed to leave their crew without the captain's consent. So, I'm asking you if I can tell Vivi when the time comes, that she and Karu have your full permission to leave the crew and return to Alabasta, if that's what she wants. Luffy Straw Hat shadowed his eyes, but I could still see his frown. It was a full minute before he looked up again. When you tell her that no matter what she chooses, both of them will always have a place on our crew. I smiled, bittersweet as all else. Never would have thought different, Captain. Now then, I clapped my hands together as I shoved off from the table and made for the door. Let's see about getting ourselves onto the next leg, shall we? With that done, I slammed the door open, ducked under the trio of projectiles that were flung at me with cries of watching this bastard, and pounded my knuckles together. Boss, front and center. The Dugong was before me in an instant. Aye, sir. The elder amphibian asked expectantly. I smirked. Gather your boys and dive, SFE. You're all going fishing. Boss perked up, quirking his eye ridge. Well, quizzically. Oh ho. What's the request? Light brunch, where's the captain in on this feast? Ooh, big game, my friend, big game. Oh ho. Interest gleamed in Boss's eye, and I prepared to elaborate. Hold it. When of course Vivi interrupted my fun with a tap on my shoulder. Just how necessary, exactly, is this expedition? She asked primly. Let me answer your question with a question, I replied with just as much decorum. How much do you want to get to Fishman Island without swimming all the way there? And how much do you want to go down in the shark submersible and act as big yourselves? Carry on, Vivi replied with an offhand wave. I chuckled as I turned back to Boss. All right, where was I? The point where I was liking this request more and more. Boss chucked out a ring of smoke as he eagerly wrung his flippers. Anything special we should be looking for? I spread my hands demonstratively. 5 clicks down and sporting some bait. Me claws. I felt my jaw twitch and clench at that particular reminder of what was to come. Fangs. Big fangs. And I mean by Sea King standards, got it. Yep. Boys. The guard promptly assembled behind him, ready and raring to go. We'll have it up for you in no time to see. Heck, want us to slice it up a little for you while we're down there. Got none. No. I waved my hands frantically on account of suddenly having it stuck in my head. Thanks for bringing that up because no, we don't need it alive, but we do need it intact. Got it? Intact. Boss paused, cigar bobbing slightly. That does make things a tad more complicated, doesn't it? But he clapped his flippers proudly. Challenges are what keep life interesting, right, boys? With all due respect, sir. Rafty replied a strained tone. Go suck on a gooseneck. Whack. Gah. Splash. So noted, Boss growled as half his cigar fell to the deck, his knuckles quit smoking from punching his disciple clean off the ship. He then cast a glare over his shoulder at the other three. Anyone else have something they want to say, with all due respect? SVSV splash. I smirked, eyeing the trench the dugongs had dug in the lawn. You've trained them well, Boss. Oh, no, Boss said as he casually hopped up onto the balustrade. I didn't train even a twitch of that into them. He cast a final smirk at me. They just know better is all. And with that, he dove off the edge and was gone. Once the ripples from the dugong's descent vanished, I hung my head and brought my hand up to press the knuckles against my forehead. Of course, all this is assuming that I haven't changed the world enough, so that our future friends aren't trapped in said Sea King's stomach. And how minor detail it is and how double-sided our luck can be, that is entirely possible, I muttered to myself. I mulled on that for a second more before slowly starting to massage my face, growing even more. Then again, Hamlin's razor. Hamlin's razor. Faunus queried innocently from where she was performing her daily maintenance of our armaments. What's that? The old aphorism from Cross's World, soundbite explained. Basically, never attribute to malice what can be adequately explained through. Curse splash. Throw roar. Snail's explanation was suddenly cut off by what else the very subject of our discussion breathing the surface of the waves in all its floppy ear. Bucktooth glory, for lack of a better word, roaring and snarling and thrashing and very noticeably not dead Kaio. Oh, for the love of hate, Boss. What's the holdup? I shouted out over the water, pointedly ignoring the overgrown and undercooked barbecue meal. If you've already found the damn thing, then just punt its skull in and get it over with. Give us a second, would ya? Donnie shouted as he surfaced right next to the Sunny, nursing a veritable puzzle of bruises. Just because we make this look easy doesn't mean it's damn effortless. Though admittedly we are close. Oi. He directed his focus down into the water. Pull. We all looked down in confusion, the Rabbit Sea King actually joining us in the motion. Thwack. Tartake. And receiving a hefty chunk of reef between his jaws for the trouble. Speaking from experience here, that is not a good feeling to have in your teeth, Luffy winced. I'm not even going to ask, Frankie sighed, prompting several nods of agreement. Now for the big finish. Mikey said eagerly as the TWOS jumped back on board. Boss, meanwhile, flew out of the water toward the poor doomed rabbit. Then he began spinning like he was Sanji winding up for a conch to say. Half-shell style, reef stomp. And with that final roar, the dugong slammed his aquatic lower half on the rabbit's skull hard, and with a coral between its jaws. Crack. Oh, what Billy winced, rubbing his beak sympathetically as the rabbit's eyes went white. His form slumped over in the water as shards of coral that would just be discreet and say calcium crumbled out of its slackened mouth. That has gotta hurt. That was the plan. Boss barked as he flipped onto the deck, chest proudly puffed out. Now, Mikey. He snapped his fingers and pointed at the growing aqua rabbit. Make blow. Aye, sir. The orange bandana dugong proclaimed, leaping at the Sea King with his weapon brandished. Now eat my chucks. Slam. I winced as Mikey rammed said chucks into the Sea King's gut, causing it to double over in agony. Each don't know what hurt worse seeing the poor thing getting ready to ralph with that god-awful quip. Oh, piss off. You try coming up with this stuff on the fly. Mikey sniffed as he landed beside me, brushing off his non-existent sleeves. Came up with Gastroblast within 10 seconds of first using it. I reiterate, piss off. I rolled my eyes, but instead of responding I scowled and leaned over the edge of the ship. Hey, big, toothless, and ugly. We don't want you, we want your lunch. Cough at Gub and you'll live to gum another galleon. The rabbit froze, its watery eyes turning toward me and narrowing. Then its expression contorted into sweat-dripping nervousness as it presumably eyed the ones behind me. More specifically, the eager lip-licking I could hear from Luffy's position. Grimacing, it stopped holding back and started actively lurching forward in its dry heaves. Ah, cross. Sandy said, warily eyeing the Sea King. Not to doubt you, but you have some serious questions about this whole thing I finished for him. You had the dugongs hunt down a Sea King, apparently for the sole purpose of making it blow chunks. Sanji grimaced, waving his hand at the still retching beast. How could whatever this thing possibly eat help us get to Fishman Island? Simple enough really, I said with a pleasant smile. It's not a whatever that ugly over there ate, but a whoever. Nami snapped her head my direction, confusion written on her features. Wait, a fishman got eaten by a Sea King. They'd never go down her gullet alive, it's considered the most embarrassing way to die. Re-ed species till I sang. Room end of the spectrum. Flip. Everything. It took only a moment's thought for Nami and Sanji to both stiffen up in realization. You mean, Nami started slowly. It ate. Sanji breathed. At that instant, the Sea King hawked up its lunch and all of Sanji's objections died, right there. As did most of his higher brain functions. And my sinuses. God, what did the thing eat? Island whale ambergris. Anyway, along with the mess was a pair of living creatures. One was star-shaped with a hat and a face. The other was green-haired with a yellow and dark pink, almost red shirt, and a lower body covered in pink scales. And given the force with which the Sea King spat them out, they were flying directly towards us. It was one hell of a leap, to be honest. Beautiful, admirable, awe-inspiring. And then they both slammed face first into both of our masts. Oh, what Billy said again, draping one wing over his eyes and glancing away as they peeled off. Should someone catch them? Yes, Sandy declared, darting below Kami and spreading his arms wide. I took one look at the arrangement and pinched my nose in despair. Right. Chopper. I'd recommend grabbing whatever treatments for anemia you have on hand. What? They need blood. Why didn't you say so before? Chopper yelped hysterically, scrambling left and right in a panic. Not for them, I interrupted, jerking a thumb at Sanji. For him. What are you? Chopper froze, his pupils glowing in realization. You. Got it. A second later, our cook's nearest, dearest, and most sacred of all wishes, a wish shared by most all of mankind, even came true. A mermaid. An actual, honest-to-God mermaid literally dropped into his arms. Wah. Splat. And a starfish splatted onto our pavilion's roof, but who cares about that? Kenny blinked blearily for a moment, obviously having a harder time shaking off her concussion than our crew. Soon enough, though, her eyes focused enough to lock onto Sanji's face and her gaze became dreamy. You saved me, she crooned, reaching out to caress his face. How can I ever? And that's as far as things got before the inevitable occurred. Splurt. Jayog. Oh lordy, I winced sympathetically. Seriously, on this crew, you got used to seeing inordinate amounts of blood, but so rarely is it in a situation that is so ugh. And it didn't help that the three people on board who shared Sanji's blood type were his rivals. The blood was probably toxic to their diet, and someone who may or may not weaken Sanji by sharing blood with him. No, I don't keep track of everyone's blood types, but the ones who share mine stick out in my mind. Especially seeing as I had a 1 in 3 chance of getting alcoholism, perversion, or who the hell knows from him. Moo! Roared. I snapped a glare at the sea beasts that were sniffing around inquisitively. Eat it before our chef gets a transfusion and bakes you into surf-based gumbo. Growl. That sent them running but good. And someone get her a towel already. I ordered. We're going to be here a while. Hey guys, how much longer? Holy crap, is that a mermaid? A long while, I repeated, resigned. Oh, cutting ahead for the sake of sanity, it thankfully didn't take long for King to towel off and repress that little incident, for Papa to get his cartilaginous head back on straight, and for everyone on both ships to assemble around our new guests. It did take us a fair bit to punt off the more oval wide the Bardo bastards, even with Jin and Ever's help. Not that I could really blame them for that, mind you. Cause, well, remember how way back on Jaya I deduced that a lot of fisherman racism was due to Uncanny Valley. Well, I can now confirm that after getting a look at a mermaid that Father Time hadn't gotten his hands on. It worked in reverse for mermaids. See, I'm not someone who would go all hail old nurse at a pretty girl. To be completely frank, I hadn't really understood what it was about the idea of mermaids that made them so much of a man's romance. And I wasn't about to fall head over heels for Kami either. But as before, it made a lot more sense when you weren't seeing it through ink and paper. Kami was, to be generous, above average in attractiveness and clearly not overly concerned about her looks. But we're in Fishman, where tiny details made them just inhuman enough to trigger all the wrong signals. Apparently mermaids, those differences triggered all the right ones. Cheekbones, jawline, skin tone, even the glimmer of her scales, beautiful beyond any fish I'd seen thus far, making for an overall vision of beauty that, while not remotely justifying Sabaody, did explain a hell of a lot. Made me wonder what the island itself would be like. Of course, that was still a long way and a heck of a lot of effort away, but hey, a guy could dream. Sorry about earlier, the mermaid said, rubbing her head sheepishly, and also toweling off some of the last of the blood on her. Just felt like I had fallen right into a scene from The Little Mermaid, and I couldn't help myself. So, did that make you Ariel? Soundbite smart. Of course. All mermaids dream of being just like Ariel, Kimmy sighed wistfully. Of course they. Wait, the snail narrowed his eyes in confusion. Considering the human relations, why the hell? Say, what's the story about exactly? Oh, it's a wonderful tale of romance and adventure, and love triumphing over the barrier of land and sea. Kimmy crooned. That still doesn't make... I think my favorite bit was when the Sea Kings ripped the evil slave merchants to shreds. Me, I'd be thinking of a different story. MPH. Well, the romance issue is all on him. Not you, Frankie snorted, jabbing his thumb at the recovering Sanji, which prompted a round of nods from most of us and a flurry of curses from him. Anyway, nice to meet you, but who the hell are you? Conk Robbins, a tongueless arm delivered to the back of his head, was ignored. And if you don't mind me asking, what kind of mermaid are you? Conus inquired with innocent curiosity, and just asking for a friend. How long do we need to cook you for maximum savoriness? Sue inquired not so innocently. What? Yay! An inquiry that Conus thankfully repaid with a quick swat. Oh, I'm sorry, I completely forgot. The mermaid explained, straightening up into the closest semblance of standing she could manage. My name is Kami, and no, I don't mind. No kissing grunting mermaid. She bowed politely, an honest grin on her face. It's very nice to make your acquaintances. Oh ho, no, trust me, it's our plea. What? Here, watch me. Bardo snapped at Ever, who simply grinned and made a show of rubbing her knuckles. Hi, Kami. It's nice to meet you. Our captain proclaimed enthusiastically, walking up to her and sticking out his hand. I'm Luffy. The mermaid gasped in surprise. Oh wow, is that really your name? Recognition in 3, 2, Palm Freak counted down. Don't hold your breath, I warned. You've got the same name as Straw Hat Luffy. Kami deduced, I sparkled. The elephant's jaw tipped open, one eye twitching, both staring unblinkingly at the mermaid. Actually, I'm Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy clarified, through either unwavering patience or total obliviousness. Really? That's so wild. Remember what I said about understanding the beauty of mermaids. That does not by any means extend to when they make shocked faces that have no right to rival energy at you. Soundbite, Frankie grunted. That last word in that razor thing wouldn't happen to be stupidity, would it? However did you guess? The snail crooned. By way of answering, the cyborg directed another question to our guest. Hey, just wondering, but how'd you of all people get eaten by a sea king? I thought mermaids were supposed to be the fastest swimmers in the world. King looked over at him, her shock completely forgotten. Oh, I was chasing after an octopus and accidentally swam into the beast's mouth. It's really more common than you'd think. This makes about 20 times that I've been eaten. Call it a hunch, Frankie remarked in my general direction. But wait, Kami said, also turning toward me with wide, sparkling eyes. A talking snail. That would mean you're Jeremiah Frost in soundbite. Pleasure to meet you, I assure you, I said, bowing with as much pomp as I could muster. Always an honor to meet a loyal fan. Autographs are 1,000 Duris each. Suddenly, clouds delivered me some shade. Dark, angry clouds. 10,000 Duris. Whack. Now, I actually did twitch as Robin chopped the back of my head from a few feet away. 500. Thought. Oof. Fine free. I snarled at Vivi, rubbing my side where she'd elbowed me. Just stop hitting me. Teach whap. I growled as I clutched Brad to sign my grip. You have one chance to tell me why. Everyone else was doing it. She tried. The complete unrepentant in her answer lasted long enough for me to haul her off the deck and wound up for a punt. Maybe if I was pissed enough I could actually hit the red line. Shoot for the horizon and all that. I wanted to remind you that seeing as we're at the line, our hitchhiker. I paused and blinked as I considered that factor. Huh, good point. Go get him, would you? Oh yeah, sure. Whack. Check us. She howled as she marked the other end of the sun. I dusted off my hands and lowered my foot with a contented smirk. Well, that was fun. Now where were we? Oh, fair maiden with the seas tilted. Of course, how could I forget? I smoothly stepped aside, allowing the love hurricane to bluster by unimpeded. I was tempted to try and trip him up, but I abstained on account of not exactly being eager to get my leg ripped off by his momentum. To finally meet the mermaid, the fairest jewel of all the oceans, the dream of all mankind. Oh, joyous day, oh, joyous day. Sanji cheered, more lovesick than I'd seen him be in weeks. He veritably blurred with excitement, and radiated hearts like an enamored rod of uranium. King leaned back slightly, eyes wide. You get used to him, Mary smoothly offered. She's lying, ever countered. Any further commentary from the peanut gallery was interrupted by Sanji melting down harder than when he got into a fight with Zoro not 30 minutes ago. Directed at the heavens above. Who are the bastards who dared to compare such flawless Aphrodite to the wretched cows of the sea? Those who have seen Granny Kokoro Susanart. We, man, that's just mean. Lester sniggered to himself. True, but mean. I wasn't honestly sure if he meant the insult to Frankie's surrogate mother, not that he wasn't nodding in agreement. Mind you, what he attacked the common sense Sanji too. Oh, are we asking her questions now? My turn. I surreptitiously stepped well away from Luffy as he raised his hand, casting pointedly unsubtle glances at my more sensible crewmates. I'm just wondering, cause you're part fish and everything, how do? Get him. Guag. Luffy was promptly and literally choked off by now with Sanji, Kanis, and half of the DWS tackling him and doing their best to tie him into a pretzel. Ukami, bless her dangerously naive heart, crooked her head in innocent confusion. Are they playing a game? Test. Brook shook his head in chastisement, somehow clicking his non-existent tongue. Youngster, so very unrefined. Not a hint of manners in them. Now then, he spun and addressed King, doffing his top hat with the most proper of decorum. If you don't mind, milady, might I? The skeleton trailed off, giving King a slow, deliberate once-over before coughing into his fist. My apologies, I realized that what I was about to ask was out of line. Let me try again. May I borrow some GRK? Brooke suddenly choked, clawing at his neck bones in panic. Can't. Breathe. I caught sight of Robin leaning in close to Vivi, who was scowling and strangling the air. How are you accomplishing that when he doesn't have any lungs? Don't question it and make it stop working, the princess growled back. Kami, meanwhile, still showed a considerable nonchalance towards our crew's madness. She blinked at Brooke before smiling and reaching over her shoulder to rifle through her bag. Oh, you need money. Sure, that's the least I can do for you. She brought her arm back out and flashed a wad of the wrist. How much do you need? What the? I squawked, but before I could properly react, Bardo's force field arm reached past us and swiped the roll of cash from the mermaid's hand. Captain used a low whistle as he thumbed through the bundle. Holy cow, this is real. Impressive. Bardo then stuffed the bundle in his back pocket without even missing a beat because, of course, a roll of her eyes, and Nami promptly tossed the very same bundle back to Kami. I think this belongs to you, she drawled. Hey, this looks like my money. Kami exclaimed in surprise, and then she promptly flipped out. Wait, this is my money. Well, how the hell? Bardo yowled, patting his pockets down in panicked confusion. My wallet's gone too. Idiot tax. Nami waved him off before turning a cocked brow on Kami. But still, I'm curious. What's a nice girl like you doing with that much money? You're not doing anything. Unsavory, are you? She leaned in with a sharp grin. And if you are, can I get in on it each? Down, girl, I test, yanking her back by her ear. Oh, no, it's nothing like that, I assure you. Kami cut in, waving her hands in denial. I work at a seafaring restaurant, gathering the ingredients we need. Business has been booming lately, and I've got a lot of extra cash on hand because we've been expanding into a few different kinds of seafood, but our focus and our biggest hit is still takoyaki. A seafaring restaurant. Sanji perked up, his attention thankfully much less perverse this time, but one of his eyes was still a heart. But still small progress is progress. Any chance I could get a look at the recipe sometime? Someone talking about food. Raffi piped in, of course choosing that exact moment to rejoin us. In her flippers, she was carrying a large, upside-down samurai helmet, within which was a sizable, wriggling mass of tentacles. Kini perked up at the sight, reaching down to rifle through her bag again. Oh, is that an octopus? That's great, I can show you some of our recipes right now. Just give me somewhere to cook it up in. Whoa, what? Raffi yelped, jerking the helmet away from the mermaid. Cook him. Are you out of your mind? Ukami paused, clearly out of her depth. Am I missing something? I should say so. Soundbite sniffed in the snootiest tone he could muster. Cook him, the absolute nerve. Madam, I will have you know that this fine gentle cephalopod is our guest. who we fished up in our catch a few days ago, but still. And with that little clarification, the octopus tentacles took hold of his helmet and flipped it out of Raffi's flippers, centering it on his bulbous brow before gurgling in a particularly chastising tone at Kami. Oh, the mermaid recoiled, her cheeks coloring in embarrassment. I'm my mistake, sir, so sorry, sir, won't happen again, sir. Ah, here. She withdrew a slip of paper from her bag and handed it to the cephalopod. A coupon for the esteemed marine eatery of takoyaki. Cough cannibalism, cough. Papuk subtly coughed into one of his arms. 8. Kami lamely concluded, face paling dramatically. Oh, we also serve duck eggs. The octopod gave the mermaid a flat glare before snatching the coupon from her hands, stuffing it away in his helmet and waddling his way to the ship's railing. I shook my head with a weary sigh, giving the octopus an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. Regardless of the rough ending, we hope you enjoyed your time with us, and that you enjoy your time on Fishman Island, Ambassador Arcturus. Give our regards to King Neptune and Shogun Octavia both. The glare briefly vanished, and the octopus snapped his all salute before flipping overboard. After a moment of silence, Papuk asked the obvious question. So, you wound up on good terms with the Shug of the Surf, admiring someone who beats you instead of hating them isn't that out of the ordinary, Zoro said knowingly, though I still wish I'd gotten a chance to fight them. By the way, the swordsman cocked his brow at mine vertebrae. When did you learn to speak fish? Soundbite. May, getting there, not quite, soundbite shrugged, though he was grinning. Believe it or not, he's talking on his own. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. Kami picked up the Rasta star and presented him, smiling brightly. Everyone, this is my pet Papuk. He's also my master and a starfish. Nice to meet you. Papuk waved his arm in greeting. Is anyone else just now realizing that we're really not questioning the fact that we're talking with a naturally speaking starfish right now? Billy asked slowly. Not even top 10 on our charts. This week, it was noted. Honestly, I'm more concerned with the master aspect of the relationship. Ever drawl, giving the starfish a once-over. As a master and apprentice, Papuk drawl, puffing himself up. You guys are looking at the head designer of the criminal fashion line after all. This fine dear should be as honored to be under my tutelage. Nami blinked in surprise at that. Then her eyes snapped wide in shock and she lurched to watch make that shoved her way to the front of the crowd, her eyes in tempo sending the unfortunates in front of her tumbling. Wait, I know that name. Criminal is one of the major brands in the fashion world. Sold up and down the Grand Line. Even a single piece goes for, She suddenly trailed off, glancing to and fro as her eyes in tempo huddled around her. Oh, the little bitch. A perfectly normal and reasonable jibe. No, please don't stop there, Zoro grit out, his teeth set in a twitching grin as he loomed behind her, hand planted on her shoulder. Yes, I hissed out in agreement, patiently tapping my finger on her other shoulder. Do tell us just how much of our treasure, which we shed blood, sweat, and tears for, you spent on your wardrobe. Our navigator chuckled nervously, pointedly refusing to meet our gazes. Then her mood reversed and she snapped an accusing finger at Papuk. Hey, if you want to blame anyone, blame him. It doesn't matter how good he is, his prices are extravagant. That little boneless flesh bag's the one with all our hard-earned gold. Papuk had a gall to flip his sunglasses down and raise his non-existent chin in pride. The beautiful young witch is right. I am indeed a very sublime starfish. Wealthy, popular, influential. Why, I'll even have you know that I am personally acquainted with the beautiful mermaid princess Sure, Ahoshi herself. Few of my crewmates shot me questioning looks, and I shook my head with the blankest expression possible. None of them were surprised. As such, Papuk forged on, cupping his chin. You're all probably wondering what someone as important as I was doing here on the surface, working at a lowly takoyaki stand. Well, you see, the answer is us. The starfish trailed off, his expression disturbed as he looked at my shoulder. I'm sorry, but is he supposed to be doing that? It was at that point that I became aware of what I can only now describe as a sparkling sound coming from my shoulder. Turning to look, I saw Soundbite grinning with demonic ecstasy. And he was staring straight at Papuk with positively manically real. I groaned, reaching up to rub my forehead. For the sake of my sanity, I have to at least try. Please don't sing the entire song. Never. The snail dashed my hopes with a single cackling bark. I've waited too long for this. Ooh, hold it. Nami interrupted with a sharp snap of her fingers right in his face. I'm going to need a little help for this. And with that, she wrenched herself out of mine and Zoro's hands, marched over to the pavilion, and used her tempo to wrench out a large wooden trunk marked Zoro's secret stash. You touch this, I touch you. Whose lid she threw open in spite of Zoro's indignant snarl. After several moments of rummaging and clinking glass bottles, she took out a small bottle out and slammed the lid shut. Nami held the bottle to her eye and scrutinized its faded label. I don't know what this is, but it has 3.5 out of 5 stars on the label, so that's either really good or really bad. She cautiously took a sip. Gah, it tastes like pistachio ice cream, cough drops, and those Skittles things sound, but had Sandy tried to whip up, and not in a good way. And it was with that particularly appetizing statement that Nami knocked the bottle back and drained it completely. You raging witch bitch! Zoro snarled, veins pulsing in his neck. Nami's so polite response was to flash him her middle finger. Once she finished off the bottle, she tossed it overboard with a heaving sigh. Okay. Now that I'm sufficiently fortified and can feel sounds, please continue, Soundbite. Mary tilted her head inquisitively. I thought your tolerance was best defined as ungodly. The infamous weather which donned a catty smile, just filled with innocence. Yeah, it was. And then I joined this crew and became one of the most feared pirates on the 6 seas. Most feared rookies. Nami's grin twitched. Rookies that burned down the world government's front porch. Point. Anyway, Tilda. Oh, one last flute riff, and the spectacle was over. I gave Soundbite an annoyed, somewhat mad glare. You've been planning this for a while, haven't you? Oh, you have no idea. Thought I was gonna burst sometimes. McGeach. Well, even so, did you have to sing the entire damn song? If he's been waiting since the synth. Brisk, you should just count yourself lucky that there isn't a second verse, Robin stated. I sighed and turned back to our guests. All right, moving right on from Miss Insanity. Kami, is there anywhere you'd like us to take you so that you can avoid the Sea Kings? You mentioned a restaurant, right? I clamped my teeth down the inside of my cheek. Takoyaki 8, I think you called it. Huh. Kami glanced at me, Luffy, Nami, Sandy, and Bert perking up at the same time. Oh yes, that'd be fantastic, thank you. And I could even give you a discount on our takoyaki. Well, I just worked there, but I'm sure my boss would be glad to give you guys a discount. Or for free Papuk cut in. That would make more sense. Gah, that would make more sense. Kami shouted. Takoyaki. Luffy parroted, his eyes turning to fried octopus delicacies. Free. Nami echoed, her eyes turning to 3 symbols. Zoro, meanwhile, wasn't quite so enthusiastic. Is your store's octopus really? He casually caught Sam's heel on his forearm. That good. Joaquin nodded and was about to explain. I decided that there was no way in heck I was going to be able to get through this without a damn drink. So I casually knocked the back of my fist on Frankie's gut and fished out a bottle of blah. Why hey, the cyborg yelped, slamming his stomach shut. I'm not your damn fridge. I snapped a caustic glare up at him. No, you're our cooler, so shut it. And with that, I tilted the bottle back before he could object further. After all, I had to do something to distract myself while Kenny was speaking. So I tuned back in. And while all the extra business was really nice, it was kind of hectic for a while with just me, Papug, and Hatchie. The mermaid sighed despondently. It was just too much. For every brew we made, we were losing 2 more. It almost wasn't any fun anymore. And then Kenny's mood flipped and she beamed with pure glee. But that all changed when Hacken hired Kirichin and Chuchin. What? I heaved my drink, suddenly shooting down the exact wrong tube as I tried to speak or shout, or I don't know what, damn it all. Cross, I've had it up to here with you wasting my well for spit takes. If you don't swallow that, I'm force-feeding you a biscuit. Frankie threatened. Fuck you, arcade, I gurgled, hastily forcing the back down the right track and shoving the bottle back in his hands. Once my airways were clear, though, I snapped a panicked look at concerned Kami. WH, what were those names again? I demanded. Huh. Kami tilted her head innocently. You mean Hacken, Kirichin, and Chuchin? Yup. No mistake. Definitely no mistake. And seeing as Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, and Mary had all tensed up at once, snapping wide-eyed looks at me, they'd managed to put the pieces together. 2. They didn't concern me, however. What really truly terrified me was the combination of the raging typhoon churning behind Nami, and the perfectly, terrifyingly blank expression with which she was staring at absolutely nothing. Audibly gulping, I tentatively croaked why you wouldn't happen to be talking about a ray fishman named Kirubaineum, Garfish, I think, named Chu. The whole time I was silently pleading for her to say no. To please refute me, even if she was lying. Garfish. No, Chu is a smelt whiting fishman, Papa corrected. Fuck. So, you know them. Kami perked up. Okay, this was bad, but maybe, just maybe I could still salvage it with careful planning, the right combination of words. A hand crushed my shoulder. And you're not asking about the octopus. Zoro said dangerously. I froze and then slowly looked at Zoro with a bemused frown. My mind's a blank, I admitted. My terror wasn't forgotten for long, however. Thanks to my other shoulder getting grabbed and the rest of me getting hauled off almost faster than my feet could follow. We need a minute, Nami informed Kami, her voice nice and even. I'm okay. Kami trailed off. Apparently, even a goldfish brain like her could read the subtext. I shivered at that little unspoken ultimatum, but nevertheless followed Nami with minimal complaint as she led me, Billy, and the rest of the East Blue crew around the side of the pavilion. Once there, Mary rapped on one of the pavilion's pillars and brought up the side wall, blocking Kami and Papug from view, which soundbite backed with his own impenetrable wall of blurred noise. Once we were nice and private, Nami slowly looked at me. Talk, she calmly ordered. Well, I wasn't one to pass up that invitation, for better or for worse. Okay, I jabbered frantically. I know you're pissed, and you have every right to be, but I can explain. Any further explanation was aborted on account of the fist that was suddenly 2 inches from my face. Thanks, I breathed at Zoro, who was holding Nami back by the wrist. Behind her, I could also see Luffy holding her climb attack, thank God. Thank me by explaining instead of saying you will, the swordsman shot back before turning his eyes to Nami. You done. She nodded mutely. Good. In all fairness, I think no, I deserve that, I shamelessly admitted. And only that, so I swear to you up front, I only knew the Hatch-san was free and I had nothing to do with it. Nami's already icy front tightened, now on the verge of an outright scowl. Talk fast, I'm already figuring out how to slip this. So I did just that. Alright, to start, I realize that your sentiments on Hatch-san and all fishermen are justifiably tainted. But you need to acknowledge that he's a good guy. He probably didn't even want to go through with the Arlong Empire plan, he only did it because the other 3 were his closest friends. His brothers. His equivalent of me of Zoro of Luffy. Hell, his childhood dream was to open a takoyaki stand with. I froze in realization, and going by the rainbow of emotions that flashed across Nami's face, she made the same leap I did. Acting fast to forestall the building metaphorical hurricane, I ducked my head around the pavilion and waved down Kami's attention. And I assure you, I did not miss the fact that Nami was glaring holes in the back of my skull the entire time. Ah, say, you two wouldn't happen to know where a fishman by the name of Arlong is, would you? Surprisingly enough, the Garama's expression grew ashen and sprouted an ugly grimace. Hopefully still rotting in the jail Hatche said he was sent to, if there's any real justice in the world. I actually met him once, you know. When I was younger. Went to the Fishman District on a dare, heard him speaking. The things he said, she shivered in revulsion. He was a very bad person, and I'm happy he's locked away. I nodded my thanks and turned back. Nami was visibly more relaxed, but her glare's intensity had barely diminished. Okay, from the top, I repeated, unwilling to try to fit my other foot down my throat. I knew about Hatchin. In the story, he was the only one who escaped from the jail ship that was carrying Arlong and his men. He went through some convoluted undersea adventure that ended with him quitting piracy and living out his old dream of opening a floating takoyaki stand. And you didn't warn us about that, why? Nami asked quietly. I grimaced and chose my next words very carefully. Because there was nothing to warn about, because that is all he has been doing. In the story, we only met him because he was captured trying to save Kami and Papa from being kidnapped. He was locked up and begging to be set free to help, and you were surprisingly okay with it. I think the way you put it was that he was. I also carefully cracked open an eye. Harmless. Nami's expression was unreadable for several seconds. Finally, she slipped her arm free of our swordsman and sighed in defeat. He's probably the only one who never tried to hurt me without Arlong's orders, and his antics cheered me up sometimes. She muttered absently before looking at me again. If things happen like that, I can imagine tolerating him. But if you're going to tell me that I let bygones be bygones just like that. No ho, it pretty much was just tolerating him, I quickly clarified. You only really forgave him and started considering him a friend after he took a bullet for us. Literally. Nami's head snapped up, her eyes wide, and the rest of the East Bluer seemed surprised as well. But that lasted for all of a few seconds before the icy grimace returned. I guess I can imagine that, and there was her hand snapping into a fist, and the snarl asking for blood. But Kirubai and Chu, they weren't as bad as Arlong, no one ever could have been, but I wouldn't consider saving them. Hey, neither would I, Kirubai was a bastard and Chu a sadist. I'm as shocked as you are. I protested. The way I saw it, Hatch, I was the only one who got away. And there's no way that I could have changed that. I was either back in my world or stranded on that island until after that went down. We've been over this, Cross. Sanji grit out, a factory's worth of smoke chuffing from his mouth. If something goes differently than what you saw, it's automatically your fault. I frowned and, for lack of any other options, ducked around the pavilion again. How did those two start working with you? I called out to Kami. Kirichin and Chuchin. She asked, bless her kindly heart. Oh, that was a couple of months ago. After you started the SBS business boom for us, the Davy backfight alone had us struggling to keep up with all the orders, but after a nice lobby, Hakan decided that we needed more employees, and since Kirichin and Chuchin shared his dream of running a takoyaki stand, he called Boss Jin and asked him to release them to his custody. Boss Jin dropped them off himself, Papa continued. I still remember how furious he looked. He told them that he was letting them all off with a warning, and if he heard a whisper of trouble, he'd have them back in prison before they could say Neptune. I'll admit that in the early days, Hatch, I had to hold their paroles over their heads, but they love the job enough that there aren't any more problems. Sure, they do tend to provoke fights with humans, but from the grins those humans had when the fists started flying, they were looking for fights just for the hell of it, Suo. I slowly came back around, expression pointedly blank as I worked out the chain of events. Okay, so maybe it was my fault. Slightly. Tangentially. I was silent for a second before knocking my forehead on the wall. Blame me if you will, but I will not go silently into that good night. With that, we lapsed into a tense silence blanketed by the gastro scramble. All eyes were on Nami, who was slowly caressing her heavily tattooed left arm. Billy stood beside her, a wing resting over her shoulders. And slowly, the tension bled out of her body. The scared little thief girl that was helpless against those fishmen is dead and gone, Nami said at last, her tone quiet but proud. I'm strong enough now to face my past, and if they try anything, they're mine. Works for me, and nodded thankfully, both for her confidence and the sanctity of my body. So if that's everything. Not so fast, Cross. I groaned and dragged a hand down my face. Because of course not. I glanced out the corner of my eye at our chef. What, Sanji? One other thing I need you to clear up for us first, Sanji replied, arms crossed and a scowl on his face. Kami just mentioned that Jim let those two loose. And as I'm sure you of all people remember, Yosaku told us about him way back when, about how a fishman became a warlord in exchange for releasing. Jim released Jack Squat, I snapped. He sprung Arlong from impelled down when he became a warlord, yes. And entirely because they were crewmates on the Sun Pirates and because they were once brothers in arms, that's it. Hell, when Arlong started hinting at what he was going to do, Jin thrashed his ass, but good. You wanna know why Arlong tolerated Nezumi? It wasn't because he was worried about the Marines, it was because if Jim heard one word about Kakoyashi, the Arlong Empire would have crumbled like a sandcastle in the face of Jin's wrath. You're sure? Nami asked. I guarantee that when we meet Jin, be it today or later, the first thing he will do upon recognizing you is fall on his knees and beg your forgiveness, not just for himself, but for fishmen as a whole, for not killing Arlong when the saw-toothed bastard gave him the chance. That is the kind of fishman he is. And no, that's not an opening for you to offer to fillet him, I added, also directing a scathing glare at Sanji, who'd been looking just a tad too thoughtful for my liking. The cook snorted and rolled his eyes, but I could tell he'd done as I asked and dropped his ill-conceived notion. All right, so does anyone else have any chinks they want to poke? With full knowledge that I have every intention to, I held my hand out and strangled Fried's grip when he dropped into my palm. Poke back. Nobody had anything to say. Imagine that. Good. I marched back around the pavilion, signaling that the conversation was over and allowing everyone to disperse, and then promptly conglomerate back around Kami. All wasn't as we'd left it, however, as Kami was facing away from us, apparently speaking into her hand. She turned back around at the sound, and I saw she was holding a baby transponder snail with a star-spangled shell, a snail that she'd just put back to sleep and slipped back under Papa's Rasta hat. Is everything all right? She asked, clutching her hands in concern. Don't worry about it, Vivi said before anyone else could open their mouths and let out trouble. She then glanced at the starfish. Did you need to call someone? Oh. No, Kimi waved her off, though she looked concerned and was trying to hide it. Poorly. I just called Chuchin to say that I'm on my way back and bringing some guests. He usually handles to-go orders. She nervously bit her thumb. Though, for whatever reason, he did sound a little woozy. Pure curiosity, but did you mention who your guests we? Karu asked dryly, casting a look at the rest of our crew. Nah, I suggested we don't, Puppet answered. I thought it would make a cool surprise. Now that left me and a few others more than a little confused. Ultimately, Sanji just waved his hand dismissively. Probably just a long day and a few shitty customers. Happened all the time at the Barity. Most everyone else murmured agreement, but MPH, I don't know, something about that explanation didn't quite sit right with me. Anyway, with that, he went back into a Cat 3 Hurricane and dropped into a bow. If you would be so kind as to lead the way, Kami dearest Hilda. It will be our honor to follow you every step of the way. Tail turn of the way. Hey, yeah, honor. Ha ha ha. Thwack. Gah. Bardo yelped before snarling at his snickering. See. You get 2 a day ever. 2. I shall use them wisely and like clockwork, sir. Gah. Is everything all right? Kami wondered. Come on, Kami, let's get out of here, Papak sighed as he plodded towards the railing before any of us could respond. Hey, hold it a second, how about some directions to this place before you beat it? We're stuck here until she's done, Valentine cut in, jabbing her thumb at the very deeply engrossed Golden Week. And don't worry about any problems with the log pose, just give me some sea marks visible from the sky and I can relay them, Pip is added. A notepad ready. Actually, I'd also like a word ever added. Do you have any catalogs on hand? And do you deliver? Fine, but then we're gone, Papug sighed in defeat. Whatever their problems are, I'd bet my top arm that if we stay here even 1 second longer, we'll be infected by their crazy. Don't those things grow back anyway, Patty? Soundbite snidely queried. Papug's response was to shoot back a cocky smirk. Yeah, actually, they do. Bet your guy could have used that a while back, huh? What? You little... Soundbite roared before a snore ruined the image. Alright, I'll admit that was actually a pretty good burn, right, Crow-woo-oh? That was probably due to the thoughtful look I had on my face. That look never means anything good. What's caught in your brain pan? I pursed my lips as I mulled events over. Something doesn't make sense. Nami let out an incredulous tisk. You mean besides the fact that 2 of my mother's unrepentant killers are free, along with a 3rd who's on the fence? I ignored the crack so as to not lose my train of thought. Remember how I said we originally ran into Hatch, again after he was captured? Soundbite cocked an ice talk. Yeah, why? We can arrive to an empty takoyaki stand or something. I shook my head. No, you don't get it, that call she made that was supposed to be the ransom call. And she would have said something if anything had happened to Hachi, so... Soundbite crossed his ice stalks and thought. Maybe we got here early. And now we're gonna arrive to an empty stand. MRPH. That made sense except, the macros aren't exactly what you'd call powerhouses. The frown evolved into a scowl as that trio of brainless faces flashed through my head. In fact, they're cowardly weaklings. They had to hire a gang to kidnap Hatch, I for them because they couldn't do it themselves. And that was Hatch, I alone. Even with superior numbers, I just can't see all 3 of our law's lieutenants getting taken all at once. especially not with Chu's firepower and Kira by being a, black belt in fishman karate. Yaden specifically, Nami clarified, jaw clenched. And with the way he trains, he's probably even higher by now. My point being, I continued before she could get started. He and Chu are almost as strong as Hachi each. And unlike Hachi, they don't have any qualms about bashing heads, and instead of just bashing heads, they wouldn't get taken easily. And they wouldn't be taken alone either, Sanji chipped in. If takoyaki ate as famous as those
He
two
did
say
a
it
little
is,
bit
and in waters
of
as rough as these, any customers present
leftovers.
would be more likely to help their favorite cooks, rather than lose their food. Geez, the more we talk about this, the stupider and stupider it sounds like attacking takoyaki 8 is. Usopp muttered incredulously. Why would they even do it? Oh, that's an easy one, Kami. I jabbed my thumb over my shoulder at our guest. See, the thing about the macro pirates is that besides being unrepentantly stupid, they're unrepentantly evil. And by that, I mean slave traders. Fishmen slave traders. It took Nami a second, but when it hit, she was the first of the crew to pick her drop jaw off the floor. I may be remembering wrong, Cross, but I have vivid memories of Arlong and his crew going on drunken ragers about how every fisherman alive hates slavery with a bloody passion. Yeah, well, that makes the macros race traders, I growled in disgust. And believe me, with what I know about their past, their actions are even more despicable than you can imagine. Insulting too, I frowned and thought. Now that I think about it, I really should get a branding iron ready for when we run into them. There's something on their skins they should not be wearing anymore. Let's put a pin in that, Mary hastily interrupted. You were making a point. Right motive, and as I said, it's Kami. I shook my head sadly. As you'll recall, the slave trade does exist, and it's actually centered in these waters. It's in the flesh market that human fantasies take a turn for the worst. And tragically, there's no more valuable fantasy out there than that of the mermaid. It's disgusting, but the fact is that Kami's worth a literal king's ransom. And when that much money's on the table, people do disgustingly stupid things a stupid number of times, right, Nami sighed. I nodded in solemn agreement. Yep. Stupid like attacking takoyaki 8 over and over again. No matter how many times Hatch, I beats them up and throws them back to the Sea Kings. I paused as a thought occurred to me. Although with Kirabai and Chu present, they wouldn't get off so easy anymore, and they know that, so they'd stop. I cut my chin as my train of thought accelerated. Or at least, they'd stop attacking the stand, but they wouldn't give up on Kami. Instead, they'd keep an eye on her at a distance, follow her, waiting for the perfect moment when she was most vulnerable. And for Mermaid, that means when she's out of it. Close to the entire crew stiffened as realization washed over us. Oh, son of a Kami, wait. I held in panic, spinning around and reaching for the mermaid. Huh. Kami blinked and looked our way. Splash. Cut. Just as a blur shot out of the waters and snatched Kami clean off the deck before anyone could react. It was just so fast. She was there 1 second, and the next we were left gaping dumbly at where she'd been just a second earlier. Vivi was the first of us to find her words, or at least some of them. Watch us. That got everyone else's brains working. Kami. Papa wailed in mortal terror. Guards. After them. Nami snapped. Right. Move. Boss barked, leading the dugongs straight over the edge. I reached after the dugongs, trying to stop them. No, wait. Splash. And then failing. Don't, I groaned, letting my arm drop in defeat. Papa whirled around, face contorted into a tear-streaked snarl. Why would you tell them to stop, you heartless? Because there's no point, I groaned, pitching the bridge with my nose in an attempt to ward off the battering ram trying to punch a hole in my skull. That was a flying fish. They're the second fastest things under the sea. Boss and the TWS are strong, no doubts about that, but the dugongs chose that point to crawl back onto the deck, and I couldn't help but wince as I took in their state. Their disheveled, urchin-covered state. You didn't stand a chance in hell, did you? I summarized sympathetically. Mikey stuck his tongue out at me. Or he just stuck his tongue out so he could try and yank off the hermit crab that had latched onto it, either or. Donnie, meanwhile, sagged in place with a tortured groan. So fast. They left us in their bubbles. I almost had them boss snarled as he yanked a particularly clingy urchin from the tip of the cigar. But then they took a right turn through a reef and left me fighting off the bastard of a barracuda. Well, we're not just letting them take her. Luffy swore, grinding his fist into his palm. Cross, where are they taking her? Marph, I dreaded racking my brain for all the details on this mess I would need. Well, the bastards who use those things, the flying fish riders, have a floating base near here. But I cut the crew off before they could leap into action. Assuming they're working for the macros, they've got no reason to keep her there. We can double back and kick their teeth in later, but right now we need to head for the belly of the beast. Papug, which way to? Puru, 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 puru. Puru, 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 puru. The sudden ringing of Papug's Rasta Cap did a good job keeping him from answering, which he responded to by whipping out his baby snail and answering with an irate snarl. Hachi, this is really not the time. And this isn't Hachi, so shut the hell up. Papug's face contorted in shock and rage as the snail's face turned to look at us, one eye wide with hate. About time. I've been waiting for you chumps for a while now, even set up base here because I knew that you'd show up eventually. And what? You know, my boys go out for a nice and easy dash and snatch, and they tell me that the mark's on your tub of all places. Ain't life just funny like that? The eye flashed with the vilest of malevolence. Straw hats. Never one to drop the ball on matters like this. Luffy grabbed the snail. Give us Kami back right now and we'll kick your ass. A Luffy. Usopp raised a finger uncertainly. If you don't, our captain continued in a low growl. I'll feed you to the Bananagators boss knows. That shut us all up right quick. Heck, I think even Duval was a bit taken aback. Leo actually summarized it best in 2 words. Well, shit. Sadly, apparently not even super serious Luffy could cast stupidity for long, as a second later Duval was right back to scowling and spitting. Yeah, well, tough nuts. I'm not afraid of you and I'm not letting your piece of tail go without a fight, so you're just gonna have to come and get her. You do realize that deliberately provoking US is both more dangerous than a messier than poking a sleeping dragon in the mouth, right? Soundbite summarized incredulously. PSH, what do I sound like to you, an idiot? Duval scoffed. Of course I know that ain't no one in the world who don't by this point. And I don't doubt that this whole base of mine is gonna be ruins in a couple of hours. Several of the crew blinked in confusion. The thing is, the gang leader continued. 1-0, you already ruined my life and forced me into this business to start with, so I'm going all in to get my revenge. I never wanted to do this, but considering what happened the last time someone went after 1-0 yours, what choice have I got? Either way, I don't give a damn if you put me straight to hell, so long as I take the bastard with me. Sue slowly cocked an eyebrow and leaned in close to Soundbite. Call me crazy, but am I the only one who's finding this guy's moxie pretty damn respectable? She muttered. I'm sorry to say, but I see where you're coming from, Conus hesitantly agreed. But that still leaves a big fat question. Usopp blurted out. If you had a problem with one of us that you wanted to fight out, why kidnap Kami to piss us all off? I glanced aside, wisely stowing away my opinion that Duval most likely hadn't thought of it until just now. Who the hell says that wasn't the plan the entire time? Especially wise considering Duval's response. A resounding what? echoed across the Sunny's deck and from out of Papug's snail, courtesy of 3 incredulous voices. Yeah, you heard me, Duval stated. The mermaid is just making sure that you guys don't leave me high and dry here. You show up and give me the fight I want, you'll get her back. Hey, hang on a second. The snail yelped in panic, its teeth suddenly turning into a miniature, panic bear trap. The hell are you talking about? This wasn't part of our deal, dude. Cathartic schadenfreude, the mean thwack that blasted over the connection produced probably would have powered everything in the Sunny that needed powering. For a week. Other than planning on handing her over to you schleps, you think the Straw Hats weren't involved? Duval roared, pure fury coating his voice. The Flying Fish Riders are a kidnapping gang only. We do not fucking sell slaves. I was just gonna use her to get a neat sum out of takoyaki meat once I kicked you jerks to the curb, but now there's an even better prize on the line. The head of the man who ruined my life. So, you Straw Hats want her. The snail's eye bulged to almost cartoonish, vein-popping proportions. Come and get her. And with that, the wind disconnected. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then Luffy turned to me, a silent question clearing his gaze. After a moment of thought, I responded thusly. This is a bit different from what I expected, but, I shrugged. I'd call it a good change if it gets Kami out of danger. As for the threat level, I waved my hand side to side. He was a jerk at the moment, but he's still better than the average one, which is to say he's more polite than Bardo. Boy, but right now he's really pissed at us. Please not be nice. Honestly, I'd say that once this duel goes down, he'll honor his deal and let Kami go. So, they're going to be our friends. Luffy asked, without in response to the incredulous that you got. Hey, it's not that hard to figure out. We've never fought someone who wasn't a total bastard who didn't become our friend right. That's not. Nami started to protest. Wiper Donkey Throne Arcanus rattled off. Smoker Tashigi Hina T-Bone CP9 Mary added. Cough hatch. I coughed into my fist. LKD. I'm Robin's comment stopped that momentum dead. Never, I outright snarled, hands clenching at my side. Yes, it only counts if we actually win, Luffy grumbled. Excuse me. Papuk shouted. Can we save whatever you're talking about for after we've rescued Kami? We need to get to their base. Piru Lick.
No.
What? Papuk yowled, slamming his snail's connection open. Yeah, sorry to ruin whatever dramatic mood you all might have had going, but I'm guessing you guys don't know how to get to my base. What, in the middle of the Grand Line where compasses don't work and we don't have a compass beak bird on hand? I deadpanned. No, whatever could have given you that idea. The other line inhaled, and then exhaled in a clear attempt to keep his temper. You're lucky you're funny, you little alright. I just had one of my guys drop off a custom eternal pose in the reef where we lost ya. Find it and then get your asses over here fast. Kalik. Boss glanced at his students. Alright, who's got the least crossed vision? Donnie stuck his flipper up. I'm only seeing 1.5 instead of double. Good enough? Find the compass. Aye, sir. The purple bandana wearer saluted before leaping off the edge. Well, there was really only one thing to do now. Sanji, I said. Yeah, the chef asked. Start kindling. Iron Mask Duval is all yours. Sanji stiffened, smoke already wafting from his form. Oh, I can see it. Another 5 or 10 minutes and we'll be there. Usopp called from atop the crow's nest. Got it. Luffy raised his thumb at the sniper. Then he looked over at Sanji, who'd been throwing practice kicks for the past hour. You feeling ready, Sanji? Grah. Crack. Luffy casually ducked under the ballistic training dummy head Sanji had inadvertently launched at him. Our captain blinked at the destruction our cook was unleashing before grinning and raising another thumbs up. Yeah, Sanji's doing just fine. No, he's not, Zoro grunted dismissively, casually unsheathing Kaitsu. Here, I'll help him get up to snuff. And that was my cue to UFO before the sparks really started to fly. So, I turned my back on the raging blitz that erupted between the terrible twosome and made my way around to the quarterdeck. Honestly, right now I wasn't in my happiest of states, so I just wanted to find somewhere nice and secluded so I could be alone for a... My eye twitched as a contemplative sigh wafted from around the corner, exactly where I was headed. Yeah, now that I think about it, my plan to try and get some alone time at the Sunny's patented alone time spot might have a flaw or two in its conception. Well, it wasn't too late, I could always turn around, find some place below decks, fester in my... Hey, are you guys fighting? Gangway. Full shell style. Then again, misery or other such melancholy emotions does so love company. As such, I walked around the corner, and winced at who was leaning on the railing and gazing out at the horizon. Well, I already saw them, Suo. I leaned next to them with a hearty sigh all my own, not even getting a glance. So I started, you're down in the dumps too. Ma'am, Nami nodded, her eyes in halo flickering to and fro. Care to share? Mate, you first. Nah, you go right ahead. No. For the love of the great mother snail in the sky that I just made up, either gag me kiss, or one of you start already. Soundbite demanded. Well, in all fairness, I began. My concerns are a bit selfish. If we're not raining unholy destruction down on the Flying Fish Riders, then I'm not going to be able to say number 3 on my bucket list of lines I absolutely want to say before I die. Wow, you were right, that is selfish, Nami declared, her expression as flat as her tone. Hat, I snickered before nodding sympathetically. Anyway, I'm guessing you're thinking about Hachi? Oh no, not at all, Nami immediately denied. I'm repressing a can of worms until the last possible moment. Unhealthy, but I have no room to complain, I shrugged. Go on, what are you thinking about? The witch's expression twisted into robotic neutrality. The fact we're going up against a bunch of slavers that vastly outnumber us and rule the sky and seas. I waited, and upon a lack of elaboration, I acted on the assumption that she never expected to say that sentence in her life. So you come to terms with the fact we're all mad. I needled the devilish grin on my face. No, I did that a long time ago, she waved me off indifferently. This time, I think I'm coming to terms with the fact that I'm actually pretty badass. Huh. Nami looked at me with a dead serious expression. Cross. The first thing that ran through my head when I heard we were going up against a gang was I hope I can actually get my hands on some before the others take them all down. And even before that, she started to count down on her fingers. First I stood against Fleet Admiral Sengoku on my own terms, then I withstood the attack of a warlord. And then I went up against a pirate on the same caliber as Baldi. Roger, all without missing a beat. She turned and stared out at the horizon with a wide-eyed gaze that I now recognized as one of numb surprise. I honestly think I'm finally starting to accept that I'm not normal anymore. I'm the second mate of the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the 13 supernovas, and I'm actually pretty powerful. And in the end, I actually think I'm alright with that. I stood up straighter, surprise written all over my face. Really now? What, no freaking out about not being a normal, sane person anymore? Nami scoffed. If I were normal, we'd have sunk at Reverse Mountain, and if I was ever sane, those oceans run it out of me. With a rueful chuckle, she shook her head. But still, I think the real deciding factor of it all was back on Thriller Bark with Kuma. Because if I was still the person I was when we entered the line. She smiled endearingly at me and placed a hand on my shoulder. Then, I wouldn't have been able to stand up. At the least, Zora would be dead, and at the worst, Nami shook her head. So no, I'm not normal anymore. Nami stood up and stamped the butt of her climate attacked in the deck, her eyes and temple billowing out. I'm a badass, Amon, no. She shook her head and donned a proud smirk. I'm a demon just like you, and I'm alright with that because demons. She turned to gaze out over the horizon, dreamy wistfulness in her eyes. They're strong enough to protect their friends. Damn straight, what a witch, I smiled, turning to gaze alongside her. Damn straight. A comfortable silence fell between us, lasting a few minutes until we made our way back to the main deck, where the rest of the crew waited. Battle ready. As we came within firing range of the flying fish rider's base, the riders themselves were plainly obvious, their mounts visible around the edges of the island and ready to duck down or soar up at a moment's notice. And as we drew nearer, Duval himself emerged on his loyal buffalo, iron mask and all. Go, Sanji, Luffy calmly ordered. Gladly, Sanji declared, taking a running start and then leaping off the edge of the sunny, spinning through the air before landing on the edge of the base. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the TWS holding up scorecards. Where's Kami? Right over there, Duval grunted, jerking his helmet at the hanging cage in which a bundled form was propped up against the bars. Actually, she's in the third, speaking to the right, soundbite murmured in my ear. But I think they're on the up and up. The macros are all hogtied too. It's just insurance. Kudos to them for the effort though, metronome and a dummy and decent soundproofing and everything. Amarar, yeah, I cocked my head in acknowledgement. Makes sense. Duval's an idiot, believe me, but one thing, he's not as stupid. I slowly hummed my head in despair, which actually describes a disturbing number of people in my life, what vein. Down on the pier, Sanji lit a cigarette and graced Duval with a glower that was noticeably less heated than before. So, we do have some honor then, he said. Alright, one last question before we get to the fighting. Why the hell do you want my head so badly? Look, if I kicked your ass back on Verity, I'm sorry, but you probably had it. You don't remember. Sanji blinked. No. Should I? A deep, mildly hysterical chuckle, much akin to powdered glass, wafted out of the mask. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this black leg. You'll scream so hard your mouth splits before you die. Snorting, Sanji crossed one arm behind his back and used the other to beckon Duval forward. Yeah, nothing I haven't heard before. Let's get this over with. Yes, let's, Duval growled, holding up what looked to be a remote trigger of some kind. Sanji, recognizing it for what it was, dashed forward. Of course, there was no way possible that he was fast enough to stop a button press, and when several hole-studded cylinders popped up on the sides of the pier, he was already changing direction. With a whir and a click, metal darts shot out of their launchers, Sanji ducking, weaving, and leaping around them. And a good thing, too, because hissing smoke rose wherever they struck. Poisoned, Sanji grunted as he landed, before leaping forward under a barrage of harpoons that Duval had just launched. Right, you are, black leg, Duval roared. And you won't. Hey, I remember that smell. He's using the scorpion poison stuff Crocodile used, Luffy noted from the sunny. Oh good, I should have some antidote left. Chopper sighed in relief. Tarnation. Guncasts. Anything else Duval might have said was lost when Sanji's heel nearly consummated a date with his face, instead slamming into his harpoon launcher. Impressively, the thing did not break, though it did acquire a prominent dent. Landing on Duval's mount's head, Sanji launched a barrage of kicks. Impressively, Duval blocked or ducked under a majority of them. Herc. Less impressively, it still left several to hit him, and they all landed in his gut. At this pink grunt from its master, the buffalo brayed and shook its head. Putting lost, Sanji flipped off the animal and right onto a trapdoor that opened the moment he touched it. Sky walked. Sanji barked, pushing off onto solid ground. Good job, Matabaro. Now run him down. Snorting, the big black buffalo Duval was riding pawed at the ground and then charged Sanji. Charged him at speed of 10 miles an hour or thereabouts. Sanji rolled his eyes. Really? Oh well, Poitrine. Not so fast. Eyes widening, Sanji jumped back from another spread of harpoons just as two more launchers popped up, aiming right at him. Haha, Duval cackled. Madare, no way to run. You think so? Sanji wryly replied. A pair of teeth. Razor air lashed out, immediately decapitating one of the launchers. The other survived long enough to fire its dart, but without its brother Sanji twisted in midair, feet rising up in perfect position to put the first harpoon of the latest salvo into the rest of them. Appreciative O's and O's rose from the sunny. Duval was less appreciative, judging from the audible grinding of his teeth. So, what else can you do? Sanji asked. One remote trigger was discarded, and another took its place. Kaboom! An explosion engulfed the part of the pier Sanji was standing on, spraying shattered wood every which way. The cook, though, was well above the blast soaring into the air. With a cry of skywalk, he shot down, reaching Duval before he could react, and landing a heavy kick on the man's helmet. The sound of a ringing bell filled the base. Most notably, though, his helmet went flying. Fine. Duval barked. Take a good look at my scarred face. The helmet hitting the planking echoed over the entire base, audible mostly due to the complete and utter silence that had descended. I've waited for this day in order to send you to hell, I set out to sea. But finding you has been a problem, because the face on the wanted poster is different from the face of the person himself. Clearly, Duval was winding up for a pretty impressive rant. I almost wish I could have heard it. Unfortunately for him, that couldn't be made to give half a fuck on account of how I was absolutely, positively busting my gut at the sight of Duval's freaking great face. I'm sorry, but even to this day, I can't think of that wonderful, wonderful moment without cracking up. You was all just so brilliant. Seriously. You know how up until now I've been giving Oda-sensei a hard time about how his art can't match up to reality. Well, in this case, he got it exactly right. Down to the last detail, Duval's face looked like PFF. Oh my god, he just looked so freaking stupid. PFF, But before you judge me too harshly for laughing at another man's unfortunate lot in life, let me claim thusly in my defense. I was so not the only one howling like a maniac. Seriously, at least I was standing up. Mary had collapsed, she was laughing her ass off so hard. And it wasn't just her. Yo. Rourke was busy rolling on the deck, pounding his bony knuckles on the grass. And my gut. No, my sides. Can't breathe. Oh, for the love, I'm laughing too hard to think of a good skull joke. Yo. Boss was wheezing like a chimney, leaning against the railing for support. A duel to the death for honor is a man's romance. He threw his head back, cackling like a Romanian vampire. But this is definitely a man's nightmare right here. Go Boha! The cackling pile of blubber and shells that was once our ship's guard howled. Wokeness covered her mouth in awe. They look just like each other. Like two peas in a pod, Zoro calmly agreed. Oh, Hanai. Sue cut herself off
think
mid-word,
this one is
glancing off to the
pirate?
side with narrower eyes before hopping off our gunner's shoulder. Chopper, can I see you for a second?
Night,
Huh.
night.
The reindeer looked up from whatever madness he'd been scribbling in his notebook before shrugging and following the fox to who knows where. Must not laugh, must not laugh. Laughing will make Daddy oh so cross and start a war. Vivi repeated to herself, teeth clamped on her thumb's knuckle with almost religious fervor. Except this time you won't sich Ottawa Winneba. Oh right. Aha. I'm so sorry, Sandy, but haha. Hash letter 1 5 5. 70th eyes flashed gleefully, searing the scene into her memory. From Sandy's expression, he so wanted to cuss us all out. But given that a handful of the ladies on the crew were laughing just as hard, I am conflicted, he muttered. Then his eyes locked on me and his blank expression became one of undiluted rage. Conflicted because I don't know whether to murder you now or after I deal with this. Either way, Jeremiah voice of anarchy cross. You are a dead man walking. Drag me down to the ninth circle and out through Satan's ass. I couldn't care less. I'm dying happy today. P.F. Ahaha. You dare. Apparently Sanji wasn't the only one intent on making me suffer today. You little pricks. You dare to laugh at my misery. The hell you bastards brought down on me. Duval bellowed, waving his harpoon gun in our general direction. I was gonna let you go, but now once I'm done with this life-ruining bastard, I... Crunch. Wha. Shut. Whack. Up. Smack. You. Crunch. Idiot. Don't cuss. And you stay out of this escargot. Panting, Sandy removed his foot from Duval's skull, letting the former mafia boss collapse in an unconscious heap. You ever think of changing your hairstyle? He snapped. Growing a beard. Anything. W. Brunam some elks. The swollen-faced bandit boss slurred out. As one, the Flying Fish Rider audience slapped their fists in their palms and gaped in dawning realization. Really? How stupid a rug. Forget this, Sanji grumbled, glaring at the down Duval. Stay unconscious for a bit. I'll deal with you in a minute. With that, he blurred from the dock, reappearing on the railing to loom over me with a blazing glare. Any last words, Monsieur Deadman? I paused in my laughing, thought long and hard, and then I looked Sanji, Black-Leg Sanji, third strongest on our crew, dead in the eye and smiled. I announced without shame. I've been waiting for this since Water 7, and I was not disappointed. Crack. P.F. Ha-ha. I giggle cackled as I rolled on the deck from the punt Sanji had delivered unto me. P.F. Ha-ha. Oh. Ha-ha. Damn it, Sanji, did you have to kick me in the ribs? It hurts when I laugh. Yeah, and I did it because you wouldn't stop laughing. I can't help it. This is just so. Fucking. Hilary. Whack. That one actually made me black out. When I finally came back around, it was to the sound of much rejoicing. It only took a moment for me to connect the dots. Though it took a bit longer for me to get back up and see the proof with my own eyes. The Bishan and Duval flexing before his cheering men while the rest of the crew looked on with varying degrees of interest. Sanji, for his part, repeating the mate over mob boss an odd mixture of boredom and satisfaction. Suo, I drew his attention with a tentative cough, tugging at my collar when he glared down at me. Yu gave him the facelift. Sanji's cheek twitched viciously. I was going to ask you if it would work or if it would kill him, but then I decided that both were acceptable outcomes, he responded darkly. I swallowed heavily. Right. Acceptable. Let's go with that. More importantly, hey, moron. Sanji barked at Duval. What? You called me handsome. He responded, winking. Oh, that is not considered winking in any part of the multiverse. If the full body shuddered, it ran through our foot was anything to go by, he agreed. If you don't give us back Kimi right now, I'm still going to kick your ass inside out. Sanji paused for a second, and then redoubled his scowl. And your face too! Duval's expression flashed panic, and then snapped right back into a warm smile. Of course, she's free to go. Honestly, now that I'm so dashing, the whole thing seems foolish. Now, Donnie hissed incredulously. Ryota, go get her. Right away, head. One rider saluted, running for the building in which they were keeping Kimi. He's in for a nasty surprise till the soundbite snickered with a wicked grin. Huh. I glanced at the gastrohass. What are you? Oh. The rider suddenly wailed in horror, running back out of the hut. Head, she's gone. What? Duval roared, his handsome features turning fearful. Then they turned ferocious. Wait, that's also where we were keeping. Damn it, the macros. He raised his head, and fear promptly replaced his outrage again at the sight of Luffy and Sanji glaring at him. Why, young masters, please don't be angry. Fishman can't outpace our flying fish. We'll trap them to Sabiati and get her back. And of course, you're free to come with us. Soundbite cocked his eye stalk as he smirked at the gang boss. Congratulations, you passed the sincerity test. All eyes turned back to Soundbite, who rolled his ice stalks before jabbing them at a spot near the building where King had been. You were right, the macros tried to take her. That doesn't mean they succeeded. Aye, and we made damn sure of it too. All attention turned to one of the base's alleyways where a heavy point chopper was holding King in his arms and three bound and gagged Fishman beneath his foot, with Sue resting contently on his hat. Hey, I wasn't even that surprised at this point. Still, dare I even ask how this came about? Wheel Chopper trailed off as he scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Tilda 10 minutes earlier Tilda. Macro warily eyed the blitz still ongoing in the base's base when the dubious safety was behind the corner. Still, the fight didn't look to be winding down anytime soon. Come on. He hissed at his crewmates. You gotta beat it while they're still beating each other he brings out. I told you we never should have messed with these dumbasses. Jero whispered harshly, narrowing his eyes, even narrower than usual to be clear. That Duval was always known as a moron even before the whole false pounding thing. This is your fault, and we would have done so much better going up against Hachi, Kiribite, and Chu. Macro snarled back, shoving his fanged face in Jero's pinch one. You can stow the goldfish fencing malarkey because we both know that a 6 would dice your 1 in seconds. Why you? Just whack. Oh. Two yelped in tandem, falling back, clutching their aching skulls. Cram it, the both of you, Tansui grumbled through his lantern jaw. We're out, we're gone. Now come on, let's get the merchandise. He emphasized the word by shrugging the struggling sack in his hands onto his shoulder. To Sabiati. Once we split the money, we won't have to deal with each other ever again. Macro ground his teeth indignantly. The day I get told off by a moron like you find fine. He threw his hands up in defeat, stomping towards the ocean. Let's just get back to our ship before anyone. Hello, boys. Fishmen all froze at the voice that suddenly sounded out in front of them, in spite of the open, clear ocean surrounding them. It took a minute for them to consider looking down, at which point they finally saw the small, white, ever-snarky form of the Straw Hat's pet fox. Please tell me that you're either the special kind of stupid who underestimates harmless-looking critters like me, Sue pleaded with brazen glee and grin, or that you're desperate enough to try your luck anyway. I really want it to be one of the two. Before either of the stupid underlings could respond, the desperate captain stomped his foot to loom over the fox. You really think you can take all three of us? Macro scoffed. The fox tilted her muzzle ever so innocently. All of you. Sue inquired sweetly. Tempting truly it is, but nah. I'll just be playing second fiddle in this hoedown. The macro pirates all blinked in confusion, but before they could wonder what she was talking about, a shadow fell over the three of them. Acting on their grand line-honed instinct, the trio spun around, expecting the worst, and were befuddled to find a mere 3-foot silhouette that bore cyan eyes and a beady smile instead of the massive behemoth they were expecting. He'll be the one beating your skulls like bongo drums, the fox concluded. Good evening, the midget drawled casually. The two macros, to recognize the silhouette and connect it to the very well-known name and bounty, stared at the silhouette in silence. Stunned, slack-jawed, terrified silence. The one who wasn't that intelligent, however, chose to remove all doubts in regards to his own intelligence. And how's he gonna do? Tansweet began. The hulking arrow on a fisherman's composure crumbled when spark of genius Tony Chopper snapped into his heavy point, maintaining his grin as he towered over the fisherman and cracked his knuckles with a few idle flexes of his fingers. You have my thanks, Sue, the third of the demon trio grinned malevolently. I've been looking for a chance to brush off my pugilistic capabilities and pair them with my intellect, and you provided me with the most acceptable targets I could imagine. No ho ho, thank you. Sue purred, dropping into a ready stance, her tail waving eagerly. Now, allow me to start things off by showing these raging bastards my pearly whites. Yes, chumps. Og. We draw a veil over the scenes of indescribable carnage due to intense ultraviolence, general vulgarity, and the fact that half of the techniques performed by Tony Chopper were illegal in the great state of Texas. We humbly apologize for the inconvenience. Tilda sometime later, Tilda. Splash. Soaked in freezing cold water, Macro jerked awake with a panicked yelp. Guag. Tansui, you damn. At that point, he went quiet because in addition to the yelp and the awakening, he tried to clock his dumb dazzle crewmate. Keyword being tried, given they were chained to his sides and all that. What the hell's going on here? It was at this point that the macro-farting fisherman noticed two important things. First, when he tried to look around, his head knocked back against two other individuals he was back-to-back with, who he had a sneaking suspicion were his crewmates, which put him in even deeper shit than he'd initially suspected. And second was the ominous weight of a metal collar around his neck. Specifically, the watertight metal collar that he and his boys had whipped up, made so that when it was locked around another fisherman's gills, they wouldn't get any bright ideas about escaping. Considering what the macros had used those collars for in the past, the fact that they were wearing them now could only mean they were in the deepest, direst of shit possible. Keeping his head still, Macro glanced around in growing panic. Then abruptly, he stopped, finally grasping where he was. It was some sort of brig, unsurprisingly, and there were a few human figures standing just out of the light. His eyes picked up some sort of deformation on one shoulder, a hat on another one, and an unorthodox-looking staff and an oar hanging around the third. Or Osha's barnacle-crusted balls. They weren't in deep shit. They dug clean through the ship bedrock. So, the voice that was the bane of their business drawled ever so casually, the word undercut by the tink-tink-tink of his fingers drumming on his elbows. Do you intend to take what's coming to you with what little dignity you have left, or are you going to squander that away too? You won't get away with. Thwack. Ack. Macro ground his teeth as he ignored the throbbing pain from slamming his head against Jarrow's. Just get it over with, he demanded. Hiss H, the witch scoffed, the noise accompanied by a wave of ozone. You only wish you were getting off that easy. No, we have something much worse in mind. The one who had to be the captain ignored his crewmate's comments in favor of glancing over his shoulder. So, what do you want us to do with these three? For a moment, the macros wondered who the rubbery human was talking to. Then the person came into view, staring at them with an uncharacteristically blank expression. And the three fishermen realized with complete and utter certainty that this time there would be no mercy waiting for them. You were going to sell me, Kimmy stated blandly. Macro glanced nervously back at his boys. The mermaid's gaze narrowed into a glare. Like you've sold dozens of fishermen and women over the past 5 years. And just like that, Macro felt his already cleansed skin drain blood. In case it wasn't clear, we found her book, Soundbite said ever so tauntingly. Yes, now that I consider the extent of her crimes, the big-mouthed pirate stated contemplatively before leaning forth and murmured. Okay, the thought occurs. You said that Chu and Kiribite are working the takoyaki gate on parole courtesy of Jin, correct? King glanced at him. Yes. Which makes Jin their parole officer, right? Yes. The pirate slowly turned his razor-sharp expression on captives, which means that their employer, in case of emergencies or them breaking parole, you have Jin snail number right. The macros all saw the moment that the connection clicked in King's eyes, and they never forgot it, because right after, a fire lit in the mermaid's eyes. A fire that straight up murdered the last of their hopes in cold blood. Right. Can I borrow Soundbite for a moment? She asked, her tone as dead as the rocker expression seemed to be hewn from it. She didn't even look at Soundbite as she accepted the snail. She was far too busy glaring at the sun symbols burned into the macros' sorry hides. Oh, please take all the time in the world, I insist, Cross assured her. Really, I want them to stew in the thought of just what the Night of the Sea is going to do to them. By this point, the three fishermen had gone deathly gray, much to the satisfaction of their captors. The witch was looking especially pleased at the sight, but when Cross casually strolled by her, she glanced towards him. For all that their reactions are proving what you said right, Jin seems to have a lot of connections to evil, slaving fishermen. She remarked neutrally. Normally I might explain, Cross replied, shrugging. But since it looks like we'll be meeting in 2 years sooner than I expected, that story is for him to tell. Now, time for the coup de grace. Cross strolled right up to the cage bars and shoved his grin in their faces. In any other circumstance, I'd call you dead fish walking, but the fact is, nobody you're going to see anytime soon is going to be so merciful as to grant you the release of sweet, sweet death. He took on a few more shiny, malevolent molars. No, the boys are going to live for a very, very long time. Ain't that just spectacular? And that was when the screening started in earnest. Well, as we emerged onto the deck, we were met with a crowd of faces absolutely marred with disgust. Eesh, I winced, recoiling slightly from the veritable maelstrom of fury before me. Dare I ask what got stuck in all of your collective cross? That would be my doing, Cross. I turned to see Robin, whose visage was the calmest of them all, which is to say she was spinning her knife like a baton and looked fit to shiv someone. Upon noticing the similitudes that they bore, I got a little awe. Stabby. Soundbite provided. Blunt but accurate. Naturally, my behavior drew attention, and just as naturally, it led to a bit of the spinning stop, and the knife structure creaked ominously. Storytelling. I'm sure you know more than I do on the subject, but as it is, the public record on Sun Pirates provides some excellent context. Forget race traitor. Those three are the most disgusting traitors to every kind of decency in existence. Vivi raged, a minor dust devil blustering up around her. Any chance I could talk to Kimmy for a few minutes? Boss grunted, idly bouncing the cook in his palm. I have a few questions I'd like to ask her regarding fishman anatomy. Professional curiosity, you understand. Likewise, Chopper and Donnie. There'll be no need for that, I assure you, I said, dismissing the threats with a wave of my hand. Robin already told you about the Sun Pirates. Then you'll understand the significance of what we chose as their punishment. We're handing them off to Jim himself. And just like the mood, well, it didn't lighten per se, but at least it sharpened, so that was an improvement. Well, almost everyone sharpened anyway. Ah, you mean the one you mean Jim ourselves? As in, the warlord, knight of the sea, and crewmate of our long. Today, Billy clarified. He waddled up to Nami and gave her an uncertain look. Are you sure you want to do that? Fine. No, not entirely, she admitted after a moment's hesitation, kneading her brow with the butt of her hand. No matter what Cross says, he still let Arlong loose. I can't just forget that she then cracked her eyes open in a forceful glare. But at the same time, I need to do this. He knew Arlong. In fact, he probably knew him better than he knew alive. Which means that I can look him in the eye and get something I've wanted for 8 years. And that would be, Leo asked, the same thing that every survivor wants to know, Connors quietly answered. An answer for why that isn't just hate. Nami made a gesture of agreement before turning her attention back to the starfish. So, how long have we got left? About an hour or so, I would say, Papa responded nervously. Anyone have a good distraction in the meantime, then? Nami asked. I have one, actually, Sandy said, turning to me with a murderous fire in his eye. So, Cross, would you mind explaining exactly how keeping that abominable picture intact was, and I quote, vital for our future? A memory of the spherical tank in a hellish auditorium sprang up in my mind, and I matched Sandy's gaze blaze for blaze. You really think I would pull something like this just for my own amusement? I demanded. And even I held my serious expression for a few seconds before busting out snickering. All right, fine, that was part of it. But the rest of the reason I did it is that the chain of events that came from that poster resulted in Duval and the Flying Fish Riders becoming our allies. Come in, Peach, Sandy grunted. And we needed a group like them on our side because... Hey, I spared an uneasy glance towards Kimmy and Papa, one that I knew that Sandy saw before answering. Well, we're headed to Subdody, remember? The place is a nightmare, and have to navigate, and I'd rather have someone who's familiar with us just in case, you know. For whatever reason, that answer just seemed to put Sanji even more on edge than he already was. Though if he understood the real reason, that was no surprise. All right, Cross. I can live with that, he admitted, his anger almost completely gone. Almost, however, in that he was still staring at me, but at the same time not telling me about what was actually underneath the guy's mask. Falls under the category of harmless. Thank you very much, I cheerfully replied, grinning shamelessly. But in all seriousness, that was the only reason I didn't ping my contacts. I can have them fix your poster anytime now. I smiled winningly more than a little fearfully as I whipped out my vision dial and held it up. Just strike a pose and we'll get started. Cross, wait. I rolled my eyes. No, I won't help you get a white horse and roses blowing in the breeze. That's someone else's shtick, and no offense, no matter how much it kills me to say it, they pull it off better than... Not that, he interrupted, his expression grim and hesitant, something clearly weighing on his mind. Zoro, the very picture of boredom, scoffed and dug his pinky in his ear. Cook, if you're not going to get Cross back for the picture, just... Zoro. Against all odds, the swordsman froze under Sandy's gaze. Just this once. Shut it. Slowly, Zoro turned around and regarded Sanji with a raised brow. Then, rather than reach for his swords, he instead sat himself against the nearest mast and stared straight at Sanji, giving his rival his full, undivided attention. Sanji nodded, turning back to the rest of the crew, scanning over everyone before settling on our guests. Kimmy, dear, could you and Papa give us a few minutes? He requested in the most polite tone he could manage, which, considering he was talking to a creeping mermaid, was wildly out of character. Say no more, lots of secret talks going on. We got it, the starfish remarked before Kimmy could say anything, patiently leading her back inside. Besides, I've got some new designs to work on anyway. Have fun with your skullduggery. Ooh, you mean the... Kimmy started to ask, the closing door cutting her off. Sanji looked my way and chopped his hand across his throat, prompting me to nod at soundbite. Once the bubble static went up, Sanji sighed and bowed his head. With obvious trepidation, he walked over to a barrel and sat down on it with a tortured groan, teeth grinding as he massaged his brow. I never planned to bring any of this up again, he lamented, speaking as much to himself as he was to us. And the only reason that I'm doing it now is that the past keeps taunting me no matter how much I try to stomp it down, over and over again. So, if my choices are keeping my mouth shut or being blindsided. He looked up at us and holy hell, what the hell was squatting in his soul? You all need to understand something, he croaked. You've all been reading my name wrong this whole time. My name is not Sanji. It's Sanjai. A case of the confused mutters broke out on deck, one that included me while I tried to figure out just what weight A. San. GRK. I choked in horror, prompting looks of surprise from several others. Number 3, Mr. Prince, you're third in the line for legitimate North Blue royalty. A round of incredulous inhalations echoed throughout the crew as we all bawled at our crewmate. Our crewmate who, for his part, took a sharp hit off his cigarette. Full seat Cross, and a million miles off mark at the exact same time. He exhaled a cloud of smoke before giving us all even the wind with blistering glare. Let me clarify first that Sanji is the only name I have.
Let's
The man who I
go.
used to call my father disowned me and made me promise to never use his name again. Not like I'd ever want to. My mother is dead, and I don't have any good memories left of the rest of them that would make me want to say that we were related, except maybe my sister. But the point is, his fist clenched, smoke hissing from everywhere on his body. I was born to a family of underworld mercenaries whose power once allowed them to conquer the North Blue, he explained, dragging the words out like they were barbed wire. A family that has been trying to reclaim the power ever since they lost it and still rules over their own kingdom, complete with a reverie invitation. I was born under the name, and here he was racked by full-body shudder. Of Vinsmoke. Before anyone could say anything, a vacuum of a gasp snapped everyone's attention over to Vivi, who was staring at Sanji in complete stupefaction. That explains how you move from the North Blue to the East Blue, even though crossing the red line is a costly, difficult, almost impossible move for most civilians. She babbled. Her eyes then widened as she looked Sanji over. And now that I think about it, swirly eyebrows, one eye always hidden suave but a complete mess around women. You're exactly like your brothers. Sanji proceeded to simultaneously yelp in shock and choke on his cigarette. Work. Before anyone could do anything to help though, the crazy bastard actually swallowed the damn thing, the better to quickly clear the passageway. Why, you've met them. Vivi's shock transitioned into a disgusted grimace as she shuddered at the memory. Somewhat, yes. It was 2 years ago, at the last reverie I attended before I went undercover. The entire time, Mizzy just would not stop hitting on me, and he was just terrible at it. I mean, you might be overblown, but at least you're a romantic. Him. You, she spat, sticking out her tongue in revulsion. I swear, it was so painfully obvious the judge had put him up to the whole thing. He even told me to my face that it was his mission to try and secure a political marriage with me when I asked. If it hadn't been for the risk of war, I would have broken my hand on his jaw. Sanji, for his part, looked like he was torn between dying by aneurysm or heart attack. Why, he choked out. Out of everyone at the reverie, would Judge choose you for a political marriage? And why would he send Niji to do it? Vivi gestured at her hair for whatever reason, expression as dry as her homeland. Your sperm donor is a real romantic, Sanji, truly he is. As curious as I was about why her hair made her an attractive marriage prospect to this judge, I had something more important on the brain. There was one thing that really stood out to me from all of these revelations besides the entire paradigm shift in regards to our perfect force, and I took the liberty of clapping my armor-covered hand on Vivi's shoulder, who had the good grace to stiffen fearfully. So, Sanji, I tersely stated, let me guess, you're warning us about them now because they have a lot of destructive force at their beck and call. A nod and a grimace. Judge put all of us through training that Zoro would be proud of from the day we were old enough to understand, and he disowned me because I was the runt of the litter. I don't doubt they've all only gotten stronger since then. And then we have armies. Sanji winced on that last one, which got a cocked eyebrow from me. Something you're not saying. Sanji flinched again, refusing to meet my gaze. The name of the Vinsmoke army is Derma 66. I practically swallowed my tongue, I choked so hard. Well, alright, better now than whenever I would have tried to approach them for an alliance. But getting back to my point, I emphasized my words with a pointed squeeze of Vivi's shoulder, eliciting a very nervous gulp from her. To reiterate, Sanji looks exactly like his brothers, and his family is particularly infamous in the upper echelons of this world's nobility, which you were and still are intimately familiar with. So, your highness, tell me. My face contorted into a rictus of fury, and I sure wasn't the only one giving her the evil eye either. Why, in the name of every one of your mange-ridden deities, from Anubis to Wadjet, didn't you think to make the connection and mention this earlier? Aya the princess shrank back from our collective glares. It slipped my mind. I let loose a garbled slew of pejoratives, forcefully suppressing the urge to do something more physical. Woman. If this weren't the single most critical piece of information I've learned since coming to this god-forsaken puddle, and an extremely emotional moment besides, I would be choking a bitch right now. I swore. So noted. Vivi squeaked, literally breezing out of my grip and cowering behind Sanji, who, by the way, looked thoroughly vocal. Oh wait, no he didn't. He just looked befuddled. You guys do remember what we were talking about, right? The chef asked incredulously. I lied to you all. My family are all monsters. Shouldn't you all be angry or? Oh, I recognize this bit. I cut in, gleefully clapping my hands. Can I do it, Captain? Can I? Luffy snickered and shot me a thumbs up. Go for it. Joy. Huh. What are you? Thwack. Yo. Sanji winced as I slammed my fist down over his skull. Stop being an idiot, I cheerfully informed him. The Hess doesn't matter to us, and you came clean on your own. No matter what, you are and always will be our friend and crewmate, so don't you forget it. Got it. Seriously, Sanji, I thought you were supposed to be one of the smarter ones here, you sub-test. You came from a dark place and found your light with the Straw Hat Pirates. It's hardly the first time, Robin agreed. In addition, you must think twice when you contemplate using the word monster to describe people. Brook chimed with a chastising not to mention impossible cluck of his non-existent tongue. I for one find the idea of being compared to the individuals you described to be quite tasteless. And I don't even have a tongue. Yo, the skeleton's got a point, Frankie nodded, jabbing his thumb at our musician. We really should see about unionizing. Sorry, but I agree, Connus offered. And getting back on subject, it's not like any of us were asking you to tell us that you were disowned and abandoned before you found Zeph. Mary added. Plus, in the end, at least you told us about this before things became pertinent, rather than when they were knocking down our door. Two guesses who that last bit was directed to, and the first two don't count. Vivi opened her mouth, but closed it under the weight of everyone's stares. Meanwhile, Sanji more focused on the first half. You really think we'll run into them down the line? He asked nervously. Well, I winced and wobbled my hand back and forth. It seems likely. I never saw them myself, but then the story was still ongoing when I left. And what you're describing? A secondary tragic backstory hidden behind the first. Well, that's just the kind of literary genius Oda would pull, which makes the likelihood of us running into them not insignificant. Sorry. Sanji grimaced and massaged his face in tortured resignation before nodding. On some level, I always knew I'd see them again, he admitted, as much to himself as us. A man like Judge. He's not the kind to let someone go no matter what he says about it. Yeah, he'll definitely come. And with that, Sanji's hand snapped into tight fists and the lawn blazed at his feet. Just like that, our Sanji was back, familiar hellfire blazing in his eye. And when he does, he declared, I swear it'll be one of the last things his sons and his rotten nation do before I grind his world to dust beneath my heel and burn it all to ash. Whack! Saying, Luffy, what was that for? He roared, actually bursting into flames. You said I again. Luffy chastised, giving him the patented you're an idiot look. It's we, you idiot. We're gonna kick his ass. Sanji took that in, the flames dying down. Then bowing his head, he let out a chuckle. Yeah, stupid. After Arlong and C, P9, you'd think I'd know better. He looked back up, looked at me. I can fill you in on the details of Germa later, Cross. But for now, rush of bad memories. Don't want to talk, no worries, I said in understanding. Now anyone else have any distractions for us? Well, now that you mention it. Plonk. We're good. Raffi and Donnie chorused, surreptitiously placing themselves in front of a twitching orange body. Then let's hurry up and burn foam for takoyaki, I declared, glancing down at my partner. Sound bite. Yay. The ever-present doesn't stop, and Kaylee and Papa came out of the lounge. The mermaid giving us inquisitive looks and the starfish wandering off as he shuffled through a sheaf of papers. All done with your top-secret conversations of secrecy. Kimi queried. Yup. Luffy confirmed. And now we're all really hungry. Come on. He started pumping his fists. I've had to sail with an untouchable octopus for days now. Dies. Takoya Kai. Takoya Kai. Nami, for her part, gave our captain a long-suffering look before loosing to defeat his eye. You heard the man. One thing on his mind and then one thing only, takoyaki. If you'd be so kind as to lead the way. And him. Kenny nodded confidently. Just stay on my tail and we'll be there before you know it. And with that, the mermaid made her way to the edge of the sun and jumped back into the sea. And we were on our way. Chomp. Right after we fished our dive out of another sea king's gullet. Oh, can't, let's see here. This one's yours, Mad Monk. Ooh, oh dear, Cetus. That is just obscene. Interesting reading, Papa. Wait. Papa jumped in shock, cleaning the papers he was flipping through to the winds. Or at least, they would have gone to the wind, had a metal-laden trunk not snatched them up before they could be whisked away. Well, what do we have here? Funk, Freak cocked an eyebrow as he looked the papers over, thinking of practicing the more literal brand of head hunting. Hempish. Papuk snorted, pulling off a surprisingly nimble leap and snatching the papers back. Hardly a designer, not a fighter. But the fact is, knowing the big names is beneficial in any business, and not just for security. Starfish tapped the poster's image. You see, clothing is one of the few things that you can count on every sentient being having some interest in. And when the big names with gold by the literal ton come around, I want to be sure that I've got something that they'll want to buy. Funk. Freak gave the poster Papuk was holding a flat look. Yes, because he looked so interested in wearing shirts. Papuk winced as he realized he placed Yuru's poster back on top and hastily shuffled the posters again. Alright, bad example, bad example. Ah, but this one works much better. He held up the new poster for the elephant to see. Surgeon of Death, huh? Funk. Freak scratched his chin contemplatively. Well, he's one of the more valuable supernovas, so he probably has the money for it. But do you really think you can interest him, of all people? In fashion. Oh, indubitably. The designer nodded with confidence. It will be no mean feat, mind you, but as it is, I already have all the tools I require. He tapped the top of the poster. This article alone tells me all I need to know in regards to this young man's sense of apparel. Humming thoughtfully, he began to amble off. Though it will take quite a few dives into quite a few libraries. Honestly, I don't know when I last saw half from the White City, but blog. The starfish yelped in panic, and he was suddenly snatched off his legs and suspended upside down before a furiously intense gaze. He's wearing a what from where? Funkry demanded. Oh, hey, Cross. You're going to want to see this. Sighing as I heard Mary's deliberately calm voice that promised nothing but good times back me, I made my way up onto the bow. I was pleasantly surprised to see Takoyaki right ahead of us. King hadn't been exaggerating. The place was doing incredibly well for itself. It was as big as I assumed the barrier to be. I also wasn't surprised to see the cannibal approaching on the horizon, seeing how complicated even navigating a short distance in paradise could be, not mentioning how long Golden Week must have taken. However, I was completely surprised to see the small craft that was already docked at the floating restaurant. It looked more like a palanquin than a ship, flying a Jolly Roger with 9 serpent heads surrounding the skull, and with a large serpent towering alongside it. Okay, so the Boa sisters picked up my recommendation, though I'm guessing only one of them is here. I nodded numbly. That's actually convenient. I was hoping to talk to them in person.
You have to jump over it?
Cross. Mary eyed me warily. What about the other boat? I blinked at her in confusion. There was one other craft there, sure, but it was a pretty plain boat. The only remotely noteworthy feature was a small, triangular, all-crimson flag flying from the top. What about it? Soundbite bubbled at me inside and slumped to the feet. Yes, that's a spot chick you missed. That little red flag there. It belongs to the Revolutionary Army. The fire and jaw crackers inside and gabbing with the snake. My eyes widened briefly, then narrowed. Of course they're here at the same time. Why wouldn't they be? I cracked my neck to the side. Well, as if this wasn't going to be mysterious enough already. This is going to be fun. Oh dear, Lassie whined, clamping his paws down on his head. Soon enough, we pulled ourselves into dock next to the adolescent Yuta and stood ready to enter the establishment's door. Nami was at the front, reaching for the knob and reaching, until finally she looked back at me. Could you? I nodded, gently pushing her hand away and stepping inside. And there they were, Chu and Kirubai, lieutenants of Sawtooth Arlong, tormentors of Kokoyashi Village and the whole Konomi Islands. Vicious bastards of biggest boat and current, very beaten down looking buzzboys who were far more successful friends. And when I say beaten down, I mean they hadn't even seen me yet. Eesh, how tired were they? Oh right, there were Koala and Samsung chatting like gal pals in the back of the patch. I hang around them. Yeah, that'd do it. I raised my fist to them. First an old friend, next later became a revolutionary. Then a high-ranking officer of the warlord's crew. Now all we need is a marine walking into this day. I heard the ring rumble sarcastically. And I promptly paused because no way in hell could I pass up a straight line like that. Glancing around, despite a transponder snail, he responded Ray and pointed it out the soundbite. He nodded with a snigger as I walked up to him. A karate-capable fisherman so happened to totally ignored me. Hey, Kirubai. Chu started to respond as he finished fussing. I've been thinking. Whatever he was thinking was lost to history when the Ray's snail rang, and his drones picked it up. This is Takoyaki 8. How can I help you? He said. His dull tone inside was tired to see me more. You can look out for starters, I said dryly. The ex-pirate's head snapped up like he'd been struck by lightning, eyes bulging from their sockets. Jeremiah Frost, Kirubai breathed. Besides, Chu had already gone rigid with shock and was staring at me just as incredulously. I noticed everyone else in the room was working, but I kept my focus on the two who were keeping my friend from coming in. In the flash, I responded to the glare, making my displeasure with their very existence is very clear.
Oh.
And while I'm certainly no
Dodge and
Marine,
strike.
I'd like to think that given the situation, I'm a close second. I gotta say, I never expected to see you here. I was vaguely aware of the sound of someone coming in behind me.
Bro.
Amy and Papa based on the sounds of their movements. They didn't get far inside before stopping. Alchemy raised a finger as she took in the room to move. I did tell you all that I was bringing guests, right? She let out a strange scream. It was already clammy countenance becoming, well, clammier. Hello.
Damn.
Will someone explain to me what's going on here? Papa asked uncomfortably. Anyone. You're gonna want to take that up with these two, I dryly informed
Oh, it
them.
takes away my
Specifically, the
sparklers.
exact details of why they were in prison and have a warlord as a parole officer in the first place. The two started to stammer out an answer. Hello, Hachi. Chu. Kirubai. That they never got that far was most likely due to Nami finally walking behind me, staring down the fisherman with a stormy expression and aura. Billy and the rest of the native East Bluers surrounded her with weapons at the ready. Naturally, Zoro and Sanji were in front, and Nami Hachi choked out, his eyes glued on our navigator. Hey, half-rate hors d'oeuvres, remember us. Was Sanji's ever so polite greeting. You. The pair snarled and sank, surging out of their seats. Slam. Or at least, they tried to surge, but only got about a foot each before Hatch. I shot across the room and rammed their foreheads into the floorboards. I am so sorry for my employees' rudeness, and I assure you these two will apologize for their unapprovable behavior, Hatch I stated, shooting scathing glares down at his friends. Or at least, they will if they have any intention on remaining employed and unincarcerated. Do I make myself clear? Winston glanced away from the display. Well, this is awkward. I agree, I expected our first meeting to be under better circumstances than these. I turned to meet the tall, green-haired form of Boa Sandersoni. I inclined my head. A pleasure nonetheless, Boa Sandersoni, I said formally. So, there is some respect for authority there. Koala mused, coming up beside her. I remind you that I'm crewmates with the princess. I responded evenly. I give royalty as much respect as they deserve. I paused and glanced back up at the Amazonas. Any chance your big sister has stopped keeping small animals yet? She's actually making progress, the Zoan confided with a triumphant grin, one that swiftly crumbled in despair. She only steps on the now. She then blinked, glancing back at Koala with mirrored emotion. She knows as much as you do, I confirm. Oh, that's a relief, they sighed together. But in other news, Senator Sony said, care to explain why, despite your recommendation, there seems to be some bad blood between the fishmen and your crew. Aye, I grumbled subtle-butchly, rubbing the back of my neck. We ran into them early on as enemies, and I was only expecting the octopus to be here. He's forgivable, Amanda, and smelt whatever, much less so. Point is, as I wave my hand at the ongoing display at the front desk, is not a good situation, and it is about to get so much worse. Sound, quite gleefully announced. I snapped an incredulous look at him. The hell are you? Ding Ling. Hello there. I'm here to make a mass order. I think we called earlier to confirm cross. Shing. Roranoa. As Koala and Sandersonia's expression flattened, I turned toward the door with a sharply rising sense of dread, and bore witness to none other than Lieutenant Junior Grade Tashin standing right there, blade drawn and murder in her eyes, and Wolf ravaging with a hammer and one paw standing behind her, and slapping its other paw to its face. What? No, seriously, what? So that began weakly. A revolutionary, a warlord sister, and a marine all walking to a bar with straw hat pirates. And then what happens? Kimi asked. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Cross-brained, we are evil geniuses, and we love it. But rest assured that evilness by no means extends to butterflying away the game on canon. We may have stopped its canon usage, but we have our word on that. It will be used before Sabaody, and it will be at least as epic as it was in canon. Patient, oh, and by the way, remember the make that Storysmith put out alluding to this outcome, and that we said we couldn't change our plans to include.
Alright, I'm gonna leave it there for now. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. No, it doesn't take away my sparkless, it takes away my points. I'm not getting how to defeat the third one. I don't know. Oh. Here we go. And he fakes you out. That's what you have to do it. Alright, alright. No, feet. Got that emo hair swoop though. Let's go!
Like that. Thank you very much.
Let's go! Who'd have thought they'd imprison the Sparklers on their own stages? I'm certain this means we can save the rest of the Sparklers by restoring their place. Thank you both for saving me. They robbed me of my powers and trapped me, those fiends. Now I'll resume my role of protecting others. Allow me to express my gratitude once more. Thank you.
So cute.
So the Sparklers are trapped down here, so I have to defeat like the 2 stages of every play. Is there more upgrades to it, or is it the same colors? Oh! No, the rose one looks so fucking pretty.
Yes. Nice.
I'll keep you with the black ribbon. I like the black ribbon. Let's do CSI Peach.
Showtime. Peach time. Huh?
Whoa. Oh no! Get out of here, you typical piece of shit. Yoki. The museum is closed today. Just insertion. There's been a threat. I'll be taking point on looking into it. A detective like you can't handle this. You'd better just head home, kid. Guess it's no use, bro. Gave up so easily. Are we going into the sewers? No. Oh. fine. The detective, Stara? Detective Peach!
On the case.
God, she's so cute. Be right back. I think my mom's calling me. Means my stream dipped. Sorry, I'm back. Sorry for taking so long. I went to go make myself an iced coffee, and I had to do something for my mom. Yep, it dipped. Like the past 25 minutes, it started a new stream. Odd. Right, let's continue.
I see.
Oh!
Yes. Oh.
There's a run for the see here. If you're a true detective, you'll find me, Junior. For like, there's a note here. I'm off to investigate an intriguing case. Mind the office while I'm out. Oh. Practicing in the office, you won't lose hearts. This is crazy. Okay. As he gets past you, detective, you can really detect things with your strike of intuition. Now come on, a mystery awaits us. Let's go. Wow. The curator's waiting for me in the next room. Whoa. It's a shellfish fossil that was discovered nearby this area was submerged in water long ago. It's a stone slate card with ancient text, maybe the oldest example of written word. It's a relief of a sparkle gem. It seems they were valued by important people in the past too. It's a fractured tone tablet. They're restoring it bit by bit in order to make it legible. I just am a reliever from the Apparently the characters on this hanging scroll can only be understood by ninja. I got placed under tight surveillance, nothing escapes my notice. Nothing! Everything's locked down. I even made sure to tighten the latch on that window over there. It's a locked window. See Potem Muriel. Merle. Mural. Mural. It reads, we're coming for the Thipota mural. Consider yourselves warned. If something were to happen to our mural... Mural? 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 How am I supposed to fight back as a detective? There's something written on the wall where the mural is. And it says, you've taken the Dipota mural. Mural? Mural. Sarging. It was stolen the instant things went dark. How maddening. I'm super scared of the dark. I was clinging to the officer over there. The damage makes it impossible to be sure, but this is believed to be a diagram from ruins. No one passed through this door. Turned outward. The staff members grabbed onto me so I couldn't leave. It's in our deck. Maybe the culprit shoots this. Let's see what's inside. Display case is broken. Oh, that coffee went right through me. I'll be right back. back. Sorry about that. I had to go do something again. Is this anyone who smells of deceit will meet a terrible end? So it was their clothes and camera that gave them away. Nice work.
Of course.
Why is there a new statue? There were only two before. No one has come through here. You see that statue with the sunglasses? That one's the real deal. So it's the one in the middle.
Of course. Ah.
The Theister Island statue. When I see it, I feel like it knows things no one else understands. A model of a burial site for an important person. There is said to be power in the pyramid shape.
Ah.
Someone attacked me and locked me in there. I'm actually an officer.
Ah.
The music, though. Kind of
Yes.
in a good way.
I see.
It's a carving of a hero holding a round shield. This hero fought with nothing but the shield. The shield hero?
Indeed. Ah. Huh?
We hid it somewhere in the museum. Still inside the museum, then? I mean, I don't know nothing. If it isn't a detective, you were right at the perfect time. Thanks to you, we've got all the culprits in custody. However, we still don't know where the mural is. You right now. Brother. The thieves have been captured. We're letting folks through the side door again. The mirror was pretty big. I doubt they'd have been able to fit it through the door. way too big to be taken out. Yay, I got out the stars.
Case closed. Thank you so much.
Oh, I did get the bow. I didn't think I got it. Not gonna lie, I'm having fun with the game. I wonder how many floors is this gonna be. Alright. The perfect infiltration. Are we a spy?
Let's go.
Spy Peach. Oh, excuse me.
Peach time.
I wonder what it's all about. Look, it's the blue.
Woo.
Mask, the dashing thief could not stop him. Thanks for your concern, my sweet Peach. Oh, are we being superheroes? Wish to pass those scars, huh? With those kinds of skills, then perhaps. Follow me, will ya? Alright, homeboy. Yeah, see? Hold on, there's something over here. I've got a good feeling about you. Yep, you should be right for one for the job. Are we being superheroes? Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go! Superhero Peach! Whoa.
Easy.
Oh, she looks so badass. Let's fucking go. Dashing thief Peach! She's a thief! Let's go!
Yeah.